We'll get going then. We have a new map. Latest, potentially greatest map. Galateum. Agnostic made the map. Let's have a look at it. We don't play from a save file. We play from the city construction kit. My list of custom cities here is very long, but it's worth praising the game for actually shipping with a bunch of free play maps from the get-go. In addition to having its own built-in city constructor tool. Now, how long do you usually have to wait for modern releases to actually give you modding tools? Way too long, I would dare to say. Anyway, if I can remember my alphabet for 3 seconds. There's Galateum. This is what we're looking at. Very unorthodox land shape here. That is to say, there's very little land. There's a distressingly small amount of arable land. It's all concentrated in awkward places. Let's jump in and take a proper look at it, shall we? We'll have a look at the map. We'll have a look at the briefing, and then we'll see everything that's available to us, and that will surely be all the information you need to engage in gambling. So, from the get-go, all this raised land, but nowhere that one can put a reservoir, so this is essentially dead land, much of it. I don't know what I'd put here. Maybe an army? And then this is one of the only good building areas on the entire map, but it has to fight against the arable land here. And we'll get to this later. And yet more raised land. There isn't even a stairway leading up, so this is just dead land here. Almost unusable, but not quite. Isn't this the guy that lost the military campaign the other day? Yep, the incredibly easy campaign of military maps I was unable to best within 4.5 hours. Because of Sarm Zagatuza, mostly. I underestimated the rampaging Goths there. Yeah, such narrow land here. This is a very, very unpleasant map for building on, which is great, because I often say that is the best kind of difficulty you can have in Caesar 3. When it's hard to actually build your city proper, that's where all the interesting approaches come along. Just massive rampaging hordes of barbarians or no money isn't quite as exciting as the thought of how the hell do you build 8,000 citizens worth of city in such an awkward lack of land space. This looks like OpenTTD map. Yeah, you got me there. I actually felt a bit of an urge to play some OpenTTD the other day, but I've had this years-long save where I've been trying to recreate Great Britain. Well, just Britain. All right Britain, maybe. It takes a bit of time, and things never quite work out the way you want in that game. So we start out with not a whole lot of money, but what we do have is a briefing. So please explain what is going on, Caesar. Well, actually, before we get to that, Caesar has a few words to say to me about my performance over at Red Wedding.
Ah, Governor, I suppose congratulations are in order. Though saying so leaves a taste in my mouth, not unlike the cheap wine you deigned to send me. Still, you have delivered results, finally. Though 7 villas, odd for a man fully occupied with defense. Odder still that your coffers swell as the treasury's silver vanishes. Pure coincidence, no doubt. Success buys you my tolerance, not my blindness.
Oh god, there's just no pleasing that old toad. Red Wedding was a very, very difficult map. In spite of that, I made an enormously prosperous city, and Caesar is still not happy, probably because I built 7 villas for myself and paid myself an outrageous, undeserved salary. Well, undeserved by my rank. I think it's pretty deserved for my performance. In any case, what's the change of tune we have that sends us off to this new backwater? Please explain. It's the age of Gaius Julius Caesar. To my trusted consul. I've finally been promoted. I'm no longer a clerk. Guardians of Rome's frontier and future. Okay, the northern horizon darkens with the approach of the Huns. Their raiders gather in numbers greater than any tribe we've yet faced, and the winds carry word that they move swiftly, burning villages and emptying fields before our banners can even be raised. You must not mistake this as a passing raid. It is an age of invasions. I command the immediate founding and expansion of a great city upon strong ground, one capable not merely of survival but prosperity. The walls must rise before its markets, stone towers, reinforced gates, broad barracks. Construct them without delay and dig trenches where the earth permits. Place watchtowers along every road and river crossing. The enemy comes in great numbers. Weak defenses will invite ruin. You'll face hardship in the beginning. The treasury will strain under the burden of rapid construction, and the people will complain of taxes and shortages. Trade will falter. Oh, great. Rome was not built by men who feared lean seasons. Endure the struggle. Stability bought now shall preserve generations to come. Pay close attention to the fisheries and harbour works. Coin may be scarce at first. The price of fish will rise. When the wars disrupt inland farming caravan, the sea shall feed the people and enrich the city. Secure the docks, protect the fishermen, ensure salt stores are maintained. A wise governor profits where others starve. Recruit masons, blacksmiths, engineers, above all others. Train every able-bodied man for defense. So they're laying it on thick that this will be a militarily heavy map. Do not neglect the farms entirely. Don't let hunger consume us all before the Huns do. Let discipline rule the streets and loyalty rule the army. Remember this well. The Huns win through terror and speed. Rome wins through endurance. If the city stands firm through the first great assaults, prosperity will follow, and our enemies shall break themselves against our walls. May the gods favor your judgment and strengthen your resolve. Wow. Yeah, it looks like my previous success has put Caesar in a good mood for once, but nonetheless he still gives me outrageous demands. So, what has to be done here? We need to reach 40 culture, which is, who even cares about culture in this game? Prosperity is the big one. 95 is a rather large, although not obnoxiously high amount of prosperity. 100 is obnoxious. 95 is considerably easier. Those 5 points, every bit of prosperity tends to get harder than the point that preceded it. Our maximum level of housing will be grand villas, because we can only get one type of wine. I already checked that one out. Peace rating needs to be very high within a 30-year time limit, so we can't afford to have our city raised too much. Caesar demands 100 favor. Okay, so he demands that we just absolutely kowtow to him. Oh, very good. And 8,000 population, that is very high. I have already checked that the boats spawn from here, which is a very interesting point. You might say, how do you know that? Because if you unpause for just a moment, you can see the flotsam. The flotsam arrives at the spawn point for boats, and it makes its way down to the exit point for boats. Although, interestingly, boats, that is to say trading boats, will leave from the spawn point if it's close. So if the boat spawned here and then went and did their trading here, they would usually just leave from their spawn point because it's much closer. Sometimes they don't, and I have no idea how or why, but this is a really interesting position because there's so much water here, but it's disconnected from this region. So we cannot go and do trade here, for example. Yeah, it even stops me. This inland lake has no access to the sea. Is it really an inland lake? Yes, the only place we can set up our docks is along here. We're going to find that that's an extremely limited resource. I'm also going to immediately reload the level because this is not the same level. Get me out of here. City construction kit. G, 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 G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to waste any time. I just wanted to show where the ships spawn from and how we know that. So, what do we have access to here in terms of building for starters? We've got all the water, all the medical. Already we're greeted with some incredibly bad news. The only kind of god worshipping we can do is from the obnoxiously large and 5 employee consuming each large temple. Jake does not like large temple. They look really good, and they have a very long range of desirability, but the desirability amount isn't actually that high. They only make the gods twice as happy as a small temple, whilst having more than twice the footprint and employ more than twice the amount of people. So they're really unpleasant to build. They only make a single god happy, so you need to build 5 of these per roughly 2,000 people. And that's just to keep the gods a little bit displeased. So really we're going to need, let's see, population 8,000. So we're going to need 4 or 5 for each god. And as I may have mentioned previously, this map is not well suited for building on. So already a massive footprint is going to be made by these large temples. No oracles is a pain. No small temples is a huge pain. The astronomical pain is that there is no local marble. So we have to import the marble to build the temples to placate the gods. Now we play with god effects Vengeful On, which means the gods will never bless us, but they will absolutely curse us. So we are going to have to dedicate quite a bit towards making those annoying gods a little bit happier. Ooh. Right, what else is there? We have all of the education, including mission posts, so we can placate the very few natives here. The natives are, as they often are, in very awkward positions, but the existence of this native trading hut is very interesting. The position of these sheep is also quite interesting. We'll get to that in a wee bit. All of the entertainment buildings are around, including the Hippodrome. The Hippodrome. I have some thoughts about how to use you. I'm not saying they're good thoughts, they're just thoughts. Since the area is so narrow, it might end up with a lot of connected areas, including a chariot racer that goes all the way across the map, but we'll see about that. Because I have not figured out how we're making this city yet. We'll do that as we go. Looks like we have all of the governance buildings, including forums, thank God. But notably we have access to statues, so desirability shouldn't be too grim. It's just that statues are quite expensive at 150 a pop. There is no plaza. Very rarely am I afforded plaza. We get gardens, but very few maps don't give me gardens. In fact, there was one map that didn't give me gardens, and to be fair, I got obliterated by that map. Military, we do have the military academy. We're not quite in the 5th century, so our troops don't quite fight like complete garbage. And that is good. And since we have access to weapons, local weapons at that, so we have iron mines, it should not be too difficult to make 4 or even 6 forts of legionnaires. Because as mighty as the Huns are... is it Huns or Goths? What was mentioned here? Yeah, the Huns are coming. The Huns and the Goths, I think, are actually the same... or near enough the same enemy in this game. It's a little terrifying, but they do die to legionnaires, provided legionnaires can be where you need them to be. Speaking of which, where are we going to be attacked? Oh wait, no, we haven't covered everything that's produced. What about raw materials? Easier place to see that is here. This is everything we have locally available. Notably, there's no wheat. Wheat would be a godsend on this map, and we don't get it. Fruit has the slight benefit of being a desirable building to build, fruit farms, same with olive farms, but that's nowhere near offsetting the fact that it produces half as much food. We can make our own meat, that's 2 food types right there. We produce our own olives and our own furniture and our own weapons, but of course, the most important thing, local pottery, and for this particular map, importantly, local marble, are both off the cards. We'll have to trade for those. The trading situation is pathetic. Here we are over at, wait, Miletus? Yes, Miletus. I often mix that up with Massilia. Yes, Southern Anatolia, Miletus with only 2 trading partners. Athens, who'll buy a meager amount of meat and a meager amount of oil. And Corinthus, who will buy a meager amount of weapons. They are our way towards getting pottery, though. But I actually think that Athens is more important because without marble, the gods will curse us constantly, which is pretty bad. The Huns in Asia Minor, well, like we said, it's the period of invasion. I mean, the same thing can be said. This is not 150 AD, BC rather, Roman borders. It's not, right? No. However, there are limitations for how you can design the city in the map maker tool, because there are 42 pre-positioned cities that you can choose from, and you usually care about the trading setup. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked from the monumental difficulties that are in front of us here. We have only 4,500 starting denarii, and there is a lot that we want to get done almost immediately. We need to import about 1,000 denarii worth of marble to keep the gods happy. Opening up the trade route itself costs 600, plus of course the cost of the dock and people to run it and the warehouse for all the stuff. So we're looking gingerly at about 2,000 denarii just to set up trade, leaving us with not much else to feed our people, house our people, secure our people, build an army, and just generally get things flowing. So I reckon we're going to be starting out going into debt quite badly. So what do we have to worry about when it comes to security? When it comes to the Huns, I suppose it's possible they could attack from here, but no self-serving map maker would make an invasion point at the entry and exit points. And in fact, it's not possible to have an invasion point here at the entry point, because here's the entry point right here. I don't think it's actually possible to set an invasion point here in the map making thing, because there wouldn't be space to bring them in, and they wouldn't come up here either because that's raised land. So if we're going to discount this and this as invasion points, we know that this entire area is safe, which is normally the kind of thing that makes me go, well, that's very strange, because that means the invasion points, which is almost certainly here, here, and possibly here. That's very narrow, but it still could be an invasion point. In fact, what tells me it probably is the fact that very coincidentally, you can path from here all the way over to here. Same story here. Yeah, so the invaders can come in and get all the way up to here. There's also this very convenient raised land where I could set towers up. So normally I would think, why would you put an invasion point in a place that I don't have to build on? For example, I could have my people come in through here, get them fed from this arable land or from the fish, and just start building up a nice city. Well, it comes down to the naval trade route. It comes along here. The only place I can possibly put a dock is along this water bank, not these ones. So if I only set up here, I won't be able to trade. And I've done no trade cities before, but I haven't done no trade cities with no local marble and needing to trade for marble because we only have large temples. The gods would smite my city into oblivion if I did that. So I must get over to here, and therefore I must invite the Hun scum into my life. Very unpleasant, but nobody said this was going to be a pleasant time, did they? I don't think they did. Certainly hope they didn't. Right, so I need to answer quite a few questions. Wouldn't invasions also block all immigration? Yes, but if you just let them sit there for a while, they tend to lose a lot of their morale, and then you just go and tickle them to death and they run away. Or you can invite them right the way over here and then shove javelins or use towers to kill them. There are many ways to cheese invasions that go on a detached part of the map. It's not so much an incentive, you know. I'm incentivized to breathe every day because I need air to live. How about that? Quite an incentive, right? This map is much the same. So, whilst I don't like the idea of building here early, I am more or less forced to build here early. It's not that close to the entry point. It's not that far away either, but it still does mean it's going to take a few months for the original visitors to arrive and get over here. It is possible... Excuse me. It is possible to set up some early easy access slum areas here so that people could migrate into the map and immediately fill up some tents on this elevated land, but I don't really see what I'm achieving in doing that. No, not at all. The very small amount of money has me extremely hesitant. How does one even start on this map? The timer is going to tick down on the betting before I even build anything. I can already feel it. Prosperity ratings and a local wine situation. There's only one bit of wine that we can access, and that is wine import from Athens. We cannot produce our own wine. We do, however, have 3 types of food: wheat, meat, and fruit. So that means we can have grand villas. I like grand villas a lot. Much better than large villas, so I don't have any complaints on the prosperity, but even so, 95 is probably going to necessitate grand insulae. But that is a long way away. We need to think about how we even start this map. And a lot of it comes down to this humble native meeting hut. It's very, very awkwardly placed. It's quite a long way away. You know, it's a very expensive, low bridge to get over to it, but I think it's of vital importance. We could also bridge over here, right? Yeah. Is that the only bridge opportunity there? It does appear to be. Right, so it requires a couple of bridges. That's a little annoying because my opportunities for docks are very few. There's there. That won't work. That is too blocked by this little bit of land here, which I'm sure the mapmaker put on purpose. That's not big enough or fat enough for a dock. This would work for a dock. So we have a grand total of 2 dock possibilities. This dock terrifies me because of the closeness to the invasion point. I'm not thrilled at that. It's a Palmar map. No, it's not Palmar. This is Agnostic's map. So I don't need to anticipate earthquakes. We have been told that this is solid ground, so I'm going to take that to mean no earthquakes. Yes, so if I build in this region, which it is inviting to build in, then I risk the Huns coming in and demolishing everything. So I would have to have the things here with it in mind that I'd be deleting them every now and then. Not an inviting prospect. Not very inviting at all. But perhaps necessary. At least we can bridge over here. So the interesting thing is that we have this native trading hut, and there is just barely enough space to shove a warehouse here and have the native trading hut be able to access the warehouse whilst also having the warehouse get access to goods that we produce. So my thought process here is that we need to build a small army, just a few javelins, to kill the sheep here and the sheep here so that I can build the warehouse here, placate this with a native educator guy, and then we mass produce one of the very few things we sell, which in this case would either be oil or weapons, and that's a difficult choice, right? Because weapons are considerably more attractive or lucrative than oil. That 40 denarii adds up because we can ship 36 units of this to the natives per year. Would I rather have 36 times 180 or 36 times 140? The cost of producing both of them are the same. Well, that's 36 times 40, 360, 720, and it's almost 1,500 extra denarii per year if I give them weapons instead of oil. Yeah, just arm the natives, it's that easy. But there's other considerations here. For one, if I want to give them weapons, I need to mine out iron. And the mapmaker here is a clever sod who decided to use raised land instead of rocks. There's a big difference between a rock and some raised land. This is a rock, and this is raised land. See how different they look? Yeah, me neither. But bear with me here. I can mine out this area very happily. In fact, I can get a lot of iron mines here. That's very nice. But I can't, put iron mines here or against you or you. So the mining locations are few and far between. There's one over here. I have already scouted for mining locations, and you better believe I barely found any. I can get one over here, but again, it's quite close to the invasion point. So the problems are that the mining opportunities are either far away or very scattered. Then you get one, maybe two over here. Could have sworn there was space for another one over here. Well, there's a lot of trees in the way, but so ultimately I think I would do my mining over here with a view to removing them when the Huns arrive and then rebuilding them when they come back. That's not too disruptive because I can have my army somewhere around here. Or the alternative is we don't pursue that, we just make enough local weapons to feed our army whilst we create olives here, mulch it into oil, and then sell oil to the natives. And I'm not entirely sure which one I prefer. Not sure at all, really. Have a token no bet against my better judgment of betting against Jake on Caesar 3. You fail one time and then suddenly everybody thinks that they're going to make quids in on the loss. Well, I always play to win with Caesar, but this is not an easy map. Far from it. It's very delicate with such low starting funds and so much to do at the very start. Very difficult to suss out how to start. But I think it is of vital importance that we deal with the natives. So I'm going to need a bridge over here. Just place this down ahead of time. Should I put a... what kind of bridge is it called? A fishing bridge. A ship bridge, rather. It's considerably more expensive, but it means any possible wharves or shipyards or things that I put down here won't have to go all the way around to get to this miserly fishing point here. It may be miserly, but it's very close to some high production areas here. That is yum, yum, and yummer. That is so much better than fruit farms. I just don't know how many people it'll feed. I can get another one over here. God, I wish I had the fishing mathematics available. But I think there's something to be said for producing my food here which means I don't really care if this is bridged or not, or rather low or high bridged. Of course, it goes right in the center, so I can't even put a wharf on either side. The map maker here really knew what they were doing, huh? Screwing me over at every opportunity. So devoid of fish here, though. This is the only fishing spot. It's not a bad fishing spot, but it's aggravatingly positioned. Okay, I think this is going to be how I feed my people rather than with fruit farms. This fish will pay off so much better than fruit. Fruit is agonizingly slow, which means I could put the granary around here and then have everything come through. But I think I want to avoid doing iron mining. At least around here. I'll do a token amount of iron mining for my armies. And maybe enough to cover exports for the other trade route. I would be a much happier individual if I knew that I could get some more iron mining done here. I can get one iron mine here. Good, very good. So we iron mine here. We iron mine here. That's 2 iron mines. That's enough to produce 8. Oh Christ, what's the numbers again? Jake has managed to forget the production numbers, but it's a little less than 9 per mine per year. So 2 of these would fulfill my exports, but it wouldn't fulfill all of my army needs. So I need to find another iron mine, just to make sure it's all coming together. I can mine this out hilariously, but that would work against me ultimately. There was another iron mine space here, right? Yes, there is. You there. That's the 3rd iron mine, and I think that will be plenty for our needs. Although, I don't know, I mean, this is pretty bloody tempting. If only you could make the natives fight the invaders, if only. Need to recruit the invaders for my nefarious needs. And there's no opportunity to get another mine over here. No, far from it. The map maker is just a nasty piece of work. There are 2 iron mine locations over here. I don't like them, though, because this is probably an invasion point. 1 wouldn't be outrageous. I could put 1 over here. Can we get a road along this? Absolutely yes, but it would get blocked off by the other iron mine, so let's ignore that. We're going to get across here by a small little bridge. You. Again, a tree is in the way perfectly. Good, the map mode merger tool is working fine. So let's gingerly assume we're going to have 4 iron mines. The 4 iron mines will cover raising an army and the 15 exports I can do per year of weapons. And these guys are going to be drinking oil till the cows come home. How do they drink the oil? Also, could I subsidize my fish production here? That's not a terrible fish location, but it's pretty terrible for putting wharves down. Very little in the way of mighty wharving locations. That's getting in the way, isn't it? Yeah, one can wharf here, here, and here for additional food, which I may have to do, but I was kind of hoping that my armies could go here. Yeah, because I need my army to react to this very quickly. Gosh, there's not a lot of space for the army here, is there? Don't think I'm going to be needing wood anytime soon, so I'm not going to hesitate on cutting down trees. Perhaps it's a good idea to plan this. Oh, of course it doesn't plan the big square part, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know it's 4 large. And then what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Doop, 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 doop. Something like that seems pretty good. And I could put my 4 stacks of legionnaires there, and then I could have 2 stacks of javelins over here. Javelins are much faster, so the javelins could react to whatever. Yeah, I actually quite like that. So my 4 forts are going to go here, and that leaves me this area for the initial settlement. Dennis Will says, hey Jake, interesting map. Interesting doesn't cover even the slightest bit of it, but it is interesting. I'm going to need this space. Of course, there are these little Marocs to get in my way. You know, just when you think you're planning something nice, rock gets in the way, and then you roll your eyes and go, why? Jake doesn't like these little rocks, but they continue to exist. Not terribly much I can do about it. Very, very few opportunities for crossing the map here, and I want to make it as short across as possible, because otherwise I'm paying more for a bridge. Nobody likes to pay more for a bridge. This could be a little awkward as a crossing point, so I guess I pay the slight extra to cover this 2,000 one. Do I ever care that it is a certain type of bridge? Because there's a fishing point here. Why? I have no idea. It just seems like the worst positioned fishing opportunity ever. I'm not even sure the boats could reasonably reach that. Well, I don't want to pay anything extra. It's 60 denarii per square extra for a high ship bridge. There we go. So I've already chewed through tons of denarii, just building a couple of bridges and deleting some trees. Now I need to think how exactly we make our settlement. Can't build these quite yet, but we're going to have to build them quickly. As I said, I want to feed these people on fish. A slightly nice thing is that I can build a shipyard over here, and I don't particularly care that the shipyard boat has to go all the way around to get to the wharves. That's not a big deal. But you will likely have to go there. And I am going to want my wharves here, 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 and here to feed my people. And let's keep in mind that I'm going to want my dock over here. Some people said they don't like the planning tool. They feel like it takes away from Caesar 3. I can see their opinion, I just don't share it. I'm very happy to have this. Okay, gotta keep in mind there's arable land over here as well. And the nice thing about the forts being positioned like this is that they have a range of 6 in terms of negative desirability. But that only applies to this part of the fort, not the open field. So if it's only going out by 6, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, all of this is covered by the fields, so it doesn't matter. So their negative effect is only on these 2 tiles, or this 2 width of tile. So as long as my housing is over here, it's not a big deal. And even then, if only one part of the housing is covered by that, it doesn't matter. And yet you continue to play with these cheeky rocks. Oh, they are interesting, though. Interesting maps, just freaking... Why all these little one-tile rocks? I'm going to want how many olive farms anyway? So you're going to buy 15 of these, and you're going to buy 36 of them. That's quite a lot. That's really rather a lot. That's like 51. That means I'm going to want about 6 farms. 6 farms is a ton of farms. It's not even any fruit. Although it does open up possibilities for augmenting the fish with some fruit production down the line to bring these up to Grand Insulae. We should not dismiss this idea. I'm still contemplating the difference between doing a ship bridge and a not ship bridge here. I said I don't mind having a low bridge. Not minding isn't the same as thinking that it's not any better. But I just don't think it's worth that cost. So we're going to need this one way or another. Let's just not build it now, though. So, how is this all going to fit in? I'm going to get rid of every bleeding tree that's in my way so I have maximum everything to consider. And I'm also going to Billy Bagsy save these iron mine locations. Because I don't want to accidentally crowd them in and then not be able to use them later. Also want to check if any of this is actually mineable. Of course it is not. And keep in mind that and... Ooh, I was talking about this, but then I've gone and said that I'm going to use this for my army, so... Is there another way over to you? Any bridging possibility, for example? There is this, but of course that's still blocked off by you. No, so we are limiting ourselves to only 3 iron mines. The army might get mad about that, as in the army might drink up all of my delicious weapons before I can sell them, but hopefully the oil money is good enough. Some people complain about the planning mod. Interesting. Is it because they feel like it takes away from the organic building flow? Quite possibly. But, I like having it. You know, if you had a good memory, you could just remember, oh yeah, iron mine place here, but I don't have a good memory, so consider it as a literal crutch for me. Right. Still not out of the question to use this as fishing areas, but let's throw that idea away for now, because that is very, very poor efficient fish, and this is relatively high efficient fish. So one way or another, this will fish over here, bring the food over, and I need something of a housing block here, but as I mentioned before, that housing block needs to sustain about 6 olive farms. That's a lot of farming of olives. I don't want to block this off entirely for troops to get through. But also, if I don't, then... Ah, hell, they've got another stairway over here. They'll be fine. I have an overwhelming need for olives. Somewhat unfortunately, I can't get it as dense as I would like. I mean, I could build that here, but then we end up with weird dead ends. I'd be okay with that if this were not a northern map. Sorry, I'd be okay with this if it were a northern map. Then there'd be no fire risk, but as it stands, there is. There's our 6 olive farms. Is 6 okay, though? And I have actually forgotten my Caesar 3 numbers. Bear with me whilst I go and grab my production numbers here, because I've forgotten it all. PC games, Caesar 3, resources folder. Resources folder, he says and can't find. There we go. And production. May as well share this with you so you can see what I'm seeing. It's just a screen grab from a thread from many years ago that covered all the numbers, which I recently found some are wrong. That was concerning. Well, I said I'd share it, now I'm failing to share it. Come on. There you go. I'm just looking at this right now. All other farms, clay pits, timber yards, and iron mines produce 0.8 cartloads per month. Yeah, so that's 9.6 per year. So that's 0.8 times 12. 9.6, huh? Oh, good to know. And if it's 9.6, then having 6 of them will do plenty for trading. Probably overkill, but that's fine. These will grow, however, they also need to get processed somewhere. So, do I think they can get down to here without being inefficient? Possibly. So I could actually have these grow here and get brought down to here and then processed here and then brought over to there. I don't think that's necessary though, because the processing buildings can go quite a long way. So I ultimately think that my oil processing can be done around here and then brought down to you. So I think we can actually have most of our people situated down here, which is fine by me. This is a dead end. Jake does not like dead ends. I guess it's not the end of the world. Just thinking in my head how to set this out. It's very unorthodox the way that we're building here because of the shape, especially the narrowness of this map. We can keep these bits of wood, you know, just in case. Never know when I need to use it for wood cutting, for example. And to be clear, there is no iron mining that can be done here. It would almost be iron mine, okay, except for the little rocks added here. Not even rocks, but raised land from the map maker. Alright. And bearing in mind that the low bridge is gonna be here. And we're not doing fruit farming. At least not yet. We will keep that as an open opportunity later. What if, as a dead end, it kind of came off like so into a nice loop here? I know it's going to be like this, but it's also worth keeping in mind that I need to access to this iron mine as well, as and when it's ready to produce for me. Okay, Also worth keeping in mind that there needs to be a fairly easy to access granary over here. But the market ladies, even though it's fish, and the market ladies aren't great at transporting fish, they should be able to manage that for us. Dum 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 dum. Alright, well, sometimes you just gotta start building. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Gonna be enough? How are we gonna be for desirability? I'm gonna need large temples, which I'm probably gonna shove in the middle of all of this. Okay. I guess I'm okay with that. Think for a moment, Jake. Think for just a moment. Fine, we'll do it this way. I like to keep it nice and simple wherever possible. Of course, it's not always possible. This is going to need to join in there. Is there an ideal way that it joins in? That's fairly ideal, actually. And then it is going to have to branch off here. No ifs, buts, or coconuts about it. In fact, it's also going to have to branch off here. That's unpleasant in a lot of ways. Does it need to branch off there? What if it branched off over here? Because then these can grow, bring it to the oil barons over here. That seems okay enough. Yeah, I think I could be okay with that, especially if... I'm even getting some ideas about doing this. It's not great, but let's be honest, these people do not need a lot of services. Because they're going to just be hovels for a long time. Probably. Just antagonized endlessly by the... Ooh, hold the phone there. What we could do with you is actually bring you in a bit. Then I don't need it to be... does that mean I can bring you down a bit? Yes, it does. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then what about this? I'm gonna need another bit of road that comes down and plays around with you. Yeah, I'll take care of you. Of course, there's a bit of tree getting in the way, as there often is. No. Connecting up with these is bad news. Another thought is this doesn't need to connect up to all of this now, does it? But in the end, there is going to be something that comes out along to here. Because I need to hit up this, this shipyard in order to make my boats. And this needs to make my oil for me as well. It's all very frustrating. Normally I wouldn't spend so much time agonizing over this, but because I have so little starting money... Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, as expected, we were raised massively in our rank. I am going to pay myself very, very little for now to spare as much money as possible. And I will bring my salary up a bit later on when there's more money to go around. Yeah, because I need to be able to get down to this iron mine. Not that we're building it immediately, but we'll consider that more of that. Yeah, we will consider more on that when we have more people in this bleeding city. Just trying to think how it all comes together. Because the more branches off of this path I make, the less stable the loop becomes. But there's no escaping that. It's just a universal truth, so this is just ultimately going to be very unstable. Well, too bad. But I still need you to hit up here, one way or another. Bothers me a bit. Like, I want to do oil processing down here. I know that sounds like I'm talking about Factorio. So ultimately, I would want something like, but not necessarily. Actually, that looks pretty good from the get-go. Looks really quite good from the get-go. Because I could even stack more of them. Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means I need a staggering 12 of these, so 3 times as much as I've already built. But that means when it starts coming along to you, we could have rather a lot of these. So I'm not saying this is how I'm building, I'm just trying to think how they go together. Why does it say they cost 200? And ultimately, I really rather like that a bit. But it is going to have to come and meet you at some point, like so. Like so, but not necessarily exactly so. Something like that. And then how this road goes along here is a matter for the courts. No, those are unexplained fires. Since we can have them too wide, and I do care a lot about labor access, I could bring it up like so. But I think labor access won't be a problem. Nah, don't consider labor access problems. But we do need to get in here. Maybe I could even do something like this. Is that going to be a labor access related problem? I think not. Okay. That seems fine, strangely enough. Yeah, I can work with this. Gives me a couple more spaces here for building on, which was the important part of dragging this part out. Because I got a 2x2 here and a 2x2 here. A little space for engineer and prefect and whatnot. Okay, that was maybe a little agonizing and laborious, but this is not a typical loop for anything, really. Alright, very good. What about these guys? I think I'll start building up the wharves and things once I have the shipyard operational. And before all that, we're going to need people in here. But before all that, I should also consider how this is going to come together. Just getting rid of all of this for now. Slam back in our planned wharves. And the money continues to dwindle. It's a painful situation. But the market lady shouldn't have too far to go for this food. What's important is that the fishermen don't have too far to go to deliver their food either. There would almost be a near perfect granary position if it weren't for that bleeding rock right there. But as it happens, that rock is right there. So if you were to be there, we would have something like, but not necessarily that, and then that, and then that. Bearing in mind that you also are going to need road access. All of this is going to be problematic for labor, so we're going to put in 1, maybe 2 horrible little labor tents, which are going to be massively unattractive, but that's okay. They just exist there for labor access, and the prefects can pound them into submission if they ever think about rising up. They don't necessarily have to be tents, which is a slightly interesting thought process. What I could actually do is place them here. Then they wouldn't be affected by the negative miasma of the wharves. Would that work here as well? Yeah, it would. This would be a really good place for them. Then that would certainly feed everybody labor. And I could bring them up to whatever I want, really. Okay, that's a great idea. I'm glad I had it. Well, let's start by putting you in there for now. Just looking at that denarii dwindling down. Okay, let's think a little bit for the future. So housing obviously is going to be around here. They're going to need a bunch of other things. Oh my god, the dock. The dock is over there. The dock will also need access, and I need that dock more or less immediately because I need to import marbles. For I have already lost mine. That means that I will need additional labor access over here. Hey, would you look at that? Nice little labor access area right there. Bit of a shame, though. I mean, do you think the labor walker could get over here? No, I should have a really crappy bit of labor access here. Okay, then. Okay, then. And then I actually want the warehouse to be a bit further away. I might even put the warehouse here. That's a long way to go to deliver marbles. But it's better that I keep my marbles safe rather than just keep them right here for the Huns to come and destroy immediately. Or there could be unannounced attacks that immediately come and then the boys in blue burn me down. That's all the more reason I want my army here ready to deal with it and nothing valuable over here. So yes, I reckon we're going to be having a warehouse around here. Yeah, the marbles go there. You getting the weapons and such will be a bit more of a tragic story, but maybe I can get them here safely enough. This, I imagine, is where the battleground will be. Alright, okay. I have enough planned out now that I can actually just start building, I imagine. Yeah, well, my imagination is powerful. How do we go about this? I've already built these two, so the early laborers will probably go there. But I think we just fill this up with people. Now, the gods could easily smite me. I don't think Mars hurt you too hard early. Venus is the bad one, of course. Mercury is actually really bad because he could burn down the warehouse that contains the marble that I get in order to placate the gods. But only if I have a warehouse or a granary. So I think we just build it, we immediately get in the marble. We just go ham. I don't care about debt, just go for it, I think is the answer. Because the sooner I get all of my goods flowing, the sooner we start making actual money. The problem is, I also need an army to deal with this, so a follow-up question is, where does the army go? Hopefully far enough away from settlement not to perturb them. Yeah, somewhere like there actually isn't too bad, I suppose. I don't actually like my options much. This is actually a decent place for two... What's this? Trees and woodland. This is actually a decent place for two warehouses. So I could get two getting warehouses for export goods here that go into this dock. God, there's so much to consider on this map. I'm paralyzed. I've been at here for over an hour and I'm still paralyzed with nobody in the city. Okay, I guess we just start building up our happy little houses. Interestingly enough, I can get a merger over here. I don't see that as a bad thing, so we'll have it. I'm going to be building more or less exclusively not merged yet houses to maximize the amount of people that can come in, because as we've seen, that's a little bit of a concern. What a weird way to do that. Oh well, it's my weird way to do it. I might leave this as a 3 for a large temple. We know we're going to need them anyway. And the things work out pretty well for a couple of, well, triple 2x2s over here. Might even have this as a temple area as well. Nice large temple. Everyone loves living next to large temples. This is amazing for merger spots here. It's just merger all the way down. And to make matters even more surprising, actually made it such that we can get them all. This iron mine is unattractive. Might bring down the desirability of the neighborhood, but olive places are attractive, and so will the large temple here be. This will be industrial zone, pretty messy, pretty unpleasant to live near, pretty not my problem for now. Where does the water come from, and why do I keep forgetting about water? Like, every time I've been planning my city recently, I've been completely forgetting that people need to drink water. And I don't know how I keep forgetting. played this game 2 million different times and I still forget. This place that I've put a farm down in seems pretty perfect for water, which is annoying because the aforementioned putting a farm down here thing. But would you look at that, we could place another farm somewhere around here and not worry too much. So don't worry about that farm. It can be replaced. You won't be a farm then. You'll be water. Yeah, I think I need to start planning water from the get-go because I keep making this mistake. Don't know how, though. Anyway, get back to planning where our people will live. Let my people grow. I guess that's space for 2x2 there. This... Yeah, it could be a 2x2 or it could be something else here. Maybe I shouldn't even care that much about mergers. The thought does occur that these people are only going to be eating food, and when it comes to whether you want mergers or not, you don't really care that much if they are not using pottery. Pottery is the big bad. Because from pottery onwards, they consume more than they deserve, that's for sure. What about this, though? Keeping thoughts about desirability in mind, especially since we can't have small temples. Well, I've already put down all this stuff, so it would be a waste to not have it, but he is keeping it in mind. Alright. And then there's this area again, it's close to industrial zone, but I still need people living here, one way or the other. It's quite tempting to put a house here, just ensures that labor access works, even if somebody like walks up here and gets lost or whatever. So I am very keen on having housing there. Otherwise, a lot of this is a bit bumpy. Oh, this is a very, very convenient merger spot. I like that. I like that a lot. This is inconvenient. This... Maybe I shouldn't build you here. This area is very awkward. Might be space for another temple. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of large temples. There's also space over here for whatever. It's arable land, but as it stands, this could be used for pretty much anything. I'm going to make a save here. This is not Red Wedding Eternal. I do not want to overwrite that save. This is, and I keep forgetting the spelling of this, Galateum Stream 01. There we go. That was an agonizing start, but hopefully this is enough to get us going. And hey, I didn't spend all of my money yet. There's plenty more to be built, and that will certainly spend my money for me, but for now I need these people in my city.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Oh, plenty of places for you to live. Come. Whilst you are coming, I will be setting prefects to priority level 1, and once we have people in here, I will be building some prefects. Because the worst thing to happen here is for everything to burn down, and that includes burning down from lack of hospital coverage. Of course, the gods are also going to want to come and burn things down, but be that as it may. Taxes are zeroed, but I'm not paying above Rome. There's no real reason to currently. What is the advantage of building non-merging houses? People go to one possible place that they can live in. So one single 1x1 vacant slot is one place that people can go to. So I build them like this, so that I have 1, 2, 3 places for them to go to. If I built 4, then somebody could get to this point first, it instantly merges, and then it becomes one single place for people to move to. And the people that were going to these other places will just disappear, they'll despawn, and then you'll only get people coming in one at a time. This way you just ensure that people come in faster into your city. Like, I need people living here on the double. I just want this train of people to be able to employ in my various industries as fast as possible. So the reason I arrange my houses like this, rather than just going bleh is to ensure that we get as many people in as fast as possible. Also, empty housing is surprisingly expensive. Look at that, that's 800 denarii worth of empty blocks, empty housing spots just with that. Or to make it more realistic, if I were filling this up, even the empty spaces here cost 650. Given the current denarii situation, I cannot be wasting that. Empty housing costs 50% more in Pharaoh. Alpha is always keen to point out how Pharaoh is so much more difficult. Now with this, I could wait for the others to come in, but now I do just want to merge. I don't want these guys burning down on me. I need to consider how and where the prefects go and move about from and such. We're going to need you, and we're going to need you. Well, we already do need you. Don't be dying on me. I suspect you'll be coming down here and dealing with this, so I shouldn't need you there as well, but never ever trust your tents not to explode into flames, so extra prefects. Extra prefects. Yeah, trust issues. And I even want more than this. There you go. That should do for now. Should do. It might not do. It's a scary thought. Our engineer, whose name is Barracks, finding appropriate places to squeeze him in. You could do a bit of squeezing over there. Hard to imagine that you're not going to hit this up appropriately, but just in case you don't, there we go. Now we're already short on people. And once they start moving in, then I'm quite keen to get them merging. You know, once we see 3 of them with their people living there, then I like to go for the merge. Because one of the problems of having all these tents is that tents love to explode. Oh, they live for it. And fire grows randomly. Fire risk, that is. Look at these guys, no fire risk at all. This one, boom, already a bit of fire risk. So I just want to mitigate that as much as possible. Do I care more about producing food or about producing industry? Well, it doesn't matter. We don't have the people for it, but industry, I think, is more important currently. These people will get their food, and they will get their food rather rapidly. I am quite a generous governor in that respect. I don't like my people living in disgusting slums. I know it often looks like quite the opposite when I'm playing. I think it's more efficient not to force these people to merge, but again, I just don't trust them not to burst into flames, so... Alright, we have unemployment, plenty of it. So I will begin farming my olives. Yeah, just get all of them done. Then go to my planning tool and just delete all the unplanned ones. Although, whoops, I accidentally destroyed my planned iron mine. There we go. You guys get in there, you get your labor access, and everybody's happy. I'm going to keep a lazy eye on that fire risk. I mean, look at that. Some fire risk already. And the prefects are not going over to it. How unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That's how unfortunate. Get all these people together. Especially you. You're more than a little awkward there. I rather like it when it starts looking all nice and merged. Yeesh, I don't like the way the prefects are not walking around here. Can I squeeze in another one some way, somehow? This is actually a nice place for a prefect right here. Doesn't get in the way of any, well, anything. I just need you to walk along here. It's not a huge task, laddie, but please do it. And yeah, it does slow down a bit of the immigrants because now there are fewer places for them to go to.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
Well, that's good news because now I want to start producing oil. Slight problem. Tiny one. How do I get it over here? I need these eliminated first. I actually think I need to begin building my javelineers already, and I don't want my javelins up here, I want them down here. Because I need to clear the way for this. Yeah. Alternatively, I could begin selling what I have out to the docks. I think that makes a good amount of sense, actually. Let's have our proper warehouse here. Have it accept oil for now. And then we'll sell the oil by sea whilst we build up everything we need to go and sell it to the natives. But yes, our intention is to oil those natives up. And I think it wouldn't be too impudent to also begin producing weapons. We sure that wouldn't be too impudent? I'm just pondering how quickly I would want that as opposed to feeding my people. The thing is, I want both. Truth be told, I do want to feed my people, so I am going to build the shipyard and the granary. And the granary will accept meat. Now get in here, you lazy Romans. I've got a lot of work for you people to do. Other problem is I really need that marble, and I need it now. So I'm just going to open the trade route, and we're going to say, yes, please give me marble, and you there, get me marble.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
Damn, they take the last custom name you put in, and my last name is Weekly One Shot 348. This is not the Weekly One Shot. Okay, we got a very generous bailout loan. Ooh, I need to put that to some pretty immediate use. Where does this barracks go? I have several ideas, none of them particularly good. Yeah, this seems okay. It just needs to go somewhere, that's the thing. I don't want it here, though. There's a lot of places I don't want it. I don't want it here because it gets in the way of a lot of possible industry spots if I do that. This doesn't get in the way of as many. Well, there you go, then. I'm aware there's no working dock, and I'm working on it, game. Yeah, many more employees are needed. I am worried about those gods. They are all very, very angry, and I am decidedly low on marble, which is to say I have no marble. I'm actually tempted to turn off the oil. I think I went a bit too heavy on the oil right now. My unemployment is struggling, although a lot of people are coming in. Not a huge deal. That's what I'll claim.
No sign of crime around here.
And no sign of fires either, which is good. Let's get you merged so you're less of a double-pronged fire risk for me. Beautiful, beautiful. All these people coming in. Now I even have unemployment again. If that's the case, then let's start mining out some iron with it, please. I'll get the weapons places soon enough. The boats are somewhat ready. So let's start fishing. Don't go that way. Oh, right, the boat doesn't, the bridge doesn't exist. They can sail over nice and quickly. That's good to know. Gods are unhappy. I know the gods are unhappy, but I need some marbles.
Trading here. I love a good deal.
They're very, very angry. Brutal. Alright, well, we got small tents galore at least. That's got to count for something. Do we begin the weapon production? I don't have a good reason not to. I suppose the lack of employees is a pretty good reason. The anger of my... Yeah, okay, so the gods are going to start cursing me, which is awful. I never did build my doctor, and I really should have. There's a space for you, that'll have to do. Oh, the food can start coming in at least. I'm a bit worried about fumigation. How bad is health? Poor. Okay, well, Venus is probably going to make it incredibly poor, so too bad. We need to get this oil immediately sold. There's no point or time for holding on to it. And believe it or not, the first god I need to placate is Mercury, so it doesn't burn down my warehouses. So there you go, Mercury. Do enjoy. The order of placation goes... Mercury, Venus, Mars... Oh god, Neptune's a big deal as well. They're all a big deal. I even have farms, so I need to placate Ceres. That is very, very, very expensive. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. I'm telling you it anyway. And they take up so much... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And the fun thing is, because of that, I don't get the guys to trade the marble with me. The setup is really brutal initially. So you killed all of my fishing boats and all of the trading boats, and now I can't trade for the marble that I need to keep the gods happy. Just nasty is what it is. Alright, well, better get that weapon stuff coming in. At least Neptune won't burn down my warehouse. As I mentioned, I do need some troops. Money is becoming, or continues to be, a big problem. There's a few reasons I don't like the idea of building this right here. It causes a very large cloud of undesirability in an area that I could conceivably water and grow houses in later on. I struggle to imagine why I would want this as Lebensraum for housing. But there's a lot of things I struggle to envision on this map right now because the start is claustrophobic as all hell. That is a future me problem. But I do need something resembling an army right now.
My governors think money grows on trees.
They don't need to be militarily trained just yet. But I do need something so I can kill these sheep. Venus casts a black cloud of despair over your people. And now how do they feel? They're annoyed with me. Well, isn't that nice? I'll pay you a little bit more now. Stop being annoyed. I can't even sell this stuff. That's not true. Although it's a bit of a trek for him, I can do this, this, and this. And then he will come and buy my my goods. Oh, some of the sheep want to come along as well. Yeah, there we go. He's happy enough.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
And since Mercury rather is the only not unhappy god, he won't burn down my warehouse. Ceres breaks everything. That Neptune curse was so bad. And of course we can't really make any money right now until the boats come back.
Wait to do some trading.
And it's still going to cost me money because I need to buy in some marbles. Whereas all you buy are my... Yeah, I put too many olive farms down. It's actually hurting me a bit right now. There's still room for more people in my tents, but not a lot of room. Yeah, I have more than double the output of stuff here than I need. Do I dare open this as well? Not really, it's a bit of a pain. Then this is also a bit of a waste. Well, whatever. What I could also do is start watering my people. Could also tell Caesar to suck a fat one and kill his units when he arrives to defeat me for my poor fiscal management. Oh, that's a really nice watering location. Look at how many houses it waters. Somewhere in the region of all of them. That's a little annoying. Watering you is almost out of the question unless I position this very poorly. Could be done though, especially since this is a merger point for housing. I could put a house here, which would be a little unorthodox in design, but possible. Still thinking about it, mind you. Just you're in the perfectly wrong place for all of my water to reach you, of course. Yeah, some days you just have to accept your own folly. Oh, you're in a similar position, aren't you? Well, all these lovely 2x2 spots I've made aren't going to be useful if I keep doing this. Got a similar situation with you, don't we? Could build another one of these over here, but they're not free. What does this offer me? Nothing terribly useful. Water over here would be another bizarre but possible way to water you, because I could put a fountain there. Yeah, let's sit on that idea for a little bit of time. For now, we'll accept the limitations. But I want more space here for people to live so that I can get more people in and working for now.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I'm very worried that Neptune's going to kill the boats again. So I guess Neptune needs to be number 2. Because, yeah, stuff comes along a little bit too slowly. I wonder if I paid for some of that marble and then when Neptune killed them, I just lost the marble and the money. There we go. Neptune placated for now. Please kill the enemies of Rome. Now, who's very important? That's a tough one. Ceres not too bad right now, but Mars, I really don't want him screwing everything up. I guess you're going to go here then. That blocks off a lovely 4x4 for more industry. And you're a nice, desirable building to have. I'm going to be in debt for quite some time at this rate. Oh, thanks, Neptune. This is what I get for building a temple to you. Okay, worry less, profit more. What we're going to do is get rid of you. I'm going to have a warehouse here once the final... The bitter anger of Mars curses the fort and all that fight there. They're cursed by Mars and probably about to run away. Be that as it may. I'm going to build a warehouse here. This warehouse will have access out this way. Labor. Let's worry about that momentarily. I guess the moment is now. I guess I need something like you here. So that you can keep these people happy. And I do need a road. It leads over here. And once you placate these guys, guess we just have a little bit of crappy tent labor access for this warehouse. Hopefully not too crappy that it falls down. And then you are the home of the oil and the... Well, no, just one of them, right? You're the home of the oil. And you're the closest position for the oil, so as the crow flies. So the oil will be delivered here, and then you'll buy the oil. Great. That means you get oil. And we need to start really, really cramming out that oil like nobody's business. Alright, I think I have an idea here. I'm on a limited timer though. Money is finite, and the enemies of Rome are not approaching. Well, that's a good sign. Goodness, what a horrible start. Oh, and there goes all the food. However, not the food that we have stocked. We actually do have food in store right now. So what I can and will do is begin distributing that food. 2 marketplaces should suffice, although they have quite a long way to go, so one could easily say 3. And I will say 3. And then that will give them food. They obviously have religion. They're going to need nothing more than that, actually, except maybe some desirability. We'll cross that bridge. There's a lot of bridges to cross on this run for some reason. I can water the remaining misanthropes with this, but I don't want to place it just yet. What a grim start. The army refuses all orders now. I'll be that as it may. I still need that marble to keep Ceres and Venus off my back. Venus destroys city mood, so periodically it just dies down. She harms health levels as well. 1,000 people already? Doesn't feel like it, does it? Oh, I need people here. Oh no, please, Venus. Cease and desist. Don't worry about this emigration. This is just because of Venus being a pain in my rear end. They will come crawling back. They all do. I'm going to need these people taxed, believe it or not. And you are free to not believe it, but they do need to pay their taxation. 2 of these should suffice, as long as they're well enough placed. Hopefully they do the rounds. Because, yeah, I'm going to be squeezing these people for all they're worth. And they're worthless. Give these people some really, really crappy water for now. But only for now. Oh. So another thing Venus does is she murders your health. And despite having almost everybody covered by clinicians, you've just gone and forced a fumigation here. She'll target your worst housing for that. Oh god, she actually... Oh god. I blocked this off. Whoops. That was not the intention. Whoops. How far do you walk anyway? That's good enough. That's plenty good enough. That's not good. Caesar's not very happy. You might have not noticed, but that was him screeching at me. So people are unhappy, even though I need to tax them. Caesar's unhappy. I'm broke. These are dead. There's a lot of bad things happening here. And without the labor access, I won't be able to give these people what they need. Also, if I don't have space for marble, I'm not going to get the final bits of marble that I need. I'm going to set you up as a dedicated marble force, I think. And we're going to stop with that nonsense. And I need to open up the other trade route and start selling my weapons as well. Oh my gosh, the money is disappearing fast. At least Neptune won't kill my boats anymore. God, all the gods are really bad with their curses in this one. need the warehouse here working, or else it's not going to get the employees to accept the oil to get it shipped out for vast sums of money. These remain important areas for housing. For labor access, of course. The nice thing that Pharaoh has that we don't have here is seeing who is actually registered for taxes. On a map mode, that is. God, I'm still buying marble. It hurts. It hurts a lot. The olives aren't producing because of Ceres' nasty curse. And I don't have an army, or I don't have much of an army to beat back Caesar with, if and when he comes and ruins my day, which he might. We should be prepared for Caesar doing Caesar things. Right, Venus needs to stop cursing me on the double. I put you here for desirabilities purposes. And then we're going to have one more, hopefully one more bit of marble. There it is. Unfortunately, we're going to get more than one, aren't we? Yeah, we're going to buy too much marble. But that should be the last of the marble we need for a good long time. So let's cease that import. Build our final temple to Ceres so she stops destroying my everything. Ah, here we go again. People are unhappy. But we can get Ceres now. Where does Ceres go? Here? We had housing here. I'd really like to get that housing back. Here? Gets in the way of industry, but what doesn't? Yeah, it's kind of a necessity, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? There isn't a thought to have you around here for desirability purposes, but then I'd need a dedicated engineer and prefect for you. Oh, hello, what's this? Space for you? Almost too convenient space for you. I'll take it though. Doesn't get in the way of anything. I'm very nearly completely out of money though. So please stop accepting marble. And just start buying all of my stuff. Which means you should actually probably be the weapon place. You stop taking weapons. Get the oil. Also, oh, good. Yes, great. Now, hopefully, the oil that gets produced gets thrown over to here. Although, you know, I need the oil to actually be produced, but I'll cross that bridge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, now I'm too broke. Oh no! Oh, no. The effects of Venus did not subside fast enough. Same with Ceres. So the oil is actually kind of punctured at this point. As are my numbers of people available. I'm going to temporarily disable olives whilst the blight continues to happen. I can't rebuild this missing housing. Caesar's almost definitely going to invade me. This actually wouldn't have been too bad if it weren't for the bloody gods. There's so many problems with the gods here. It's very tempting to tax these people, but they hate me. And also, as you can see, they're not all satisfied. I shouldn't even bother rebuilding that, really. These need to be rebuilt, though. I need the labor access. And did you get burned down? Of course you got burned down. Yeah, I actually have the spare unemployment here. I want these working the moment that the lamentable Ceres thing goes away. People are pleased with me. Okay, I need you to be very pleased, like paying me lots of tax, pleased. Wonder if I could reasonably do this. I can try. And give it a short college try. Some of you don't like the lack of desirability. I don't like my lack of money, and you know, we all have problems. Yeah, I don't like these tents. I don't like you! Why are you not going to the dock?
Can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
One has to wonder. I can stop this thing from existing, right? Yeah, kind of. This doesn't need to work anymore. We have all the ships we need for producing food. It's not great though. Why
I can't.
are you not? Oh, it doesn't work because of the labor access loss. Okay. Then I'm in a very bad situation, and I am going to somewhat desperately need a proper army. Let's spend all of Caesar's money. Now, I need to hope that I can dig my way out of debt here, and there's a lot of hoping. The gods are going to stop smiting me, which is a big plus. The gods? Yeah. I wasn't counting 5 temples there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I should, as long as I don't die to invasion. Oh god, the invasions are on their way. Wait, 3 different invasions? Or... oh no, enemies are closing. Well, that's pretty bad news. I need a military academy as well. There's a lot of things I need. I also need you to get weapons. I can't remember if weapons have to come from a warehouse or if they can come from a weapon workshop.
You will mock Caesar no more.
But I'm pretty sure it's a warehouse, meaning I shouldn't have put you here. I should have put you somewhere over here. That's going to slow down my production of legionaries. Oh well. I also need them to be academy trained, so I need a military academy. Just adding to the list of things I need. I mean, I should have a warehouse over here just to speed things up. Yes, what I can do is I can have you be the weapon warehouse and you be the getting weapon warehouse so that it's easier for you to get the goods from these folks. You're going to evolve. Good. And then I can get rid of you. And then... wait, what? That was unexpected. Merge, you idiots. You merged last time? Or was this not the position that I had you in before? Oh, that's a vacant lot? Something weird is happening here. Well, whatever. They'll merge eventually, I'm sure. People are probably very unhappy with my tax. Yeah, people are annoyed with me because I'm charging them taxes. To be fair, taxes are barely making me any money, but at least they're making me something. Okay, the olives are almost producing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I only have 5 of these. I was meant to have 6. Oh, that's right. The incident got in the way. I think it's very important to swiftly bring these back up, so I'm going to do that. It's also important to swiftly get enough of an army. Caesar's gonna run over me like, I don't know, something gets ran over. Military Academy... I guess I can just shove you down here. Yeah, just somewhere out of the way. Goodbye, even more money. Goodbye, even more money? Or would I rather have more Quakers? Would really rather have lots more Legionnaires at this point. Okay, goodbye money, and hopefully goodbye Caesar. But more importantly, we need to say goodbye to debt. There's no fertility mechanic. Thank goodness. No, there is not. Are those oils actually getting delivered down to here? It's quite important that they do. But the problem is that they're not flowing very fast because of the constant Ceres barragement that I had. I also think they're not working at full capacity because of the long journey it takes to go around here. So I should have put them more over here. But I didn't, and it's not worth moving them around currently. Bothers me that those guys aren't academy trained. Well, a lot of things bother me. If I could do something about it, I would. For now, I can't even build or delete anything due to super debt. It's like regular debt, but it's even better. The interest I'm paying is nothing either. I wonder if people wouldn't mind paying me, you know, just a smidgen of tax. Come on, be reasonable. Oh god, I'm still super paying them way too much money. Whoops. But I would still quite like to tax them. People idolize me as a god, right? Gods deserve to be paid. This is not producing the amount of food I was hoping for, but it's hard to judge just how much money it actually makes. Not money, food. You'd think it would be food for over 1,000 people, but we have more than 1,000 people, so I guess more fool me. Enemies are about to come and knock my teeth in. I wonder how large the attacks are. Also, Caesar is one of those many enemies that want to come and knock my teeth out. Decreasing wages and increasing taxes. No, I kept the pay 8 above Rome. I want you to pay me taxes, for God's sake. Yeah, some of these guys are struggling here, and if we go and look at food stocks... Food stocks are too low, sire. This is not enough food to feed all these people. The obvious solution is actually just to have a purge, get rid of some of them, because, well, we can't feed them all. Some I'm more keen of getting rid of than others, because some of them are very important for labor access, especially the ones around the southern corner bits here. Which makes me more keen to delete the ones that have all the food, which is obviously not what I want to do, so it's a little unfortunate. I'll get rid of these guys for now, though. Also drops unemployment, which makes people happier. These guys have almost no food, so I don't have a problem deleting them. They aren't in... yeah, hell, go away.
I've been thrown out of my home.
We are very slowly making some more money, though. Is the oil actually getting delivered down here? I really feel like it's not. I feel like it's getting sent over there. It is getting sent over there. That's bad news. I don't want you being the oil man. I want them to go here. Maybe some do and others don't. In that case, how about you just accept oil? And maybe some should go down here. I just don't see any oil-producing cart pushers going along this bridge. But I thought they calculated it as the crow flies. I was pretty sure they calculated it as the crow flies. This should be much further away from this. Guess I'm wrong then. Didn't want to be wrong today. Being wrong was not on the menu. Well, at least you'll still get oil. But yeah, that means that this guy spends way too long walking over and buying... Oh god, he goes as the crow flies. That's really bad. Speaking of very bad things, look who's here. It's Caesar with his army. Not necessarily Caesar, but one of his lackeys. People are extremely pleased and paying me minor amounts of money. And no, Caesar will not fight my enemies for me. My enemies which are apparently at the door. Yeah, this brilliant idea of mine isn't working the way I wanted it to. How could I make it work better? I could have this not accept the oil at all, but then the boat trader is going to take forever to get this. Alternative thought is to put a getting warehouse here for the oil. Oh well, forever it is. They're coming close. Don't worry about them just yet. There'll be plenty of time to worry very, very soon. Actually, the way they're coming in piecemeal might be a great idea to engage them immediately. My concern is that the enemy army is about to approach. And that's a very real concern to have. But, you know, one problem at a time. Javelin throwers. That's Aftish's finest. Don't engage just yet. Wait until the army's actually there, and then pull them in and destroy them. And while all this is going on, I'm going to spend even more of Caesar's money, because I need to produce units whilst my units are out fighting. This is great. Oh man, I've seen this in Stronghold before. Enemies just coming in piecemeal, getting annihilated. Yeah, they didn't stand a chance. Get out. My units need to get back, healed up, moraled up, and ready for the next attack, which will be Huns. Caesar will be a little bit impressed with me. Favor will climb to maybe 11. Unfortunately, whilst I remain in ultra debt, he will continue to send his attacks, and they will get larger and more scary. I could maybe beat back a second one if it doesn't coincide with a Hun attack. Maybe is doing some heavy lifting in that sentence. Feeding these people is proving harder than I thought. These fisheries just do not produce the food that I need. A part of me could try and convince myself that, you know, oh, it's taking time to stabilize, but I don't believe that for a second. I just have to accept some of them gotta go. I'm looking at anyone that barely has any food stocks left. Yeah, this worries me that it's still not enough food even for these people. But it's a modest enough number of tents that I can still tax them. People remain pleased with me. As long as I can take care of that unemployment a bit, which I'm failing to do so. I never built you, did I? And I wanted you / needed you. And hey, would you look at that? There's your space for weapon production. Oh well. This is what I needed. You defeated a bunch of incompetents that I sent to arrest you. You have some ability, and for that I set favor to 11. And if I can get out of debt this year, favor will go up to 10. This was the whole plan. Not the theft. That was obviously not the plan. The plan was to have this warehouse grab the oil, and then this guy rapidly, every month, buys loads of oil off of me. Yes, a landslide of oil. We oil up the natives. They pay me for the privilege. What they're paying me in, I dread to think. I mean, what exactly are they getting out of this? This is some kind of silver mountain. Silver Scallops Island formation. Well, whatever it is, it's making me dosh, and I rather like dosh. Now, the armies are actually looking quite good. Unfortunately, I didn't take any losses on my javelins. I need to fix that in the next fight so that I can actually continue to live and breathe. They're simply forging currency. You know how these barbarians are. Oh, right. There was always going to be a problem, wasn't there? I may see to Caesar's requests. I may not. A lot of it depends on if I'm out of debt this year, which I could be. Just keep buying my oil. Oh, that's good. Buy a little bit more oil and life is very good.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Yeah, selling this stuff takes forever, though. I'm very concerned at how many people are about to attack me. We were told to... Oh, great, I am out of debt. Well, there are many different kinds of debt. The price of clay just rose, along with Caesar's demand. Right. I will spend even more of Caesar's money. I will give 50 denarii to the city. And then send a gift to Caesar to the tune of some cheetahs and giraffes. And our goal is to now keep Caesar really rather happy. So to that effect, I want my procurator salary, which is still lower than my position of consul. So Caesar will be impressed and his favor will fall slower. But that's all meaningless if I... You coming here? Absolutely not. That's all meaningless if I die here. So let's try not to die here. I wonder if they're going to rush all the way into this position since it's the open ground. Jesus, they're fast. Oh, yes, speaking of fast... Wow. I shouldn't be surprised, but wow. Okay, good. They're killing some of my javelins, which was the intention. Alright, come get some, you ugly bastards. That's okay, that was just an engineer post. Okay. That was surprisingly tame. But yeah, it's very good news that they killed one of my javelineers, because then they can be replaced with, well, with someone that knows how to fight a little better. Hey, look, the shack actually... Well, it evolved from a tent into a shack. Maybe there will be enough food. No current food stock problems. Glorious. Come on, you idiot. Oh, right. I've given them well water. They're actually going to want real water. Yeah, that can water the shack. This can water that hovel. But, you know, putting one of them over here can also water them. Maybe I just don't care about it. Just leave them as a shack for now. Right. I'm not convinced that this situation is going to last for a long time. Wow. We certainly dug our way out of debt magnificently, though. I'm impressed with myself, big time. What do I need? I need to deal with the oncoming attacks. If they attack from here, then the army is able to just gank them, but this is a problem. This needs to be walled off and filled with towers. That's incredibly expensive. So, as is most of the world's situation, I'm in dire need of money. I can do that, though. I can have lots of money. We're building up the army. We're building up our money. And when I start taxing people again properly, you know, when they're not loving me. If they love me, they should be paying me taxes. I can swallow up unemployment with towers. The thing is, I don't have tons of unemployment. Is it time to expand? Not without any money, it's not. Oh god, it all comes back to bloody money. Wow, it's KevDev. I'm just here for the bi-monthly Vaska. 118 months. KevDev is one of the ancients around here. I really have to prioritize protecting myself from the Huns over here. I don't like deleting trees because it gives them more paths to go through and it's more that I have to wall up. But towers struggle to shoot over trees. Well, don't worry, so do I. We all have struggles. Just give them something to chew on. And then I'm going to want my towers up here. But yeah, I need money. I need like a year of solid money making off of these natives. But this is good. As long as this thing always has at least 3 jugs of oil in it. He comes along, he buys 3 jugs. He goes and slathers himself in oil and has a bit of oil wrestling going on in his wee hut. And then everybody is happy, especially me.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
The worst thing that could happen is the price of weapons or oil collapses. And as you can see, well, there are other bad things that could happen. Maybe let's not try and set some records for what could be worst. Alright, let's just have a lovely narrow playing field. And look at these guys. Oh, don't look at them. They're not military trained yet because we didn't... we didn't get them replaced yet. Because Illustra John's booze up is currently absorbing the auxiliaries. I think I will get the barons involved just in case things start falling apart. Okay, good. The legionnaires can arrive in due time. Before things get hairy. Maybe not a moment too soon before things get hairy. Wow, that timing though. Ooh, steady now. Good proof of concept. Later on this will be flanked with more towers and whatnot, but that was an excellent early defense. One of the biggest problems of the Huns is that they're so fast. You saw them, if you saw the weekly one-shot, you saw them cut my walls to ribbons. So having ballistae over here is a muckle high priority. But it's an expensive one. So Caesar has demands for pottery. I think I'm going to tell Caesar to suck a fat one, and I will not be meeting his requests. He's been very, very nasty to me for a long, long time. And I think today I get some very petty revenge on him. The map was not joking around when it mentioned to not dally in erecting defenses, so dally we shall not. There we go, that should aid attacks here immensely once they have labor and barrack access. Problem, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times 6 people needed. I don't even have 60 people. But I will soon. And this will keep unemployment at a very happy level for my people. Do-do. Do-do-do-do. And just for now's sake, hang on, is this a merge point? No, if I could be so lucky. Oh, wait, hold on. People can't get there. What am I even doing? How do they get labor access then? They can get it here. Sure hope the labor walker can walk all the way over here. If he can't, I'm in trouble. There we go. They just need a tickle of labor, nothing fancy. Now, question, what's more important, filling up my existing armies, or... Oh, hang on, I don't like that. There you go. They'll like it in due time. Ah, I suspect it's going to be an attack from here, so it gives me all 3 invasion points. But I do want to fill these up. Ah well, we won't move it just yet. As long as there aren't people living here, there won't be people to add to the labor pool anyway. People are extremely pleased with me. Good. And you know what? They're not making me no tax money either. Hovels pay taxes. And that is a good thing to keep in mind. Any tax isn't no taxes. I don't play Pharaoh, so I don't know how comparable this is to quick taxation in Pharaoh, but, you know, adding an extra 20% or so, okay, maybe not quite that much, on your earnings, I do think is worth the time, worth the effort. I wonder if it's worth making even more oil. Nah, because I'm going to sponge up the existing unemployed with this. Ah, pottery was never an option, was it? Well, that was extremely unexpected. Wait, it should have been, because I had an engineer post here and it got destroyed in the fight. Oof. Well, let's hope he springs to life. That is not going to survive. I'm just going to delete it and rebuild it. But this might be saved.
This area has some risk of crime.
Esses negócios estão prontos pra quebrar. Que bom que eu cheguei bem na hora, hein?
So whatever you say, Barracks. Whatever you say. Yeah, Caesar, I have forgotten your request. You will not be getting the request. Instead, you're going to have to make do with a chest of sapphires next month. We'll keep that in mind. At the end of every year, we give Toga Boy his demands. The end of every year. The army looks good enough. So despite there being all these weapons... Oh man, it bothers me greatly to get rid of all the weapons that I have stored in the barracks when I could be making more... Okay, I won't then. I won't reposition the barracks yet. I'll wait until I've produced all of these guys. Otherwise it's a big waste of otherwise useful weapons. Alright, I'm liking how things are going. I'm going to keep Stream 01 because if I ever do a restart, I don't like to save scum, but instead I'll do a restart from my initial planning phase. Just saves us like half an hour of agonizing drawing of lines and planning mode. City is looking surprisingly good though. People are pleased with me, there's no unemployment, they get paid well. The food situation has almost balanced out. There's nobody complaining about food stocks lacking, although it's difficult to draw a specific conclusion from that. I don't like the existence of these tents, but when do I ever? Okay. We beat back this final attack, and then we have a lot of breathing space. Caesar finally takes his massive amount of tribute there. And I forgot to send him his gift. Paul's just a moment too late, so I wasted 2 months of gifting possibility there, but we'll get it back. Do not sweat the lack of gifts for now. And plenty of time for sweating later. the heck is that? There, as I say, let's hope that the Huns waste their time chewing on those walls, and we shoot them to death during that time. But they're probably not going to come from there, they'll probably come in from here, at which case they will immediately be met with a solid wall of heavy infantry.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
It still bothers me that I'm not meeting these demands. I should find a better way to sort out my warehouses. I think what I should do is have a warehouse over here that gets the oil. So you accept the oil. That's probably faster than going to these guys, hopefully. And maybe another one even that... oh, this is eating up valuable fighting space, isn't it? Yes, very valuable fighting space. Even so, go and get some weapons. And then you are just kind of a waste of time. Yeah, the possible dock position here is miserable. But the native trading is keeping everything afloat here. Without the native trading, I would be up a creek, so to speak. Imagine living long enough to see Scotland in the World Cup. Well, as it happens, I met a man from Aberdeen just yesterday. And he did ask me, are you going to see the football? Which I assume meant Scotland is playing. I gave my usual answer of I don't really follow the football. And as usual, that never deters someone. They go on about, oh, the match, and oh, we'll do this, or we'll do that. But I think he mentioned Brazil, so maybe there's a Scotland versus Brazil. Do you follow soccer? Don't you start. You don't have the right to speak to me like that. Even if it is Kev Dev. Okay, that's another... oh, that's Pepper's Quakers. Alright, once Pepper gets their final Quaker, I want one Academy trained unit to go to Aftish's Finest. That'll train the whole unit. And then I will be happy. How is the engineer still not going there? That means this thing's probably going to fall down again. Well, it didn't fall down to begin with, but I tore it down before it could. We'll see. Okay, now we're 16 out of 16. We almost have a full assortment of units, which is fan-bloody-tastic. Okay, as expected, they're coming from there. And hopefully they don't expect this. Gonna get rid of some of this because it might block my javelins. just keeps happening. It's almost like I have Iron Mine Collapse event turned on. They're more than welcome to just get shoved into the meat grinder. That's a lot of Huns. I'm not sure if you're able to count very high, but I would call that a lot. Yeah, if I wasn't on stream, I'd be using other words. Fortunately, Legionnaires in good position are an amazing counter to Huns, especially if they're militarily trained, and that's exactly what we have. That's not to say I'm going to get complacent. We are going to want to have towers here as well. Okay. Ooh! Corinthus will buy more weapons. Fascinating. Almost makes me wish I had the capacity to build more iron mines, but I do not. I kind of don't. We faced almost no losses there. We lost a baron or two. We'll get him back. I'm swimming in money, which is a wonderful feeling. And I think we're going to have to start thinking about our next expansion, which is annoying because I've been putting this off already. Building this city is going to be very difficult. Oh Christ, what I should be doing is buying up tons of marble. I know that sounds mad, but when we have lots of money, we should invest it in marble because then Caesar can't take it off of us. Caesar takes a percentage of your excess. So if I spend it on marble, that's like an investment in temples I'll build, and I will need to build them in the future. Gods are happy, but gods are fickle. Okay, how do we even proceed from here? In the far-flung space future, these hovels are going to become Grand Insulae. I could make them Grand Insulae already. There's not a lot of space for it. But if I were to farm fruit along here, and I give them the double diet, and then I import pottery, I already have oil, and I can make furniture, and I can make these into Grand Insulae. That would do a good headway on my prosperity, and the taxes would be delectable. Notable downside, I would run out of workforce, because I need to invest quite a bit in defense, and food farming without wheat is twice as expensive on people. I also don't like all of these non-hovels. Tempted to put a marketplace here, although you don't get religious access, so you would just become a small shack. Shack still beats tent, though. Better believe shack beats tent. Although there's no food to go around. Maybe I should call Canny on that idea. Who knows, maybe eventually this stops being as lucrative as it is. Also, what the heck is this? It's not actually getting enough. I think my vast exports are overtaking. I need to produce more oil. Crazy. But that's crazy good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14 for 7 of these, that's fine. I need another settlement. I don't even care if they just reach hovel stage. Although I'd like them to be more than that. I need to think about where and how. This farmland seems nice until you consider that you can't actually build farms on it. Yeah, there's not enough space for a road to go around and fit anything more than... let's be generous and say 4 farms if you're lucky. Well, I'm not lucky, I'm Jake, and I don't think it would be even before. Hang on, could you connect these? The map maker's really taking the proverbial here. The layout of this map is horrific. Just horrific. Frighteningly so. That said, though, what about fishing? These fishing positions aren't nothing. And again, the bridge only fits on the center part here, meaning you can't get a wharf on either side of it. I don't think I'm willing to bridge over here, just have a single wharf here that just works like a kind of okay fishing spot. Never gets any easier. Wasn't lucky that Canadian that played Mario really fast. I think he added an extra S there. The fishing spot is very heavily centered here, but I think the implication is that I must go for Grand Insulae. Fishing alone won't be enough food for lots of people. Growing fruits on their own won't be enough for a high population either, so we have to do both. Oh, it's so awkward. This whole map is so punishingly awkward. And there's bloody trees everywhere, so I thought this is exactly what the planning tool is for. I need to suss out all the different places that I can have wharves and then suss out... Ooh, that's interesting. So you can wharf there. You could even wharf there. Might even be more efficient. Because you can't get both because of the road possibilities. Or lack thereof. I don't think you would work there. Let's put you there and just make life easier for everyone, especially me. Yeah, the degree to which these fishing spots are punctuated is agonizing. This is also a little agonizing. This is actually a nice area for fishing, but as you've seen, the Huns just roll on in immediately, so building here I think is a trap. That's part of why I decided to put my army here. The bigger part was I just didn't want them cramping the style of my housing. But now I can see that my genius was ahead of its time in that pre-positioning. Just sussing out all the different places that I can go fishing here because it's going to be relevant. As I mentioned many times, in fact I think it's one of the things I say most often when playing Caesar, food does not travel well. Cart pushers are kind of slow, their capacity isn't that great. If they're going from granary to granary, they have to follow a road. If they go warehouse to warehouse, they can go off-road, but they have half the capacity of the aforementioned granary pushers. And if your cart pushers are away and the place that they're delivering food from has filled up again, then you're wasting efficiency on that food being created. So generally you want to build housing near where the food is produced. Now, as I'm sure is dawning on you as you look at this Galateum situation that we're at right now, since the farming or the fishing possibilities are quite poor and very heavily spread out, it's very difficult for us to concentrate food production in one place. Alright, I was convinced this would be a good wharfing place, and I think I was right. Because what we can do is we can ship bridge over to here. Yeah, I mean, it's not a ton, but it's something. But the fruit situation over here is grim as well. So what would this just be, like a small insula area? I don't know about that. And again, the fishing situation. Whoops, I didn't actually want to build something proper there. Yeah, there's so many really crappy fishing possibilities. Oh, it's bringing them all together into something that might actually feed some houses. It just seems really grim. Like, for example, how do I even put a granary here? I guess I put it here and then lament the fact that they're probably not going to be fully efficient. That actually might be enough. What is the story here? The follow-up question is, how in the world do I get all this pottery? Pottery imports are grim. It's 15 clay, 15 pottery. And since this is where attacks like to come in, it seems like a really bad place to have industry. Sometimes I forget how humble a gamer Jake is. As humble as I ought to be. Say nothing of the fact that the prosperity goal is 95, which, you know, why don't we run some numbers? Let's grab the Blobbers Caesar 3 maths sheet, which I stole off of the man himself. Let's zero all the stuff from my previous runs. And let's see if we can bring it up. This will be a bit of a flashbang, but I'll do my best for you. My best isn't very good, though. Oh, well, it's not going to be much of anything, considering that I've got it all wrong here. I had a browser capture set up, but not for this screen in particular. And there we go. So this is a little calculator that I often use for figuring out what it's going to take to win a map. So we need to get our maximum prosperity level, to not divide by 0, but instead to be 95 for this map. Now, our maximum housing level is Grand Villa. I just thought of something very uncomfortable, but we'll cover that in a little bit. If the Grand Villa is as high as we can get, let's just say something nice, like we have 8 of them. And we have maybe 32 Grand Insulae, and we make up the rest. Well, we're going to have to allow for some tents, probably. Let's just say we have 8 large tents. And maybe 50, it's not enough, 60. Yeah, there we go. 60 small insulae, 32 Grand Insulae, 8 Grand Villas, and a bunch of tents. And then we're meeting the population target and the prosperity target. But that was rather easy, wasn't it? Follow-up question, can I have 6 Grand Villas? I know I can produce the wine, the oil, the furniture, the pottery, but what about the food? 8 Grand Villas are 800 people, but we're limited on imports of wheat. So go away for a minute and let me just check the wheat situation. Okay, we're not that limited. We can actually buy in 25 cartloads of wheat, which can feed, I don't know how many people, but it'll easily be 800 patricians. Like, trivially be 800 patricians. Because the patricians, because they have 3 types of food, are only going to eat 1/3 of the regular amount of wheat. So let's say we're good on that front for now. The difficult question is, where on earth do these Grand Villas go? I have no idea. This map is horrific for building on, as I'm sure I've brought up once or twice. It's not just about finding a place for them, it's about finding a place acknowledging the fact that I then also need to have 7,200 plebeians living somewhere. So I can't just smack them, say, here, because that's getting in the way of this not very good fishing land, and particularly awkward farming land, which I'm going to need to probably fill this with plebes. As mentioned, Grand Insulae were part of our calculations here, right? There's 27 small hovels. I think we just have to make do for insulae over here. Those 32 Grand Insulaes I could probably wang maybe here or so. Yeah, so I'd end up with some small insulae here, Grand Insulae here. This is more small insulae. That leans more and more, although I just said, you know, I won't just wang them in here. I could wang them in here. In fact, I could wang them in right here. There are these barracks, and I hate them, and I hate the map maker for slamming these in everywhere, but it is still a not unreasonable place to have the patricians, especially since statues are available. They can get their fish food, they can get their farmed food. Okay, so patricians. The awkward thing is that we've reached the limit of how many people we can feed here within reason. Because there's only one fishing spot and it's in a god-awful position. So I can't actually evolve these houses without introducing a second food type. I guess I just have to accept the fact that we will be doing that, so I'll be bringing in fruit, and maybe this is somehow where I can put in Grand Insulae. Seems difficult, though. Difficult, but not impossible. Because I have all this space. And the desirability is probably pretty good, considering all the large temples I've built. Well, actually, it's kind of crap. It's awful, actually. Oh, this is my problem with the large temples. You'd think this would be a magnificently desirable building, but its desirability effect is actually kind of crap. A large statue does higher levels of desirability, just one distance shorter. Heck, a few gardens are stronger. Okay, right. Let's not beat ourselves up too much. The point is, I could go for Grand Insulae here, but will I? Ninja is saying, all right, off to bed early for once to recover. Jake surely has this one in the bag, so have a relaxing evening, Jake and chat. I like the fact that they put my name before chat, as to say it's more important for me to have the relaxing evening. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. but I don't think I am. If it was truly of vital importance to have more people here fed on a single type of food, I could, with a bit of jiggering and pokering... I'd have to move around some of these, which I am not very prepared to do. No, okay. At best, I could shove in one wharf here. If I made this a ship bridge, another wharf here. No, what I could do, though, is bring in a second food type. It's awkward feeding low-level plebes multiple types of food, but it's not impossible. So, I'm not thinking about things to build right now, I'm thinking longer term. But I think longer term is I would augment these people's food with fruit and I'd bring them up to Grand Insulae. And given that our calculations had some leeway, I actually think I could stand to have, you know, like fewer than 32, maybe 28 or 30 Grand Insulae. So we put fruit down here, we got a thing here. These people would need a lot of services and such, but I think I can do it. Especially if I trim away some of these large temples, they are very large. And maybe even get rid of some small amounts of industry. It's possible. We will likely have to transition to tax-based economy at some point anyway. Okay, okay. So, Grand Insulae go here. Small Insulae here. Patricians here. Whatever here. Possibly even more Grand Insulae. Do we consider that? Maybe we go ham on the Grand Insulae. Because I might actually be forced to go Grand Insulae on the grounds that there's not enough food. In fact, there's a very, very small amount of food here. It's quite garbage, actually. Yes, garbage. Probably safe from attacks here, you know, unless Caesar gets mad at me again. But why would he ever get mad at me when I give him all these chariots and things? Caesar, would that say? Caesar is very angry with you. Well, he's going to be even angrier when I don't give him that pottery. Probably not the last of his demands either. And it must seem like I'm absolutely dragging my feet on this map. And I am, I really am. But it's a very tough map. And it's tough in all the mind-bending ways. Maybe not all of them, but most of the ways that it is tough are all mind-bending. The layout is awkward, the food logistics are hell. We don't want to infringe on this. This is patrician land, so maybe draw the line around here to not build on and then work with this. You go fishy, so I think we would have a granary around here, but again, we would need some farming. Farming aplenty, and of course there's another smegging rock in the way. How I love these rocks. It doesn't look that bad for foodstuffs here, does it? But it sure as sugar doesn't look great. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 160 times 11. That's 1760. If I'm assuming the fish can keep up, which it won't, that's good enough for 3,500 people. And I am quite certain that it won't. These people are going to need more fish because these 3 fisheries are going to only produce for like 800 people on a good day. Can we do anything really abhorrent such as, not shipyard, ship bridge over here for some extra wharfing? And the answer is no. If I put a wharf here, there's no way to access it. This wharf I'm certain won't work. Am I certain about that? I just said I'm certain, but now I'm not so certain. You think that wharf can actually reach the waters? don't remember. It's probably worth a try, though. I think it works, says WF. I want it to work. Is that good enough? Why is this such a pathetic fishing operation? Since this will be overkill for the patricians, but not overkill for you, I might have to nibble into the patrician fishing. The problem there is that connects up the food type, which means when I have wheat, that's a big problem, because these assholes will eat the wheat. I could get around that by making sure that the wheat is actually kept far, far away from any markets. Maybe a bit much to ask for, though. But I don't think there's any escaping my need for grabbing these fish, because the Grand Insulae... Well, actually, maybe another thought is, how many Grand Insulae can I even conceivably put in here? Another thought is, I could free up a bit more space by having fewer of you and having them more across here. And that frees up a bit more room to breathe in this locale. God, this is so hard. Why is this so hard? It's because of this. The water on its own isn't that bad, but the additional rocks just really get in the way of any large building work that I could do around this. Alpha is so quick to go woe is me with the difficulty of his Pharaoh maps when he's given endless amounts of large blank space to build on. He just wants to cry about it, I understand. But it's almost impossible to... there's a word I'm looking for here. Empathize with him at all. That good? That's good enough, maybe. I mean, we would end up with something like, but not necessarily this. That's going to be difficult for desirability, but we do have access to statues, so it's not impossible. It's not going to be a lot of Grand Insulae, but it will be some Grand Insulae. I really think about going for Grand Insulae immediately here. I'm not drowning in spare population. I'm just planning right now. I think the sensible thing is to build some small insulae here, which are very, very efficient on workforce. Especially when they're being fed by fish. Fish is a very efficient food source. And what about all this space? Is this even more of them, or is this withheld for more Grand Insulae? I think I shouldn't spread myself too thin here. These guys will feed my Sma Insulae. Follow-up question. Do you think I could have a hippodrome? Oh god, no, not with the worker demands. But what if I had loads of workers, because that would make entertaining my everything a lot easier. Because the layout I'm considering here is not a loop, but a line, because everything is so narrow. On the other hand, these guys are on both sides. Why does everything have to be so complicated on this map? This map is so bloody hard. Alright, well, life will get a lot easier if I have more breathing space, so let's just delete all these trees. I have the money for it, at least. And I don't have any intention of doing woodworking around here. Although it might be prudent to leave a little bit here and there just in case. You never know. You know, somehow don't have room over there and got to do my woodworking here, but the woodworking makes more sense to have centralized, so it's a little bit unnecessary to think about. Alright, this is Small Insulaville. Let's actually start planning to build rather than just planning to plan. You know, I already scouted around for all these wharfing points, and here I am having to do it again. That is as far as I'm willing to go. guess that'll be okay. And you've got a hell of a long way to go, but at least it's still food. You should be put as close to the fish as possible. Okay. So how does all this come together? We're going to want to ship bridge over to you, and the granary is going to live as close to this as possible because these are our best fishing points. So the granary will live here. Lovely jubbly. That's fine, I guess. There's a 2x2, although I don't know what I would even 2x2 over here. The big question is, how does all this get laid out for people? I said I wouldn't do a loop, but do I mean that? Part of the reason why I'm planning and not building here is that if I start building it, they will probably catch fire before I even get people living here. Maybe we could get a bit more ambitious and say something like this. There's not a ton of space here, but there is enough space. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we don't even need an extra bit down the center. Although desirability will be tough, especially with small temples being out of the question. This loop has now gone way beyond any looping possibilities. However, I think we can be a bit more clever than that. Anything's possible, right? Whoops. Wait, how did that delete you? You didn't exist on those tiles. Oh, I think it's because of the way I dragged it. It wanted to put a road through the water. It knew it couldn't, but it still deleted the planning part. That's okay, though. I don't expect the planning tool to appreciate all of my brilliance. Okay, so obviously far too large for most walkers to make. Maybe an engineer could do it. But the most important thing tends to be entertainment walkers. And what you could do is put an amphitheater here, but put a actor colony and a gladiator school here, and then be relatively happy with it. Also need a dog end down here, and I completely forgot about you. Do something like that. I mean, that's only 3 wide. I guess I'll make it 4 wide. That is probably too far for these guys to get their fishing groove on. But there's nothing saying I can't put another granary up here. Funny, all the place is road here, and I've managed to blow like 2.5 grand. I can see why Caesar gets so angry at me all the time. Yeah, food production is going to be the bigger issue here, no doubt about that. I'll probably have to drop taxes during the inundation of new people, but fortunately we're making banger bucks on selling oil, although why does this thing continue to struggle, huh? It's a good sign, maybe. A good sign that we're selling such an ungodly amount of oil that we... Could I fit... I'm so close to getting you in here. It was contemplating doing even more oil, given the money that it's making and the fact that this is empty. And if it's empty, then there's oil that I'm not selling, but could be. Maybe I should, right? There's absolutely nothing stopping me just branching this out along here, having even more of you, and then bringing in even more oil processors. And I don't think there's such a thing as too much money. I could be corrected, but I think you'd be wrong. So if I were to have you come out like so... Yeah, we could really turbocharge the oil. I'm a believer, even though I don't have the spare employment for this. be reasonable. I don't have the employment for this, so let's... How in the world do you have no employees? How can you even walk in such a manner that gets you no employees? If you ever walk north, you hit that, and if you walk south, you end up going over here. So you must walk south but have a ridiculously low walker thing. Oh wait, no, didn't I just build these? That's probably the case. Yeah, that seems more reasonable. Okay, we're betting there's no invasion at the road to the Empire. I am betting heavily that there is no invasion point here. It seems unreasonable that it would be a betting point, an invasion point there. Huh. Since when did I enable desirability on the top there? Okay, could I maybe start considering building something? Invasion, merger points here look a little grim to begin with. But what doesn't? This actually looks pretty grim the way I've positioned it. Oh boy, yeah, some of this looks really bad. Would less tribute to Toga Boy not be reason enough to get too rich? He only takes a percentage of what you have, so it's like real-world progressive taxes. Most of the time, you're not being punished for earning more, although sometimes you are. Life can be ugly like that. Is there something getting in my way here? Oh, there's a road there. Yeah, that'll do it. Exit comes out and along. These merger points certainly are not pleasant, are they? Maybe you don't have an opinion on the matter, but I do, and my opinion matters on this matter. Yeah, ugly things like not being able to shove somebody here, although I can put them here. And the fact that I could get 2x2 here, 2x2 here, but not 2x2 here. And the fact that it's not quite wide enough for everything I want either. It does mean that I could shove a giant's temple over here. And I am already going to need to put in a batch of 5 more temples. So I guess we just gotta live with that. And trying to think how exactly this temple goes in. Temple would go here, I guess. And what luck, I can shove a merger here, I guess. Alternatively now, though, I see this. I also almost see the point in bringing this along even more. God, it's ugly. It's beyond ugly the way this is working out, or not working out, rather. Maybe even put the temple here. And there's you, of course. Aha! That's what I was looking for. Good enough. I mean, it's not really good enough. It's complete ass and chips in a lot of ways, but here we are. I want to drag in a whole lot of people here. Maybe this is an unwise place to be building up, considering it's going to be undesirable due to the wharf here. But it is a merger spot. I do love merging. 2 and 2, and I guess I'll get you over here. You know what I, as usual, forgot to consider was watering. Always feels so awkward when you have to have such a narrow building position. This area overall is kind of useless, so having water here is quite a boon. And that means I can go as far as bring my water somewhere like here. for the rest of them. And then they can get their auxiliary water from somewhere over here. It doesn't really matter much. Alright, good. Back to building then. This is once again a little awkward. It's kind of big wasted space here the way it's set up. But what can you do? You can pinge all you want. Doesn't make it much better. Leaving space for a temple over here. I hope I managed to get in that marble. It would be nice if I've already spent my money on it. I haven't.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
But we will get the marble. I don't think godly anger is going to be a huge problem. Yet. Or rather, again. We've had the angry gods. Let's not have the even angrier gods. I just stopped to think how many small insulae I'm going to want over here. According to my numbers, I said I'd have about 60 in total. 2 lots of 30 would match how awkward the map is, but it all depends on how much food we produce, and it's so difficult to estimate fish food production. I mean, Sudazima, who does some tooling for Caesar 3, made a fish calculator, and even that one doesn't get it completely right. Sorry, Suda, I broke it. I want a merger here. This is going to be merge heavy. Might be very difficult to get desirability up, especially without oracles. Medium statues aren't too shabby, though. They do have a range of 4. So let's leave some possibilities there. Again, this is a very undesirable neighbor, so I don't want to build right next to it. But it is where the merger points are. Ay caramba. Maybe another temple goes here. The map maker here must have really freaking loved large temples, because your hand is largely forced into making lots of them. They do have excellent range, right? No doubt about that. Well, this is an undesirable place to build, but it's where all the bleeding mergers are. Oh well, they'll be getting some complimentary statues. How many mergers are we doing here? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's still plenty of space for more, which is good. 7. Kind of good that I can have you come down here for number 8. Also kind of cool that you can be number 9. So still undesirable courtesy of the dock, and I don't have plaza to undo the damage that the dock can do, but hey ho. I lost count, but I'm sure it's not important. Gonna want the amphitheater here, no doubt, one way or another. Because I think we'll figure out how the walkers go around all this. The entertainment walker is going to be the biggest pain here, of that I'm certain. Let's just get our new people in. I have dallied for far too long, and I'm going to cut taxes down enormously. Yeah, not happening, Caesar. Oh, especially if you keep raising the price of clay for me. Since I'm drowning in money, I might actually pay myself a praetor salary. It's still below my rank, so he'll be happier, but it means I might be able to send him 2 gifts a year, which would be 15 boost instead of 10 boost to how much he likes me. He doesn't make a habit of liking me. Game's now more of a city planner, less a city builder. It's down to the difficulty of the map, and this is a very difficult map. I have no reason to think the immigrants can't get through here, but maybe let's make it a little easier, opening up a hole in all the trees for them. And they are surely on their way.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Hadn't considered that maybe I could build them a shortcut. I'm glad I hadn't considered it, because it doesn't look very possible. It almost looks like it's been custom designed not to allow for that. Yeah, I bet the map maker went, they can come across here, so they put this little bit of water to stop you being able to do that. Nefarious map maker. Yeah, even that doesn't work because I get blocked by this, and you can't put a bridge over one tile. At best, you can put a low bridge over 2 tiles. So yeah, they have prevented you making any kind of shortcut, so you gotta wait for the immigrants to do their long journey around. Follow-up consideration, how do these wharves get their boats? I'll put a shipyard here for these ones, and on this side, I guess shipyard. Use temporary latching labor off of these guys. That's my grand plan. So I'll bring these people up to hovels so I can tax them, and then we'll see about getting pottery. It's now January. It's been 12 months. Golden chariot for Toga Boy. 40 a month. So in a few months I'd have enough to give him the second gift. It's a consideration. Yeah, Dion Demoli is asking why we have some transparent buildings. Yeah, we have a planning mode. Press G, enter planning mode, and then start thinking. The barber goes here, and the academy goes here, and the hippodrome goes there. But no thanks. And I'm using that to mentally keep in mind where the wharves are going to go. But you wouldn't build the wharves at this point because the wharves would have caught fire by now. Need to wait for the guys to arrive. The biggest boon for me in the planning thing is being able to figure out where your farms can go without having to build them and tear them down all the time. So I'm very grateful for this planning tool. Right, I am certainly going to want some doctor coverage here, and I don't want to do it in planning mode. I want it to be a real doctor. And we are going to need prefects. Never, ever, ever trust your Romans not to burst into flames spontaneously. It's one of their favorite things to do, so I am quite militant about putting these down. And I'm far less militant about putting down engineer posts. The engineer has a very long range, and unlike the words are failing me for some reason. Unlike fires, destruction risk from needing engineers does not grow randomly. It grows in a predetermined manner. So isn't that nice? So they arrive in, we're going to get our merges. And we already know where they will merge because we have used our super advanced merger map mode. Mergers are good. I've talked many times at length about why mergers are good, so I'm probably going to avoid doing it yet again. Why did I put you there? Why did I put you here? Bigger question. There we go. Merge, 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 merge. Jake loves his mergers. Looks so good. I just love the way they kind of pop into that because single 1x1 tents look absolutely abhorrent on their own. Right, unemployment is growing, which could be considered good news. We're going to make sure that we are maximizing that oil, especially since we're spending all this money on marble. We absolutely want that oil coming through. It's going to be a little inefficient if the oil workers are here. But we are going to accept slight inefficiency. Hopefully it doesn't bring down the neighborhood desirability too much. I'm actually very surprised that the hovels remained hovels after doing that. But yeah, there's 6 more to accept the 3 more farms that we did. And as usual, I do not trust them not to fall down. So there's your engineer and your prefect. Very good. It's always so cozy to watch Jake play Caesar. I'm glad you're having a cozy time. I'll tell you who's not having a cozy time. The guy who has to build these cities with Caesar breathing down his neck. He's on my case, so he is. Right. None of these wharves are going to operate unless there's a shipyard able to fulfill their needs. So, shipyard with a P. It goes pi here for labor access. And it has a prefect that walks there and back again to ensure that there is no fire. Same with an engineer. Shouldn't be a problem. And if it is a problem, then it's a huge problem, because it shouldn't be a problem. As soon as they have a ship ready, we will begin putting down the wharves. This is a meat-only zone. And I think I want to do another count. Easiest way is to check how many small tents I have elsewhere. In fact, I would really rather have 0 small tents elsewhere. Would you like to be large? No. Come on, don't make me count. There we go. Right, so now all of my small tents will be the tents that are over here. So how many small tents do I have? 35 of them. That's an acceptable number. Do I think I can feed 35 small insulae with these amount of fishing posts? I have no idea. We'll just have to play it by ear. I'll just slam down a reservoir here. It's not particularly important. I hope it's not particularly important. Where'd all my employees go? I guess all the oil workers are being drank up. That is probably fine, though. We'll have plenty of immigrants coming in over here. Now, a lot of the excess workers I have here, I'm going to shove them into towers here. Speaking of which, we have all of our units fleshed out, right? Yep. So that means this barracks is going over here. It'll be a lovely, undesirable neighbor for these people. But they don't oh, well, you devolve. You hate it. But this is going to bring tower guards here. Well, better bring tower guards. Yeah, there we go. And then suddenly we have ballista that will shoot down the Huns if they approach from there. We're not going to underestimate this. I anticipate a lot of Hun-related problems. So in come all these fools. I need to consider the water question. Get a lot of people watered with one fountain. It always feels good, but believe me, it is a trap. Fountains are one of the worst things to optimize for. They only take up 4 employees, so don't lose your hat over maximizing these. Of course, that's a problem. It feels good, so you want to do it. That'll do. I should get them all up to Large Tentville. Except for these guys, who I anticipated having problems with desirability. So we're going to build some things to deal with that. Most notably some temples, now that we're drowning in all of this marble. Rome has... How much has Rome increased the price of bleeding clay? Clay's competitively expensive compared to pottery. That's troubling. The gods are becoming displeased, which is also troubling, so I need to build 5 temples for them on the double. Doesn't really matter who goes where, but we need them, so that's 1. Ugh, that eats up a lot of space for a lot of things. That's 2. Do I really want the 3rd one here? I really don't, but what's a man to do? Could actually put one here, but I don't know about that. Ooh, well now this is not unreasonable, given that it's protected. I could make this even better, but yes, I will put you there. Space for 2 more. I'm contemplating putting one here. There are several reasons that I don't want to. The thing is, this should cover all of their religious needs. It might not, though. There's always that problem. If it doesn't, that's a sizable problem. One that a temple here might solve, but they're going to have other needs, that's the thing. Needs that are going to necessitate rather a few buildings, so I might just put them down in rather heathenous locations. Did I say that these would become Grand Insulae at some point? I feel like that's a claim that I may have made. So to that effect, I could somewhat uselessly put the other temples down here. Ugh. Temple spam looks bad at the best of times. When you're temple spamming with large temples, it just feels rancid, but needs must. Alright, you got our first boat ready. We might as well start with the most efficient wharves. Which are these ones? Fishing boats can't navigate. I think that's this fishing boat can't navigate. Oh, also there was this one. I think it despawned the boat as well. I don't know how it chooses its preference for where to put those boats. I'm short a lot of employees, by the way. I need these guys in on the double. My beloved immigrants. So I talked about giving Caesar multiple gifts. It resets the last gift, though, and you only get the maximum happiness out of him if you wait for 12 months. So I think I'll just bank up and give him double gift at the next 12-month thing. And he wants yet more stuff. I might be able to give him that furniture, though. If I have a bit more unemployment, I could set up some furniture production here and satisfy him. And you know how much I love to satisfy Toga Boy. Concerns me that you're not getting workers. You might actually walk down here and then not get any workers, period. I could give you crappy access to labor here, and actually I think it's worth it. It's going to be a very undesirable place to be, but... Oh, well, no, you got your worker access. I'm a little dubious. I could have sort of just some god-awful tent labor here, and I think I will for now. Alright, fill up with fish, because heavens knows we're going to have a lot of people in need of it. I'll just get all these wharves down. I just hope that there's not situations where, for example, you try and make a boat for one of the guys over here, and then we end up stuck for a while on boat production. But I hope for many things. Did I really not put a prefecture over here? Let's fix that immediately. There we go, it's been 13 months, so I'll send a burial mask to Toga Boy, and then next month I'll have enough money to immediately give him another exorbitant gift, which is good. That's what I want to do, give him 2 at a time so I get 15 instead of just 10 happiness with the big cheese. And that food build up, yeah, we've got desirability issues from people living close to this dock, which is unpleasant. Cheetahs and giraffes, see, he's at 36. Boom, 41 plus 5.
There's not enough food in this city. It's encouraging crime.
I'm well aware of the food strain in this city. Don't need to be lectured on my own city by my own prefects. But they seem to think that I do. The unemployment numbers are a little harrowing. Or the lack of employment numbers are harrowing, because I need a lot more people over here, and I'm certainly not getting them. But I have some money. I'm sure there was meant to be more to that sentence. I do have money, though. That was the wrong place for you. I should offset you by 1, because then I have space for medium statue here. And if needed, a couple of medium statues here. It's just the desirability is very, very low over here for reasons. Oh my days, Togaboy wants obnoxious amounts of oil. To my surprise, I can almost give him obnoxious amounts of oil. 32 is ridiculous. You know, the tongue-in-cheek briefing we had at the start here is seeming more and more appropriate. So much so that I actually want to listen to it again.
I'm afraid that Caesar is unable to give you your briefing today. He and co-consul Palma are busy playing a rousing game of Guess That Smell. Instead, I, proconsul for Roma, will be directing you to your backwater of an assignment. There, you will be assailed by endless hordes of barbarians, while armed with nothing but sticks and harsh language. The expectations of Rome will be unreasonable, her demands unrelenting. Your trading partners will get bored and abandon your exports almost immediately, and you will be denied simple niceties such as plaza or statuary. Oh, and no local pottery.
Yeah, all of the above. We do get statues, right? Credit where credit is due, but not a lot of credit is due. If I brought this road down here, I would be able to cover you with fire coverage. I think that's worth doing. Alright, these people need fed. Ugh, the layout here is just so bad. These little corners here waste so much space because you can't get two 2x2s here. Yeah. It's going to be very difficult giving these people all of the niceties that they demand, and they're going to demand a lot of them. Wow, Corinthus want to purchase even more. Kind of crazy the amount they want to buy off of me. I guess I should be thankful. And here's hoping those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 markets will be enough. I worry that they might not be. Especially when I start needing to get pottery over here. And Rome raises the price of clay for my pottery even more. Very befitting. Kind of surprising that you became a large tent. Didn't see that coming. Well, gee, I've been saved by Jake. How swell. Wait, what? Oh, wow. So this map does have sudden, unannounced attacks. In this case, it appears to be a large horde of the Blue Trouser Tribe. Not my favorite tribe. Very notably not my favorite tribe. They're going to threaten my warehouses, and I fear that there's very little I can do about that. Not often that my problem is not enough employees in a city. Normally, the way I make my cities is I have an ungodly large amount of unemployment. Because I value that. I think it's good to have lots of unemployment. It means that you can have a lot of people levied for whatever you need. Okay, I'm glad to shoot these guys to shreds as swiftly as we can. And there we go. Now my army should be there to... Oh, look at that. The walls are stopping them from being shot. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. We didn't even need the army. Amazing. Good thing you don't pay for an army. Well, you don't pay for their upkeep. And once all the corpses have become one with the Oh! Oh ho ho ho! I see you're not above the double attack. Well, as you can see, I was so prepared for that first attack. I don't know which one I just ordered there. There you go. I was so prepared for that first attack that I can just waltz over to the second. But let's keep this in mind. Whoever built this map wants you to have a particularly unpleasant time. I'm also curious just how aggressive the Blue Pants tribe is this time. I may slightly regret not having put up any walls here to slow their advance. Because when they have attack orders, they can be maliciously fast. Not sure if Toga Boy's even going to be getting those, that furniture. Okay, come on. Whew. Alright. Got the legions there just in time. You guys do not attack and get stuck in there. Beautiful. A fine sign that I should, you know, at least consider having some walls here to slow the advance. Yeah, just a wee touch. And I certainly want my extra towers up here, but I struggle to bring in enough people on this bleeding map. I wonder if they all have their boats now. Oh, hang on. There was an issue here. I was meant to have another one of you. And I didn't do it. Yeah, because these guys have too far to go over here, so I want another one of you. Fortunately, this will work. There we go. Very good. Yeah, because these fishermen, their cart pushers have to go too far to get over here. But if they only have to go there, and again, they'll go to the closest granary that they can, then that should work out finer. I think I will give Toga Boys oil. Apparently I'm drowning in oil. And again, at the end of each year, although we've forgotten it, so it has to be about March, we send Toga Boy his extra gifts. I am really concerned about how I'm going to bring this up to a reasonable level of housing, though. Especially if I want to tax it, which I do, but how do I tax them but also keep... how do I tax them but also give them all of the stuff that they desire? Seems difficult. Well, what I desire is tax income, so let's work with that to begin with. Been paying these people too much for too long. 8 above Rome for best results. I was worried about this. The religious walker does not reach here. There are, of course, ways to solve this, but all of them are big and clunky. I think you have to die. You're blocking the way of too much. Yeah, there are services I'm going to be needing here, and for that you must go. I want to be able to fit in a bunch of things here. I believe I got rid of a doctor. And a couple of prefects. Doesn't change the fact that we're not getting religious access over here. It's very important that Neptune doesn't destroy all my boats, so let's preemptively placate him further. The problem is that makes all the other gods jealous, because you just don't get an easy time with the gods on this map. But we could still god ghetto some more. Actually, we could god ghetto over here rather handily. There's space for it. Am I going to give Toga Boy that furniture? No, I don't think I will. I see very little reason to fulfill Toga Boy's outlandish demands on this one. Interestingly, Yeah, very interestingly, I don't... If I don't need this or this, which I don't, I can actually delete this and the servicing things here. But if I want to keep this as a god ghetto, then I should probably keep it. I do think I need to keep it as a god ghetto. Jake doesn't like god ghettos, as he's voiced many times in the past. But these ever so fickle gods are a different story. Yeah, the god Caesar's actually happy, and apparently my loyalty to Rome for providing them all that oil will never be forgotten. Are we going to fact check that? I need this claim fact checked by loyal Romans. Yeah, I don't like doing this because in addition to, you know, god ghettoing, I'm also spending tons of money on marble, for which there is no rebate if I delete these. So I hope that's enough. It's not unthinkable that at some point I actually have to connect this over, and then I'm going to be very unhappy that I built those, but for now, there's diddly squat I can do about that. As expected, the desirability is very, very low around here. No oracles make that considerably harder to deal with. What's that? Distant battle. Okay, more fights are on their way. I do not have spare people to sponge up with more towers over here, but I think we don't need to worry too much about towers over here. Unless there's a ludicrously large attack, they will immediately die to my legionnaires. There's just no way they're getting through a load of legionnaires here. I also have something of an idea that maybe if I destroy all of this, the ballistae might actually have the range on that. So we're going to get rid of all these trees. Hadn't considered that, but maybe one set of ballistas is all I need if they can reach over to there. I think they might, actually. Ballistae range... I have a hard time imagining them not hitting there from there. Trees, for whatever reason, just hard block ballistae. You know, rocks and mountains don't, but trees, oh. Don't underestimate the power of those trees. Well, I'm happy to see lots of hovels. I'm happy to see them paying rent. Why do the blue trousers actually struggle with the walls in the campaign? They just butter knifed them. Oh, thanks for the reminder. I didn't replace these walls. The Blue Pants tribe did not butter knife any of my walls in the campaign, in my knowledge. The Huns did, because the Huns are very, very, very fast. The Blue Pants tribe are also very fast. Not sure I have an answer to that. Just sometimes sometimes the units arrive and they don't like to hang around here. They want to immediately go to another location, so they beeline it. And that causes them to scrunch up into one tiny ball of rage. And that means, I don't think all of them, but up to 4 of them end up knifing a single segment of wall, and that makes it come down very quickly. That's certainly what the Huns did against me in the campaign. Could you please be a better tent? There we go. What about javelins? Can they shoot over buildings and trees? Yes, but I have no way of getting my javelins up on this hill. They can't shoot through trees, actually. That's why I cleared out some trees to help them get a better shot over here. Man, desirability here is so awful. Shot myself in the foot in a number of ways here, right. Getting these people up to Insulae is going to be very, very difficult, to the point where maybe I should even consider, could I win with Casa? Let's consider that, because if I can, it's going to save me a huge headache. Let's have a look-see here, shall we? This is our mathematics. I was under the impression that with Small Insulae and Grand Insulae we could win this one. Again, with the 8 grand villas. But the thought of putting in the services here to get insulae is so unpleasant. What if we actually had something like 40 small casa? We can still have a bunch of small insulae somewhere. I was under the perhaps delusional idea that we can grand insulate up a bit more back at the home base. So maybe 40 of you, 20 of you. And maybe we can shove in a couple more grand villas. 40, huh? Let's bring that down a touch. I'm not sure I can really manage 10 rather, grand villas. And let's lower the large tent number down to 4. Maybe 5 just to make up numbers. That seems pretty good. Because the more I look at this hovel block, the less I think I'm going to be able to have it as good sustainable small insulae. Small casa, on the other hand, very doable. Okay. Okay, I'm not thrilled at that idea, but it does take a load off my mind here. Just bring this up to casa instead of going for insulae. The big problem, of course, is entertainment, right? In terms of education, right? A library here and there, and they're pretty happy. And for... Hold on. Maybe I'm being a little bit too lacking in ambition, because I can connect this together and get a warehouse that gets pottery here and another warehouse that gets pottery down here, so the markets have access and access. My biggest concern, of course, is desirability. Desirability problem is a real one. But I don't know. If I went up to insulae, how many people live in a hovel? 52, but in insulae, you get like 70-something. So it wouldn't be too bad to tear down some hovels for small insulae. Same population, same mouths to feed, better prosperity. I think I should try. I should make an honest-to-God effort to bring these people up to insulae. I just finished Massilia, nothing compared to this map, but I'm happy with it. Good job. Childhood Jake struggled a lot with Massilia. A big part of the problem here is entertainment. But again, I have ideas. I'm not saying they're good ideas, but they are ideas. Dun dun dun. Bear with me on this. I'm going to put an amphitheater here with a gladiator school and an actor colony. Well, no kidding, I'd put those down. They have to go there. And I am going to connect you. Now, what's staggeringly obvious is that these guys are going to come down and they're going to pick one of these lanes. I don't actually have any idea which lane they'll pick. They'll walk along and they'll give access to all the people on that side. What I don't know is if at any point they'll decide to do a full loop on this, because this does have roads on both sides. I don't know the answer, but how about we find out? You're a lost cause. I'm just going to delete you. The desirability is too agonizingly low there.
I simply can't perform well without more food.
Yes, we're all hungry. Well, this is quite interesting. He goes quite a long way up here. Hot damn, that does the whole thing! That's amazing. I am shocked that that worked out as well as it did, because I can get the theater just with theater. I believe they call it absolute theater. And again, the hardest thing for these people is bringing up their entertainment. If it's that easy, then we could be done. Of course, with this kind of situation, the real hardest thing is getting them all their bloody food. That's almost inefficient. Pottery is not a problem. Pottery doesn't exist. We're not answering the pottery question yet. We will, but we're not doing it now. Don't underestimate hovels, they still pay taxes. Although, sure enough, I should start considering the pottery question. What is the answer to the pottery question? A big part of the problem is the very poor access to industry for all of this. And the very, very slow rate of import. Right. Let's assume we take in the clay, right? Because clay is still slightly cheaper than pottery. It is, but actually, I think I'd rather have the pottery because I need fewer workers to process it. It doesn't change the fact that I think I want my warehouse here. Because then it can take in the clay and the pottery, and then we can have a few pottery barns around it. A few. I can have 2 around it. That's pathetic. But I don't want to build too far away from my dock. And I don't want to build too close to the invasion point, so I'm kind of damned if I do, damned if I do. Just damned. Oh, Senate, give me strength. This map is abhorrent in a lot of ways. Pottery, clay. Give me pottery. Get pottery and get pottery. This is a mistake. You should have been here. So it's closer for the market, ladies, but whatever. Ain't how I built it, and if I'm stinking rich later, I can build it differently later. What's this guy waiting for? Maybe at some point this thing was full. I'm starting to think you should actually be getting fish. Because I think this one fills up a lot faster than the other ones. Yeah, it does. Okay, that makes sense. Enemies at the door is maybe a sobering reminder that I need to invest more in defense. We will find out if these guys can shoot over here. But what we should probably do is, just in case, we'll add a little bit of added defense here, just to slow down the advance of the Hun. So that, you know, they're so blindingly fast. I just need to be sure that my legionnaires are here. And if my javelineers can back them up, then that's a bonus. This, I want better defended. In an ideal world, what happens? What happens is I just have a complete backing of rooty-tooty point and shooties here, I think. Because they should be delayed enough. And let's make sure that they're just a little bit more delayed. They should be delayed enough that my army can get in here, all of them. It's not very far to go even for legionnaires. They stand here. So legionnaires are here, the javelins are here, and then the wall. $14, huh? That's a little inconvenient. 6. Give him a 2 wide space here. Give him another 6 here. Have I been ignoring Caesar? Of course I've been ignoring Caesar. Here's a chest of sapphires and a golden chariot. Now piss off. How happy is he? I might prove satisfactory. Okay, don't tell him I told him to piss off. My mother would call me out on my language used here, but she swears plenty herself. Plenty more than I do, that's for sure. Right. Have I scuppered myself a bit here? No, I have not. You are surplus to requirements for now. What I don't have is labor access, of course. But we don't need a lot of labor access, we just need a tiny touch. A couple of tents here with a road that goes over to where our barracks will be. Where will the barracks be? 3, good enough. And prefecture to make sure this doesn't burst into flames, and you to make sure the prefecture itself doesn't collapse. It's telling me there's a problem. I see the problem. There, problem solved. If there's no route to the road to Rome, what? Ah, when I introduced this new way of walking, the engineers decided that following the rules was not for them. So the market and the wharf died. The market is a shame, the wharf is also a shame. They're both a shame. Because I need to rebuild the shipyard in order to get the boat back for the wharf. Ah, the prefecture bursts into rubble as well.
That fat lady up front.
Pô, esses negócios estão prontos pra quebrar. Que bom que eu cheguei bem na hora, hein?
There we go. Ah, it'll solve itself in due time. A little worried about the lack of food here, though. Look at these food stock problems. Am I willing to believe that it's a marketplace problem, though? Again, it's very difficult to calculate how much food comes out of wharves. I am willing to believe that it's a marketplace problem, and I've been looking for an excuse to... that contradicts it. Anyway, I'm going to kill people. Let's leave it at that. And kill more people. Do you willfully refuse to send me that which I have requested? Oh, steady on now. Caesar's cottoning on. Also, we don't need you, or any of you. Once they have their labor, towers keep their labor. However, if I want to make sure that they don't lose it temporarily, then I'm going to want to put military on priority 2. Because if they dip and they lose their employees, they actually lose their ballista, and they don't get it back until the barracks gets moved back. Which is a big pain, so I don't want to do that. So I won't do that. Glad we're all in agreement here. The gods are happy, and they'll continue to be happy till about 6,000 population. I'm very happy that the entertainment spread out here nicely. Now, we'll see what happens with the pottery. Where is that pottery? And more importantly, why is it not here?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
The oily lad doesn't give me pottery. The weapony lad from Corinthus does that. Trading is slow, though. Really, really slow. Wow, I am overwhelmingly full of weapons. To the point where I should maybe consider having my native friends buy weapons off of me rather than oil. I don't trust it, so I won't.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Why don't you buy it from this warehouse? Why are you going all the way over to wherever the heck you're going? I'm going to tell this to be the trade center, just in case that makes a difference.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Okay, there we go. Now they're buying from there. That's much better.
Another successful voyage.
And there's my first bit of pottery.
Makes the seasickness bearable.
Alright, good. Right, so the pottery gets over here and we try to go for small insulae. Unemployment is creeping up, which I do not want to see because I want my people incredibly happy with me. I could start giving these people librarians to bring them up in the world, but that carries its own problems. I will live with these problems. Because short term it'll eat up the unemployment. Oh, right, the important way for gobbling up unemployment, you. So these towers will get their ballista. And that should aid the fights here magnificently. It might not be enough. It's only 6 towers. I mean, over here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. So let's hope that it's enough. I was thinking maybe I have some kind of backup idea in my head. What I could reasonably do, and it's not unreasonable to do this, is to add more towers here. I actually think that's a very clever thing to do, so I'm going to do it, because I like being clever. Now that seems a lot more reasonable. There you go. And again, once all of these have their workers and their ballista... Excuse me? If I can't get marble, I can't appease the gods. Oh, please tell me that marble comes back. If that marble stays off, this is a huge problem for the map. Okay. So, I need marble to build temples, and if you don't have enough temples, the gods get angry, and they will endlessly rain down curses upon you. That would be GG. Well, let's hope it's not GG. I'm not actually sure if I can keep them outside of the cursing range by having 4 large temples each. One large temple keeps them happy for 1,500 people. So really that's 6,000, but you can sometimes eke out a little bit more. I forget the exact numbers. That's horrible, though. Gods aren't real, but neither's the marble. What a Oh, okay. I didn't realize I'd cut off this road, but I had cut off this road. So we're still shy a boat for you. How many small temples? We don't have small temples, so that's moot. But a small temple keeps the gods happy to the tune of 750 people each. Small temples are much better than large temples, though. Ooh, that's not what we want. We wanted a shipyard. Rome has once again raised the price of me getting my filthy hands on pottery and pottery-related services. You hate where you live. Don't worry, I hate you too. Are we not having any problems with labor access? No, no problems at all to be had here. You are getting pottery. You are also getting pottery. Good. These are all good things. Yeah, my city definitely looks like this. Large insulae, small insulae, grand insulae. And a little bit of missing texture there. Life is getting expensive. How are people feeling about me? They're still extremely pleased. That's a good sign. Hidden artificial limits would be a time limits would be a pretty dick move. Well, we'll find out if it's real or not in due time. Actually, there's an easy way that I can check. I don't want spoilers, but I really would like to know if I'm just deadlocked here. We will go and check. I've saved. Did I really save? Well, let's make absolutely sure. Actually, we should increment the number. There. What we can do is we can go and load up the level. It's called Galateum. Begins with a G. Not many of them begin with G. And Grimsby begins with G. And without spoiling anything, we quickly go to the demand changes. Oh, thank God it comes back. Wait, it says it falls again. Hold on. Falls, rises, falls, rises, fall. Okay, it's not a problem then. Good. So we don't brick ourselves on marble, but I had to be sure. Kind of a bizarre move from the map maker. Maybe it was meant to make you panic. Or maybe it's just there to reduce your flexibility. But that'd be horrible. What if you just lay down the vacant spots for housing expansion, And then suddenly, oh, you're not allowed any marble. So then you get the people and the gods get angry and smite you and there's bugger all you can do about it. Maybe I'm thinking too much. You can only stockpile a certain amount, and in Marble's case it's 12. I don't even think if you set import stockpile, you get more than 12. We can find out though. Stockpile is not a mechanic that I use very often. Caesar wants even more pottery, and Caesar is going to get even more declined shipments of pottery. He'll get a lavish gift, and I'll send him another lavish gift next month. Right now, though, oh, would you look at that? The defenses that we erected just in time. We can get rid of the roads. We could bring in, or maintain prefects here, but I'd rather not. Because they don't make cool whipping noises like they do in Pharaoh. There we go. You guys get out of here. And all of you, get into position. We'll see how good an idea it was erecting all of these walls. Yeah, see, more and more of them are coming in, and they just form this chunk. And they certainly chunk their way through my walls. Actually, they're coming extremely rapidly. I thought I might have gone over the top with the walls, but it would appear that I've done anything but. Oh, stop this! They never should have added the raise and lower demands in Julius if people just use it like that. They'll be back. Get punked on. I don't really care about losing any of my javelins. The legionnaires survive, and the javelins are swiftly and cheaply, that is to say freely, replaced. Just wondering if they should go anywhere else, but no, I'll just put you back where you used to live. I really like the barracks design. Not so much the buildings, but the way it seamlessly joins up with the ground looks really rather nice. Looks naturally erected there. I think some of these weren't firing because these bits of foliage were getting in the way. There we go. Hopefully that'll do. Trying to use the foliage to calmly direct my Hun friends where to go. Alright, all is relatively well, unless your name is unemployment, in which case things are going quite badly. I have too much of it, and people are becoming less pleased with me. I don't have a good way of sponging up unemployment right now, but I'm delighted to see that pottery is flowing. I actually have markets with additional pottery, which means if I gave these people bathhouse access, they would become small insulae. Do I have a good reason not to do that immediately? Well, one good reason is that my pottery amounts are a joke. Maybe I should be bringing clay as well, but wouldn't you know it, they closed off my clay. This map maker hates me and the feeling is mutual. Okay, do I at least have my boat back? I do, okay. Enough out of you then. Not sure how well the food is flowing here, though. It's a little bit of a concern. They're not indicating any issues with food stocks, but it's hard to be sure when it's fishing. Yeah, well, I was going to say I'll wait until we have some pottery backed up, but we do actually have some pottery backed up. I'm going to wait until I have more pottery backed up. How about that? I should probably start considering making... Oh, snap. Remember when I had all those planned buildings? The plans don't save. That's what I get for reloading. That's okay, I can replan. Everybody loves the planning segments. There's a brief idea of getting patricians going already, but I want my next batch of Grand Insulae first, I reckon. Although I could turn these guys into Grand Insulae. I think the more sensible thing to do is to build some Grand Insulae here, and then build my patricians here. But there is the further thought that the patricians and the Grand Insulae are probably going to be linked due to needs for fish. Also, maybe I should have kept the boat maker over here because there are more places here that are going to need my boats. Oh well. Am I still overflowing with oil? I am, but that's good. I'd hate for the oil money to dry up. No budge in the price, and that is where my inexplicably large amounts of money is coming from. Ridiculous amounts of trade receipts, because trading with locals is immensely powerful. Does the formation of the armies do something, or is it only cosmetic, asks ACAB Europe. It does matter. It changes their stats in addition to how they line up. Column formation gives a big boost to their ability to defend, and I think it also impacts their attack. Also matters where they're facing, or if they're moving, I think. And also in Tortoise, they can do blocking with their shield against projectiles. They become very, very good at ranged defense. So yes, it does matter. In general, though, the best formation is the double line formation, unless you have column, in which case use column. Even so, there are some rare cases where you might want to use line over column, but in general, column. You might very specifically need to hold a wider line. Struggle to think of a situation for that, though. Not everybody's covered by the clinic, but how's health? Health is excellent. Excellent is too good. People will need to die in due time, but I guess that's not a consideration for this run. I have fewer than 20 years remaining, and there is still a ton to be done. I continue to be concerned about this map. Just eyeing up this, thinking where I'm going from here. I've already said that I want to do my Grand Insulae and my other stuff, but I want to check a few things. For example, we're almost halfway towards the population goal. If I were to substitute these people with fruit, I can imagine that I would be at half the population goal. Grand Insulae, my villas, and there's still space for more people over here. Not a lot, though, after I went and clogged it up with this. But, you know, I could even... I don't think I would connect them, but I could still have a bunch of people living here. Not a lot, but I could make a reasonable sum of maybe small insulae. Yeah, my casa idea I've already fallen out of favor with. Just thinking about having casa makes a man sick. Some other things make me sick, like having these little large tents. At least I got rid of these ones. Alright, man. The problem with designing for Grand Insulae is it's a lot to design. If they need so much, you need space for it, you want to be a little bit flexible with what you have. It's unpleasant in a lot of ways to build for. Oh well, thank goodness we have the planning tool. Need to think about how many of these things we're going to have. Let's count the wharves, shall we? Bearing in mind that the fishing point is somewhere over there, although we don't know exactly where. Somebody says that wharf might work. Hey, Kindwin, do you know if that wharf will work? I often forget, because I have seen wharves that look like they shouldn't work. Have the boats, like, diagonally touch them, or on the side touch them, and then they still do work, but I don't know. The extra food is needed here, though. I wonder if these ones will even be needed. I think I need like an outer food access area. It's not that far to go, though. Maybe the fish granary needs to go around here. The boat goes to the southernmost of the two tiles, so probably not. Really? I never considered that. But I guess that is why sometimes it works when they need to go there or there. Because I think I've seen the water access be there for them and they work, but well. So one of these days I will sit down and I will really knuckle down how fishing works. But that day is not today. How many Grand Insulae? This is so awkward, man. Thing is, I can get you, and then there's this little access in the back for you. But it gets in the way of some stuff here. But then, you know, we have a bunch of other problems. Ugh. It's always a feeling of setting this kind of stuff up. And if you wanted to go around this with a road, you're going to be infringing on this land, which is another thing I do not want to be doing. I may need that fish. I think fish is going to be the tighter issue here when it comes to food production. Yeah, it looks cool until you think the road coming along here is going to be very tight against... it would have to be housing here, because if it weren't housing, then the double road aspect would mess them up. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's pretty good for food production. And that does allow me a bit more space to work with up here. Because chances are I'm going to need some kind of figure of 8 and maybe a way to suckle the fish away from the patricians. But again, I do not want to connect this because the patricians are going to demand my wheat as well. Just no end to the difficulties in this map. Everything requires an alarming amount of thought. And that's not usually what I like to do. You know, thinking. You bother me in a lot of ways. Could I not just get rid of you and have you elsewhere? Kindwin, you've done your fair share of malicious map making. What do you make of all this? It's rancid, isn't it? The appealing cry out to a familiar mind. At least you aren't a clerk. Yeah, we do have that going for us. Not being a clerk is allowing me to dismiss a lot of Caesar's demands, which is incredibly powerful. Jings, how many of his pottery demands have I just told him to go and suck a fat one on, and I would have otherwise had to Actually, is it really that bad? Because it would cost me money, but money is one thing I have tons of, to the point where I'm giving him loads of tribute. Maybe it's not as incredibly powerful as I thought. My maps are made with love, not malicious intent. Is that why we only have to fight Egyptians? Okay, how is this actually going to operate? I am contemplating a warehouse here for fruit, so I can add more fruit here and not put any added pressure on the system. And then a warehouse over here for fish. But I think if the fish warehouse, if the fish granary is over here, then you are not going to work to full capacity, and maybe you won't either. I wonder if I could put it maybe over here. And then we end up with something like that. Or maybe even drag this out a little more, because I feel like space is a continual concern. That shouldn't be too far for you. And if it's too bad, we could make a shortcut. I don't want to, but we could. And then I guess we could have another one over here. Don't like that. It's introducing too many split points. It's also a little concerning that this doesn't join up here. I thought the whole idea was to put a granary around here, though. Actually, a granary over here looks kind of fun. Yeah, desirability is going to blow over here, but that doesn't seem too bad. How do I get these fellows? Oops. Thought I was in planning mode there. How do I get these fellows to bring the fish reasonably? The answer has to be a granary, an additional granary. Don't like that, obviously, because I introduce more opportunities for walkers to bugger me over. I could have them running inefficiently. It's another option. It's not a good one, but it's always an option. If I think that's important. What if we do this? What if this becomes that kind of intersection? Because that is far less concerning to me. Then I could have you go into the granary here. That would not be inefficient. And I guess you would get from that granary. Guess that's okay. Jake, do you have enough marble stockpile to build temples for your patrician block and any other blocks? No. But the marble market will reopen, so it's no big deal. Also, stockpile did not let us get more marble, so yeah, I think you're limited to getting 12 marbles. You could push it up to 14, maybe, if you have cart pushers en route. But essentially it's 12. Okay, there's a lot I'm not happy about this, especially this massive dead space in the middle. But I don't think we're looking to have an enormous amount of Grand Insulae here regardless. And let's see, they're going to be focused more on fruit than anything else. And I have a lot of unemployment to sponge up, so we could actually build this... we could build this quite gradually, actually. Yeah, I like that idea. The gradual onset of Grand Insulae. And we can actually take the moment to bank up lots of food and observe how the food production numbers go. So we will have... I'm not worried about people coming in and filling them up in my usual ways. Little one tile gap here might not be a problem. Hopefully it's not a problem. These people walking along here could end up having issues getting labor access. Yeah, they walk this far and then... There's no way they can't walk that far, right? And if they walk here, they get access. If they walk here, they get access. So I'm unconvinced that there is a problem to be had here. There we go, that'll keep you good. So just the bare minimum of what we're looking for here. You know what I forgot? It's the thing I always forget. Well, these days I always forget it. And if you think it's water, you're right. How do I keep forgetting water? How is this even possible? What does Caesar say about your priorities? I shove people on all the corners here. This loop, some walkers might struggle. Like the bathhouse walker always gives me issues for reasons beyond my understanding. Oh, but hang on. This water could actually be considered a blessing. Look at that. Hey. Now that is a little less good of a place to put it, but it's still pretty A-worthy. Just calculating some numbers here, don't mind me. This water doesn't come out as far as one would like it to. I could put you over here, but I don't want to infringe on the farms. But there's plenty of farming space over here. Maybe I do want to infringe on the farms. Screw the farms. What have the farms ever done for me? Alright, let's bring in these initial people here. Double check the taxes. People are pleased with me. Pleased isn't pleased enough. I'm actually going to drop taxes immensely for a wee while. We still have plenty of oily money coming in. I don't think I ever replaced the shattered walls here, which I almost certainly want replaced, given how quickly the Huns mobilized on my position. So please don't be doing that again in a hurry, my Hun friends. Yeah, the Huns were the name for the Germans. I think it still is used as a name for the Germans. That's a term that I've never really understood. Why call them Huns? Almost feels like a waste of time building more roads, more walls here. You saw how swiftly they cut through it like paper, but should have some defenses at the ready. Especially when they're on their way. Alpha seems unimpressed by that remark. That's okay though, impressing Alpha is difficult. Right, the cart is returning with more pottery. There's pottery there. I think the time has come to push the button, and the button in this particular case is the bathhouse button. Bathhouse lady should go there, and then I have to ask myself, can I put a bathhouse lady up top? And the answer is, I hope so. I really do not want to have to delete something in order to make this bathhouse lady get to bloody work. Maybe I get really lucky and she just spazzes out and does a massive loop anyway. That won't happen, but maybe we can dream. You could remove one of the medium statues. No. I need her up on the top side. Because, you know, I have no doubt she's going to reach at least here. And I have a little doubt she'll reach here. She might. She can really let me down. But I need someone on the top side. And there's just not enough space to wang in a 2x2. At all, which is quite disheartening. Is that really true? It's mostly true. Oh, my struggles. There are statues on the top side next to the amphitheater. Ah, you mean put it here? You're not wrong. I doubt she'd be able to go that far, but maybe this... We'll see how far this one makes it first. It also gives us an idea of, oh no. What is the problem here? You have amphitheater coverage. You have theater coverage. The amphitheater hosts no plays. Let's fix that. I have to be careful not to block the road to Rome here. Don't like extending this road. Really don't like extending this road. Honestly, what I should do is move you up here. Save me the space that I wanted. But we'll see if this survives, so to speak. Distant battle. Oh, Crivens, I got distracted, and that means these places probably want to burst into flame. Oh, heavens, yes. Prefects, prefects, prefects. Because we never trust these things not to burst into flames. I'm actually going to get rid of one of you because I'm going to need somebody to make me ships over here. And you look pretty bumbly to me. There you go. I'm going to make sure all these have their ships, and then we're going to see if our mysterious final wharf over here can handle it. Or if he can't handle it alone. Yeah, I'll deal with these ones in a bit later. Maybe I can get away without you as well. You really, really cramp the style in the corner here. That means bringing over more farming here, but I think I'm okay with that. Hopefully I'm okay with that. I really love how the pipette tool works with the planning tool. It's just such an elegant solution. I have gone and cut off access to here by building these farms. I didn't realize it until now, but now I realize it. Not a trivial case to solve. Am I on the wrong bridge type here? Yeah, this feels very, very well made to just make this unpleasant. Good thing that the game alerts you to the fact, though, isn't it? Right, you're not allowed to exist then. Removing yet another of our possible farms here. Well, not of possible farms, but of existing farms. However, we could offset that. Because what I can do is yonder. Yes, and then we still have our way in. So we just essentially migrate the farm to unused space. Maybe a bridge off of the land to the northwest of the shipyard. You mean here? This wouldn't work. This space here is blocked on all sides. And this space here is blocked on all sides. Might not look like it. It might look like you can go here. You can't. This is unbuildable. There was a modicum of thought put into that. I'm pretty sure the map maker put in more than a modicum of thought. Right, so what was it? You and you on the fish dishes. Alright. Still don't trust my Romans not to explode, so more anti-explosion buildings. No explodey, as our resident Aussie likes to call it. Yeah, I ultimately decided against a farm there. I think I'm okay with that. There you go. They are going to need some health coverage, and I don't mind having high-level health on this map, because it'll be done in 20 years. The demographic problems will be our successors' concern. How's that bathhouse doing? Miserably. It's only doing one walk pattern. Well, hold on. No. Really, really miserably. You are awful. Are you ever going to take a route that doesn't blow? Oh, possibly. I abhor the bathhouse walker. She never seems to go where I want her to go. And this is a bit of a problem for putting the subsequent bathhouse walker here, because I'm asking her to walk all the way up here. And this area is largely irrelevant, but it's not untrue that it could work. So let's see if it will work. I'll replace the statue. I'll put down another statue, because some of these places are really struggling on desirability, and we'll see what we end up with. Plaza is so good because it's so space efficient for desirability. Space efficiency is something we're not really getting here. Could remove this forum for what it's worth. People probably love me. People do love me. That's why they pay the big bucks in taxes. These people won't love me for my tax hike. But too bad. Migrate the forum near the amphitheater and put the bath there. Yes, possibly. Oh, you don't have water access. That's all the more reason to make that migration post-haste. There we go. I could put yet another forum over here just to have even better coverage. Yeah, you know, people should be paying taxes. Yes, yes.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
Att det är slöseri med
Med
min
min
tid.
tid. It is wasteful with my time to extract taxes from these filthy plebes. That wasn't even a staged line from Ninja. He was just looking out across the street at the filth out there. Alright, let's get that fruit flowing. That is not as much flowing as I had hoped, because once again, there's one of these rocks in the way. We love these rocks. This is infringing on some possible building that I could be doing, like, Colosseum-related stuff, which may be relevant. I'm also concerned that I have built too far into my patrician area. I've not left myself a lot of space here. It's such a concern that I'm going to do this and free this area up for my patricians. I'm having some further thoughts about this. I don't want to give these people a Colosseum. I will have global entertainment good and high, which will not be trivial, but I'm sure I can trivialize it somehow. Alright, very good. Save and save often. Not that I'm interested in save scumming, but it does make me feel a bit better. Taking forever on those boats. Are those boats even being produced? I'm actually starting to think that the boats aren't getting here. I think they get produced and they can't get through this little bit of water. But it's hard to tell without watching it. How could you lose with that much money? I could lose the time limit. We could find that our money dries up for whatever reason. Yep, it can't actually navigate through that. That is a problem. Because of the way that I have built this. Can I unmake it a problem? Yes. Yes, I can. It's a little awkward. Well, it's a lot awkward. Oh, actually, you're connected to all of this, aren't you? So for the boats, I really only need to put it over here. Can I get rid of you then? Put you there, put you there. Shipyard here. That was a bit of a wasted time, but that will still make the boats for all of this without any kind of fancy crap. I still want my boats for you and you, though. I don't like how this is a dead end, but dead end's what we've got. I hate having to conscript this shipyard in the way that I do, but here you have it. As expected, the bathhouse lady is letting me down. She doesn't quite... Wait, how is it possible you don't go there? You're right next to it. You are adjacent to the bathhouse and you don't get bathhouse coverage. Come on, bathhouse lady, go south. There we go, sorted. Now, are there any... Oh, I see you. I might be able to get you just a couple of statues like so. We don't need to guess, though. We can look at desirability here and go that your best desirability is 16. And I believe you need 20 to evolve. 16 is pretty rancid. You'll do it. Damn, I'm good. Okay, do we have any casa? Nope. Small hovel, small insulae is making up the backbone of my country now. Country? Well, I guess so. We could defect from Rome with this much money. Yeah, the Huns could come along and ruin my day, that much is for sure. And I'm hoping this is enough of a defense. I could make my defense even better. I could add some more towers here, especially if I want to chew up unemployment. But the The patricians will come along and they're a higher priority to chew up my unemployment, I think, because I'm not winning unless I get that 95 prosperity. I'm going to need to get that one way or another. Well, the fruit's filling up. I'm just trying to think to myself how exactly this gets built. And what the number of Grand Insulae we're looking for are. We're a little flexible because we can add a few more farms here and there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a lot of fruit farms. Maybe I need to rethink not having you. Alright, 10, 11. That's essentially like 11 wheat farms. I feel a bit more confident about that now. The inside is awkward, but it's easier to stack desirability on the inside. There's a lot of awkward things about this. No two ways about it. Why did I just put a marketplace here, there, and everywhere? And then I feel like I have all my corners covered. Maybe one more for good luck. These people are going to need their pottery. Pottery which I continue to struggle to bring in. I better set myself to import clay so that when it does eventually come back, we can mass some up. Of course, I'm not going to get any clay unless I have some pottery workshops that... Well, I'll get 2 clay, but, you know, I want more than 2 clay. So let's have the pottery workshops to advertise the fact that you should sell me all your pottery. I could do one more over here for a good lark. These poor people in their poor crappy tent. Right, there we go. The fruit, at the very least, is flowing. And since I'm not in a huge rush to make loads of mergers here, I'm not going to rush for loads of mergers here. We're just going to make sure that our people are happily watered and happily evolve into the kind of housing I'd be proud to have, which is Grand Insulae. Always be proud of Grand Insulae. Kaboosh. Ah, don't be proud of the Romans who get more wages. It was only 1 denarii raise though, so thank goodness for that. It's going not too shabbily. The gods are all relatively happy. Neptune is the most important god to keep happy at this point, because if he gets cheesed off, he decides to take it out on all of my boats. So let's just make do with you for now. Employees needed. How? There's an engineer right there. Actually, how? Also, where are my where are my fishing boats? Why are they Oh god, you're trying to send them here, aren't you? And maybe you're trying to send to the other ones. Oh my days, what in the world is happening here? Bad things. I mean, sure, this engineer will sort it all, but no, it's still bad things. At least it's not fire. Yeah, the fire is not a problem. For now. These people will only deserve one type of god anyway. Should be a little hesitant to just fire off statues here, there, and everywhere. These people need a lot of services. And that doesn't even reach you. That said, I struggle to think what service I'd put here that would be very relevant for all of this. I think desirability is the best service that I can give you right now. I do not like that second message. I like it a lot less than the first message. Ah, a good test to see how well our... There we go, how well our ballistae defense can hold up. Wonder if we're going to get surprised attacked during any of this. I really feel that it's the kind of map that's going to do that. You know, I'm going to put all my units over here, and then suddenly, whoa, the Blue Pants tribe is over here. And then you're in trouble. And it would have to be the Blue Trousers Warriors because the next invasion is a couple of years away. Everybody's en route. Very good. Last time we had this encounter, we just murdered them through... yeah, through shooting them, which was pretty bloody cool. Alright, I don't like you actually getting in here, so please come and say hi to my Roman army. Please do not destroy my warehouse full of oil. I am feeling a bit bad about that one. I should maybe push the walls a bit more out so that they don't come and destroy that. But a respectable operation altogether. In fact, we lost 0 units there. Lovely. Yeah, I don't like how close they get to my oil warehouse. What is a man to do about such things? I'll tell you what he'll do. He will wall off that. But I'll make it that this is a killing floor. So my troops will arrive here and begin the fight proper. Meanwhile, they just chew on walls from day one. Alright, that's very acceptable, very agreeable. Just thinking about the numbers here for entertainment. It's 35 to get to Grand Insula. Even without a hippodrome, I can get them up there with perfect amphitheatre and theatre coverage. Now, that's not easy, given our severe lack of building area. But it's not impossible either, especially since I have... Oh, I don't want to use this because of the way these guys move. Are you guys ever going to get your boats? Yeah, okay, they're finally coming along. The water's not all being connected and being different fishing spots is causing chaos for my shipbuilders, but they will overcome. People love me. People are extremely pleased with me, despite my incredibly high taxes. Well, that's a good sign. It's a very good sign. Slam down a forum to ensure that the hovel people pay their taxes. This guy is very unhappy with his living situation. I'll improve it marginally with a ton of garden. Brazil's going to play the World Cup in a few hours. You can't expect barracks to be working now. Oh man, what is it with these people and their obsession with football? I feel like there are some conclusions that can be drawn, but the conclusions would probably not be very PC. Do I think you'll work here fine? Well, you better work here fine, because this is all I'm affording you. There you go, this is the entertainment district. Why, I've made a mistake. That just blocked the road to Rome. It's very important not to block the road to Rome. Hugely. Please, I'm trying to get rid of it. I didn't get rid of it fast enough. Did that destroy anything else? It often destroys walls and aqueducts. We have no aqueducts. It destroyed all of these walls. It destroyed all of these walls as well, right? Never trust those Road to Rome engineers. They will fleece you. That actually just cost me quite a lot of money. It's a good thing I'm fairly rich. Sorry, channeling my inner ninja again. I should keep them relatively busy. Rome has increased the price of pottery yet again, because Rome is just a nasty piece of work. Just redo the World Cup 1998 stream. Relics will willingly work then. I don't think it's possible to have a Brazilian willingly work. I'm getting more and more concerned. How exactly do I get my entertainment workers? I think I have to do a ghetto, an entertainment ghetto up here. It's such a strange piece of land, this. It's almost entirely unusable. I struggle to imagine a situation in which you would have people living up here because there's no good way to get water to them. Yeah, very miserly amounts of water access can be done. It's completely cut off from the lower ground, so you can't move goods up here. If there's no road to Rome access, you cannot move goods. Walkers with specific destinations just won't do it. I'm not sure if that applies to entertainment walkers, though. What we can do, though, is we can use this area as a disgusting entertainment ghetto. And we are absolutely embracing that disgust. So how are we going to do it? I'm going to hope this is a merger point. It is not a merger point. Are any of these merger points? You're a merger point, and you will in fact do. I'm going to put you here, and I'm going to put you here. And then when somebody moves in here, I'm going to do disgusting things up here. You're not going to like it, but I am. Because I want Grand Insulae without having to build a Colosseum, because I don't really have space for a Colosseum. How are you getting education access? You're not, you're getting entertainment. I completely forgot that I built the theatre and amphitheatre, despite making a big deal about building them. It's fine. Okay, it seems that all of these guys have their boats. I guess we can find out if this thing's going to work now. Because you have your fishing boat, and the fishing boat does not reach, so no, this is not functional. In that case, our next batch is you, and you will get from here. Wonderful. Caesar is once again phenomenally angry with me. I do not like the message I just got there. He's a little concerned. Well, here's your cheetah man, your giraffe, and your chest of sapphires. Do enjoy. It's costing me quite a lot of the city's money to keep Caesar relatively happy, but I think I should actually get him that furniture. That's a long time to do not much. Workshop, furniture, 1, 2, 3, 4. Warehouse, clunk, warehouse only takes furniture. Yeah, okay, there you go. That I will do for you, Caesar. Demanding pottery on this map's ridiculous, though. Actually, Caesar's demands for pottery on this map are ridiculous. Because you have to import it as pottery, or as... well, I can't even import it as clay. So the game is just asking you make these massive amounts of imports, which puts a strain on your single viable dock location. You could put a dock here, but then you wouldn't be able to trade with the natives. There's a lot I like about this map, but I think it's balanced towards sadism rather than fun. I am having fun with this map, let's not make any mistakes about that. Are you actually working? I'm going to assume yes, but where's your cart pusher? Where is their cart? But maybe they're not able to fish because they can't sail through that. I think this thing can't actually fish. But wait, how did it get a boat? Ah, because I had a shipyard here. Right, so we have this thing that can't operate. That's hilarious. Let's do something similarly hilarious. I'm going to save just in case I mess up the click here. And destroy you. And replace you with a ship bridge. Do you feel like sailing now? No, okay. Okay, importing marble is back on the menu. The gods are alright-ish right now. There's an attack on its way, and you want me to go and save a foreign city. Toga Boy wants everything. It's an average force. 3 trained legionnaires should handle that. 3 trained legionnaires? Average is below 89. 2 legionnaires and 1 javelin will take care of it then. That's 32, 32, and... Wait a second. Actually, it's 48, 48, so 2 legionnaires will be able to handle that. I'd rather not send 2 legionnaires, though. 48 and 32 is 80. That's a little risky, because it might not work out. I guess I have to send 2 legionnaires, but I don't know how close these are to attacking me. I also don't know what city you're going to attack. We'll wait a little bit. Hopefully I don't forget about this. Corruption. This blatant disregard for Caesar's desires is disgusting. I have sent him oil, and I'm about to send him his furniture. Pottery I refuse to give him. That is an obnoxious thing to demand on this map in particular. Alright, the wages look fine. I am very concerned about that, though. Oil now makes considerably less money, and oil is what we make our money on. Hand over fist, I might add. It's now on par with weapons. On the other hand, we do make some tax money. Whoa, that is more than some tax money. That's good tax money. Wow, okay. Alright, so it'll be even better if I get some Grand Insulae going, and I do plan to. Got room for extra people here. What did I build to suck up all these workers? Oops, forgot about you. Please don't catch fire. No, he wants to. There we go. Right. I may need more housing here than I thought then. I didn't expect my unemployment numbers to be so dramatic. How is it so... Well, how is it so? I really thought I'd have a lot more free workers over here. I guess the furniture industry ate up more of it as well, but it's still considerably lower than I thought. And it might struggle to eat up all my intended entertainment ghetto. On the other hand, I don't need to entertainment ghetto just yet. It's only when we start approaching Grand Insulae level here, which we do not have the fish for. Why do we not have the fish? Where the hell are my fish going? Okay, good, good. The correct answer was markets. If it wasn't going to the markets, I'd be very worried that I have no fish. Alright, enough talking myself into circles here. What am I actually doing? I need to raise these people to Grand Insulae. I have the pottery. I'm now making furniture. I already have the oil, so I actually have everything I need to get them to Grand Insulae. On the other hand, the furniture isn't flowing fast enough, and Caesar is currently in a mood to take approximately all of it. I'm contemplating making more furniture over here, but that wouldn't make any sense. If I'm going to make more, I should make the more over here. That's right, nobody demands these. Let's just cut it off. And it's eating up even more employees, and this will eat up yet more employees, which I truly don't have to spare. Yet again, one of these lovely little rocks is getting in my way. This will infringe upon patrician space yet more. I'm really concerned about getting all my patricians in here. And they're going to have less space than I'm giving to my Grand Insulae. Concerning. Maybe we should say interesting, but not concerning. Let's do this. I want you to get furniture, and I want you to get pottery and oil. Pottery and oil are quite close, so it shouldn't be challenging for you. Shouldn't. Maybe you'll find a way to make it challenging. Desirability over here is awful. The island natives sure are well informed about the global prices of oil. I'm not happy about that. I'm also not happy about that. It was a 1, 2, 3, 4 maximum increase in Rome's wages there.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Well, at least there are merits.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
This is another really annoying thing about having a single dock location. For some reason, ships that arrive later can reserve the dock ahead of those already in the queue. So this guy sits here, the dock does nothing, and we have to wait for this boat to arrive. That's, again, another reason I can't stand playing single dock location maps. Sometimes it's not so bad, like if you only have one seaborne trade route, or if you have a really close to the entry point for the ships, but we don't have that. We just have pain. It's a shame. I mean, this is a gorgeous map, but I really feel a lot of the things that are impacting on the balance are just from a standard of making things as painful as possible. My unemployment is looking grim. I do need more housing here. Or need to have fewer people working, but... The shipyard facing the sea can be removed. Yes, it's done its job now, isn't it? Let's free up those precious workers. And I can't help but feel that I could maybe tone down the oil. Also, well, this thing doesn't draw workers anyway, so it's not a big deal. Oh, one thing I can do is I can turn off my pottery so-called industry. It's 3 pottery workshops eating 10 people apiece, but not outputting anything. Yeah, actually, ultimately, I'm going to need considerably more housing here. And just shove these in and have them do their work. Is it possible to get a patrician villa on the highland overlooking the main patrician block? Unfortunately, the way that these rock formations are put down, I wouldn't be able to get road access for much of this. What could be done that might sound pretty cool is a road that runs along here would be able to support maybe 6... Well, let's get a number. These houses will represent the grand villas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... The 6th one wouldn't really work, because its only road access would be on this single square here, and I don't think I'd want it to end there. I'd want it to flow. But with a bit of rejiggering and repokering, I think you could get another one in. Yeah, imagine this is a medium villa. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 patricians along here would work. But I think you, at this point, would be making them for the sake of making them. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do that, because it would be very difficult to supply them with goods. Problem would be that you're only able to give them goods along this road, so you have to make damn sure your market ladies are going back and forth the right things. You could put their services up here. Yeah, it's not unthinkable, actually, the more I consider it, because the market ladies, you can make sure that they go back and forth by having warehouse goods here and the granary goods here. The issue would be the services up here. You'd need to duplicate them for patricians down here. I guess if you're building this and you find that you actually cannot shove in your... How many patricians do I apparently need? I need to build 8 patricians here, or 8 grand villas. If I discover that I couldn't actually fit 8 of them here, then maybe I could offload some of it to here, although it would be quite expensive on the workforce. And this is already a map that is very demanding on my workforce, due to no wheat, inefficient fish, having to produce a lot of the goods that I need. Would it even connect to the road to Rome? Kind of. The housing around here would be 2 tiles away from this road, and that connects to the road to Rome, and that would stop them from disintegrating. Services don't care about the road to Rome. Unless they are producing a good, like fruit or fish, then they do care about the road to Rome. And if they don't have the road to Rome, then they cannot deliver to a granary or warehouse. Not entirely sure how that logic works, but that's what I've observed. Oh yeah, another thought is how do I water the patricians up there? Okay, it looks waterable. Barely, but it is waterable. I might have to consider that depending on how much we can squeeze in here, because this is a very, very tight spot, considering that they also need to be fed, and they need to get wheat. So I need like 2 getting warehouses for wheat next to a granary, in addition to everything else. Yeah, having 8 patricians here is starting to feel difficult. It wouldn't be so bad if there weren't these bloody single-tile rocks in the way as well. And there's no good appendix for them either. And they would need a Colosseum. Oh god, this is looking worse and worse the more I look at it. Well, that's kind of par for the course of this map overall. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. Oh, dearie me. Oh. Okay. It's random when that happens. It's seeded, but the game decides when it happens. Oops. Could you not do that? Have you devolve, have you merge, and then I'll put these back. Thank you for playing.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Get in my work camp. There we go, getting some of the mergers, but sometimes I have to do a bit of devolution gaming in order to force it. I was hoping not to need to do this, but the strain on my workforce is much rougher than I'd anticipated. Leading me to have to build a few more houses around here just to sustain my ever-growing employment needs. These people better be paying me taxes.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
så lite skatt
att det är slöseri med min tid.
I worry that I've just not got the momentum on this map. I have a lot of prosperity to gain and not a lot of time. It's because I'm dragging my heels. The thought of building the patricians is such a daunting one that I kind of don't want to do it, but I have to do it. Oh, right, I forgot about that attack force. I myself am under attack soon. Where are these barbarians going to? They say they threaten a city of the Empire, but which city? I think I might have enough time to beat back the invasions coming my way and then beat them, but I don't know what invasion's coming my way or when it lands. Oh, that's a problem. This warehouse is not getting any employees. It's not an unsolvable problem. I could build crappy labor access for them. But that means all of the walkers are not coming down this way. How unfortunate. Unfortunate yet more is just how bad the merger point is here, but I guess I'll just make them that. A few tents here and there is not the end of the world. But yeah, I need this thing working to get me the furniture over here. The furniture that I'm well aware Caesar... Oh, bollocks! Nope. These people are not allowed that furniture. I'm going to remove their healthcare so that they don't consume the furniture.
I work as hard as I can, but there's still nothing like enough entertainment in this town.
Yeah, this town has problems. I know I'm filthy rich, but the sheer difficulty of building on this map is kind of consuming me here. people are very pleased with me. Could they be pleased enough if I throw a little festival to Venus, please? Just want to keep that city mood high. And I want to make sure that Toga Boy is nice and happy as well. I guess we could throw him a golden chariot and a pharaoh burial mask. Now he's very pleased. I hope this attack happens pretty soon so I can destroy it and then send the army off to aid the Empire. Where are they attacking? For real? Where the hell is Pergamum? That is not a city anybody's ever heard of in their life. Oh, it's right next door. Right, there should be no problem beating these people back and then saving Pergamum. Should be no problem at all. I anticipate the attack's going to be down here, but I don't want to pre-position because the attack here, if my units aren't here, is the worst thing that could happen. Is what I'll say. Prosperity ceiling is only 34 due to these houses being of really garbage quality. I still dream of the day that I bring these guys up to Grand Insulae, but I'm dreaming of the day that happens to these people as well. Forever dreaming. Pergamum is near-ish to Troy in Anatolia. Why couldn't they just call it Troy? Lovely festival. These people, what's your problem? The increase of people here, I think, put a strain on the food. Is my best understanding. And it's a pretty good understanding. But I want these people to devolve, stop eating the furniture, and then get that furniture sent off to Toga Boy. Just wondering if I should get started on patricians, but I don't have the unemployment for patricians, which is why I want these Grand Insulae here. We have the goods for it. I guess we better start working on it, huh? They are going to need a library. Again, I'll just put all the services in the middle. Are they going to need any 3x3 building? They already have religion. They don't need multiple religion. They already have entertainment. No, I guess not. Alright, let's go for it then. Librarians. But they also need double school. The school children could be chaotic and not go the way I want them to. The school children, in fact, often do that, so I'm going to build them and pray that they don't. In fact, we're going to watch the children and see where they go. I want them to converge at some point here. That's awful because none of them went down. Okay, it was kind of good for this, but kind of awful overall. I will build another school here and pray that they get over there. That infringes on desirability uncomfortably much. I'm going to put you there then. As long as one of them goes north, that should take care of everything. Simple demands game. Okay, more than one of them goes north. That covers everything. They will also need a library. A marginally attractive neighbor, so that is. I guess I can shove it over there. That shouldn't have a problem doing the whole loop. I already taxed them. That's great. Rome's finest clerk has ascended to the lofty rank of consul after beating back the barbarians at Red Wedding. So I'm doing quite well, thank you. It's probably going to be very undesirable for you. Even going to be a large tent. Good enough for me. We already have pottery and more pottery flowing in. A bathhouse is needed. Bathhouse remains one of those more chaotic walkers. I'll just slam you over there. Let's see. They should all have healthcare access from the clinic I put down. No, they don't. The clinic doesn't even get over there. Fortunately, the clinic is one of those small buildings you don't really care much about slamming down more of. Same could be said about the barber. Barber's also an attractive neighbor. And then I struggle to see why that wouldn't be everything. The trade of marble has stopped. Why do you do this? There's something mad going through the head of the map maker on this one. I'd rather have you here than here, because that frees me up some space for better statuing. So I can do that, that, and that. And that should take care of some of our outlying desirability issues. On top of that, I can even put some statues over here. Oh boy, there's no point being rich if you can't afford a whole host of statues. I'm getting very concerned about this attack coming so late that I'm not able to send over anybody to save Pergamum. It is very close. It should take almost no time for my troops to arrive there, but this attack is taking forever and a day to arrive. And if it takes much longer, I'm going to have to send off my army to Pergamum anyway. The thing is, I'm worried that it's a big attack here, and if I send away my my guys, then I'm in trouble. Could send away one of the Uras and both of these. I think that's what I'm going to do. Maybe send off the Barons. Right, this is taking too long. Baron, you go and lead the javelins into battle to save Pergamum, because I don't trust this. It's taking too long. Cue us getting attacked immediately, by the way. That's just the way of it. Yep. Yep. On the plus side, I've got all of these... yeah, all of these ballistae to help us out here. Varus, get in position. Oh, I needed that. Ow. I was under the mistaken impression that I was going to stop them just churning through my warehouses, but away go my warehouses. That could have some really nasty effects because the peace requirement is 100. Actually, is it still winnable? Ooh, that could be a problem. Perhaps an invitation to move my warehouses down, and I might even take that invitation. Because the warehouses are in such a grim position. But yes, that was kind of nasty. So the invasion, and it's no small invasion, comes when your units have to be away from home. The attack on this position is just nasty. A lot of things in this map just seem tailor-made to be as cruel as possible. Alright, I still think I want my housing back there. It's a convenient place for a bunch of tents. But I think I want my warehouses a little closer to home. Something like that. And then my walls can be a bit more defensive structured. Move the dock. Move the dock where? There are 2 locations that you can have a dock on this entire map, as far as I can tell. There's here, and there's here. If there's another place for a dock, it has passed me by. Yeah, I can't see any other dock location. If I put it here, I cannot trade with the natives, and the native trade is far too lucrative. I think the idea was you don't want to play silly buggers with the invasions and move your dock, closing off native trade. Maybe, but that native trade money is way too much to say no to. I was meant to move these warehouses aeons ago anyway. And there we go. Whew. Right, how did this go again? I believe one of them was getting oil and the other one was getting weapons.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
There we go. We got the large insulae. That's excellent. Unfortunately, they're all coupled around over here. Why are these ones failing me? Because it's undesirable. I'm not in a position to argue with that notion. But I might be in a position to provide you with some nice statues. Contemplating what can be done from this locale. Yes, I defy you, Caesar. What you gonna do about it? He's gonna ask me where's my bleeding pottery, most likely. Hold on, he's asking for another 16 pottery, something you got to import. It's just nasty, man. Why has it got to be so nasty? Unfortunately, as expected, the bathhouse walker is not letting me down. That's very unexpected. She's making a full loop. Incredible. Truly incredible. Don't trust that. Don't trust giving my walkers options to go around gardens. Okay, we arrived in time. We dispatched the barbarian scum. And with that, our favor is looking dead set. 94, and we're in a good position to send gifts whenever needed. These will fill up with more people, quite a lot more people as time goes on. We're taxing people appropriately. People are very pleased with me. Okay, so far, so not bad. Can even give you proper water. I'd like to expand this considerably, but the desirability is going to be an ever-present problem. Could just statue this up like crazy, and I think I will. What I can do is thus. Of course, it's only 7 long. What a disaster. Alright, then there you go. Because I'm rather keen on having quite a lot of these. Grand Insulae, that is. They pay obnoxiously large amounts of money, which is one of my favorite kinds of money. Again, the odd numbers here don't work out in my favor. Oh, that's right. Having them here would solve the access to labor problem. I don't need them the way I've sorted them out here. Could I perhaps migrate you and then do some silly buggers here? Desirability here is going to be rough, but I want a lot of these, as I have mentioned. 2 and 2. I'm going to have you just merge for the hell of it. Going to have you merge for the hell of it. Going to have you merge. Going to have you merge. Have you merge. And then we'll see where we go from there. Or should we? Should we wait? Do want lots of people in. This is an undesirable neighbor, so all of this is a little unpleasant for living near. But the food is necessary. How can I offset the desirability issue? Great big tonking load of statues here. Maybe something desirable here, like a large statue. Yeah, a large statue there actually makes quite a world of sense. We'll go with this, and we can add more if we need to. And also, it might put too much of a strain on the food, so let's keep that in mind as well. As somewhat expected, the desirability here is a little struggling. Yeah, well, one little statue is not going to make the world of difference here. But multiple statues may. Some big temples needed soon? Not currently. give it time. I'm sure they'll find a reason to need and want more. These are Romans, after all. The Romans. Large insulae might look nice, but they do not pay another threshold of tax. They still pay the same multiplier of tax per person as small insulae do. Now, I'm a known lover of small insulae, but I need more. How in the world do you not have bathhouse access? I watched the bathhouse lady walk over here. I guess the ultimate thing is I imagined it happening. Well, I've imagined lots of things in my life. Why stop at that? You should actually do the walk from there, so that might be okay. That's what I don't like to see. Evolution devolution, courtesy of market ladies struggling to get access to goods. And that's ever the case when you go up to medium insulae and beyond. They become so much more fussy and difficult to control. And look at that, they got pottery, they've got furniture, they've got oil, but they continue to cause me problems. Maybe I have gone and expanded a bit too much here, because it's going to place even more pressure on my decrepit market ladies. In fact, the takeaway here is maybe to increase the market coverage rather than have far too many houses that I can't support anyway. I start by slamming you down here. This is already an undesirable neighborhood. I'm going to make it more undesirable if I put you down. Well, looks at that, I already have. We know we're going to need more religious coverage eventually anyway, so let's keep Ceres happy. And of course keep the land more desirable. Look at the range impact it has on you. It's good stuff. Want me mergers. Might be causing myself some problems here if I don't do something like that. Yeah, it gets difficult to get the mergers when you already have the water in here. Hopefully you'll devolve a touch, and then you can merge, and then we can bring you back. The watering, that is. Of course, these people aren't going to evolve at all if they don't have water. Same with you suckers. Well, to my surprise, I actually have the goods for Toga Boy.
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her.
I'm still not going to give it to him because it would empty out my warehouses, including the stuff that my current people need. So he's not getting it. Too bad, Toga Boy. I don't trust things right now as they are, so you're going to be a dedicated pottery getter. Yeah, the markets are gobbling them up faster than the warehouses can get them, so the warehouse is going to be dedicated pottery gobbler. Want to keep my unemployment really low, so let's turn back on the pottery industry. Not that it matters much, because I can't get clay. I don't know if the clay will ever be re-enabled. I can hope that someday that it is, though. Look at these guys go. Oh, but you didn't want to grow into your buddy there. Yeah, because you don't like how undesirable the land is. I feel you. Again, Plaza would solve a multitude of problems for me here. What? that was not what I thought I pipetted there. Let's have you grow into each other. Which is what I'm sure you'd love to do if desirability weren't as awful as it is. have ways of solving this. The question is, would I rather have multiple medium statues? Or would I rather have one big, chonking, large statue? Believe in the size. What was that? A triumph! Yes, good. The soldiers are back. How do they feel about their performance? Daring and average. Just what we love to hear. The food is struggling around here, which is very bad news. I'm going to kill off the ones that clearly cannot make it in this world. Now I wonder why the food coverage was so bad. It seemed stable a while ago. You gonna grow? No, because it's undesirable. Living next to all these warehouses, it's unsurprising why it's so undesirable. And it's going to be very difficult to get these guys up to Grand Insulae. Considering that one of the big things about Grand Insulae is it needs a lot more desirability than Large Insulae. And all these devolutions are really disheartening. Ugh. I really hate having to put in Grand Insulae on awkward terrain like this. Because ensuring that they get their goods consistently is very, very chaotic. And it's hard to assess, you know, are the walkers not working? Do the markets not have their goods? You can check the markets. And the markets, by and large, all have all the goods. But it just takes one. I mean, there's also the fact that they don't actually have marketplaces here. I am going to replace you with a market for a bit more consistency. The mood is getting a little ugly in my city because unemployment has been growing and I've been taxing their togas off for a long time. So let's acquiesce to their demands a little bit. You're right next to the temple and you still hate your life. And I could build this. So I do. I don't trust you guys at all. Kind of surprised that you're not happy. You got a bathhouse here, you've got the statue here. Desirability on paper looks good. Oh yeah, getting this up to the amount needed for Grand Insulae is going to be tough. Real tough. Of that I am aware. Let's murder this small tent for a moment. And let's maybe ask ourselves dangerous questions like, why do we have small tents here? And be rid of them. And then we have another even more dangerous question of why do you not have library access? This librarian just does not want to walk that way. And this is a problem with evolution, devolution. Sometimes they re-evolve and move around in ways like this, which is just awful. I try to use statues to pen them in so they grow the way I want them to, but it's... Well, it can be guaranteed, but it's a lot to keep in your mind at one time. Once that librarian eventually walks down this way, which I'm sure he will eventually, then these guys will evolve. And if I want these guys to be Grand Insulae, which I do, we're going to need to perfect the coverage of theatres and amphitheatres. Let's see, the population, let's say, is 6,000. It's not, but we're going to aim for 6,000 here. That means I need 12 theatres and a lot of amphitheatres. I forget the exact number. Remembering numbers is for chumps and cowards. That's what my kinsman would be saying, right? So let's do yonder. And I believe we said we needed 12, which I think is 9 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I don't know how many of these we need, but let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Disgusting entertainment ghetto, but it will swallow up some unemployment, and it will make some of these evolve, but not many of them because of desirability issues. Hey, wow, that's not bad. That's a lot more than I expected. I shouldn't be too unhappy with that. So I'm not. I'm unhappy with this librarian not walking the way I need him to, though. Nice. This will be a much-needed boost to prosperity rating, but I really don't think I'm going to make this map at this rate. I have about 10 years to have those patricians fully... Oh no, don't you devolve on me. Have them up and operational. What is this librarian's problem? Now he finally goes south. Good. Keep on growing. Wait, what? You've lost barber access. I don't believe that for a second. But I have no choice but to believe it. The barber very temporarily doesn't quite make it down here. Somehow. Well, there's another barber. That's mad. Mad that a barber would be your problem. Okay, all in all, I shouldn't be too unhappy. I mean, I am, but I shouldn't be. I find myself wondering if I'm going to need more fruit, but there's also the point that whether I need it or not, I haven't left myself space for more fruit. And of course that rock is in the way. Lots of lovely little single tile rocks to make building even harder than it needs to be. The Rome increases the price of pottery because it wasn't quite expensive enough. Thank you, Rome. I didn't really need to do that because I can slam you down here. I could have just as easily put in another marketplace, which might be more sensible. Marketplaces also boost desirability at a range. You are no longer necessary. So you can also be used to boost desirability. Could I ever fit a large statue here? Not on your Nelly. Alright, well, the more you know. Yeah, they're all just asking for better places to live. I'd love to do something about that. I guess I don't love it enough. Guys like you having poor desirability, though, that's a bit more of a shocker. And again, there's just not really the space to solve it. And I'm really concerned about the food situation. I'm not sure I'm producing enough fruit here. Especially when you, for some reason, are sitting there with a full load. I wonder if your cart pusher goes a long and foolish path. I see the problem now. Did I never have that road there? That was making these fruit guys have to go way too far to deliver. Especially these ones. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's nowhere near enough fruit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's nowhere near enough fruit. Wait, is that true? I think I'm miscalculating this. Given that it's double types of food... Oh, right. Let's just say it's okay. I'll have an easier time if I just delude myself into thinking it's okay. That's only 17 grand insulae, though. The numbers here just ain't great. Oh, I'm concerned. Ah! The tribe and their blue trousers are back. No, how bad could it be? Well, the bad thing is just how lightning fast they cut through, and the fact that I forgot to reinforce. No, I didn't forget. This wall got torn down by the helpful Road to Rome engineers. Thanks for that. Not a road, it's a wall. But you know, words are hard. Mad. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, we tried to have this engineer work properly, but working is one thing Barracks refuses to do, especially when there's football on. And that has once again necessitated me building this wharf and rebuilding this shipyard. Another thing that's just annoying about this this map. Although now I don't have access for this, I will have to bring back access. And I guess I can send Caesar his furniture now. There you go. Yeah, the way that the boats and things work on this map, it's painful. Oh, wow. Barracks really didn't want to work. The sun outside is shining, telling me, go to Balaton, Jake. Why work hard for the Emperor when you can go for a lovely dip? Well, it's a very compelling argument, but I've got a job to do here. My entertainment in my city is so high that these hovels have turned into large hovels. Highly amusing. Caesar loves me oh so much. He'll love me even more if I give him this gift. I'm not going to give him all that money worth of gift, though. I'm going to give most of it to the city. And then I save only 200 and I use that to give Pharaoh his gift. Otherwise, it costs far more than it should to give Pharaoh, to give Caesar his gift. I wonder why Pharaoh is on the mind. If I evolve these, then my prosperity cap will grow considerably, but the annoying thing is I just need to build my patricians. And what's even more annoying is there's no good reason why it should be difficult. I have access to everything they need except for wine, which on reflection I should have been importing aeons ago, so it would be easy to give it to them. That's not true. I also need to give them wheat. Wheat is a considerably more challenging thing to give them. Very challenging. You take the wheat, and I will also import wheat. And I need to figure out how to build up these patricians. What a challenging map. I often say the best kind of challenge is the building challenge, and it's definitely here, but it's very, very difficult. If I get all the patricians, we'll be very close to the population target. We'll just be 1,000 off, and I'm pretty sure I can shove 1,000 people in here, no matter how poorly. And I don't need to tent rush it either. There's no reason I can't feed them proper food here. It would only take about 5 farms or so. Did you get your boat? You're still waiting on that boat. Well, get to work. No employees. I thought it said live in the city, but it's live nearby. Right, how does this work? How in God's name does this work? It's very important that I don't connect it up to you, because otherwise we'll be having food issues, because these people want to eat the wheat. I don't want them to eat the wheat. They don't deserve it. Wheat is the most preferred food to eat for any Roman. They'll prefer it over fruit or fish or vegetables or meat. So they'll eat it first, which is bad. I should just get rid of all of this. It's not like I don't have the money to clear the way. Do I still have my shipyard over here? No. I think we can have it back, because I think I'm going to need a ship or two. These 3 wars will certainly produce enough fish for my patricians. How many fruit farms am I going to need? I hope the answer is 2. Yeah, 2 is sufficient. I can use getting warehouses for everything, but getting warehouses, as you can see, take up a lot of space. These freaking rocks. If they weren't there, I'm pretty confident I'd be able to shove 8 grand villas in here. The backup thought is that we don't do it that way, we do it more of an appendix way. That way, entertainment is done here, it's dragged along here. I'm able to entertain 5 grand villas here, and then the rest of them here. The downside, of course, is that providing these people with food and goods will be difficult, very difficult. But it does alleviate quite a bit of patrician space here. Let me try and visualize this a bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It just doesn't happen, does it? Getting these people their desirability would be... It can be done, right? This can be done. Getting 8 of them here. But doing it just in one shot, especially when streaming, I don't think I could do it. Again, these freaking rocks. You think Marek made this map? He would have made it a desert map. If this map were a desert map, it would just be... I probably wouldn't play it. Picked this map because of the very interesting shape, but if it were desert on top of all these other challenges, I would have not even started. It's so little space. I'm wondering if I could maybe switch my head around and not build the patricians there. Is that even an idea? I need to clear this land. All these trees are blocking my thought process. And there is something of a process there. I have ethical problems deleting trees that are part of ongoing timber yard productions. You can totally get rid of the forest and it'll still work fine, but it's weird. I don't like it. It's just so narrow. And the river comes out a little bit too far here. And again, there are more of these freaking rocks. He hates it. Okay, let's think a different way. Think different. We know we can get 5 of these. Which is more, we can even do a little bit of fishing along here. It's not even terribly inefficient fishing. And the undesirability doesn't even extend that far for these guys. So, you know, consider for a second that we have 5 of them here, and then a couple more over here. Because they come along this way, they're all la-di-da, very happy, and then we have something resembling a loop over here. Suddenly it's a lot more palatable. Because I've got a lot more space for my food sorting out, and they go into granaries over here. This fishing guy might struggle a bit, but these guys will be pretty hardcore, so it's okay. Yeah, there are granaries around here. Market ladies go along to those granaries and bring it back to their food delicious places here. On top of that, maybe the furniture, pottery, wine, and oil go here. So the market ladies over here go and get that. Yeah, okay. Do I even need a loop? Could I just do a big line? That way I could have... I think the services would suffer a bit. Trying to think how to set these up. No, hang on. That could go in through there. And then you could come along here, get my fruity stuff done, get services, get additional warehousing. Although I think I said that the warehouses for goods would go over here. And the demand for more of these is very small. I only need a couple more. And they could be shoved over here. Maybe even put a bit more than a couple if I'm feeling risky. A couple of warehouses do need to go here for getting the grain and shoving it into this warehouse, but that can also be done. It's a little frustrating because grain is the most popular good, so they're going to want to eat that first, which puts more strain on it than anything else. I could... Ooh, I've got something of an idea. Ooh, it's a good one. We'll go up to Large Villa and then we'll bring in the grain. Because they won't disrupt from Large Villa just by eating grain. And the grain will slowly propagate, but it won't be eaten so fast that it becomes a concern. Yes, sir, I don't mind that one. Get the wheat. Get the wheat. This will be a warehouse, a granary that takes wheat, but not yet. You'll be the fruity one. You'll be the fishy one. We will subsist largely on fruit until then. Right. I think the... Well, where's the best way to get desirability for you guys? Just along here seems relatively easy. Like, what would you be there, there, and there? Why is the price saying 1,300 or so? Something like that. Just a couple of large statues here and maybe a little bit of auxiliary stuff there, and then we've got our 8. Alright. Alright, we can make this work. We better. Me oh my. That was not where I wanted you, was it? Not at all. That's where I want you. And you go here, and you go here. You'll expand out to that, you'll expand down to there, you'll expand up to here. Very good. That should be all the labor access they need, because anybody walking along to here gets you, anybody walking along here gets to you, and I can't imagine anybody just gets lost here and doesn't get anything. If they do, then a little tent wouldn't go afoul too much. Could you use the northern side of the Highland too? Yes, this will be used for services for these patricians. The downside is it means I'm going to need to duplicate the services that we have, and that's very strenuous on unemployment. Unemployment which is currently going to struggle to bear this to begin with. Which is mortifying and probably a sign that I need to build up this for small insulae already. Oh, that is mortifying. Because, yeah, 240 unemployment's not going to be enough to stomach this. This freaking map. Was fishing ever an opportunity for feeding these people reasonably? No, I really don't think it is. Yeah, the fish food here is miserly. They have a very long way to go for the fishing point, so no, these people are going to be eating fruits. Nothing but fruit. I mean, I love fruit. I could eat fruit all day, but if your entire diet was nothing but fruit, sounds dangerous. I think that is a type of diet, though. Don't know what motivates somebody to eat only fruit. Maybe they hate fruit and want them all to die. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 is overkill. Is overkill a problem? Don't worry about that. Now these guys just go into a granary and... From the granary, where are they going? This is not a lot of space, as I'm sure you can tell. But it's not like I need a ton of housing. And of course, there are rocks everywhere. So sick of rocks. Keep it simple. There we go. Goes into a granary here. The reservoir. Oh, that's a pretty nice reservoir location. It's a little close to the road. That I don't like. To the point where I would actually like to stick the road out by one more just to free up that. Reservoirs are nasty, smelly neighbors after all. Alright, how many are we looking to get here? I don't know, we would just build as many as we can and then trim them down if we have too many. How's tax anyway? I'm barely making any money. I have a lot banked up, but that banked up money can whittle away in no time. Oh gosh, especially when we barely make any money off of our oil anymore. Let's not be complacent about that. My people do need to pay their taxes. Oh, they love me, so we're going to liquidate that love into money. I think this is services coming over here, but the merger points here don't look amazing. Maybe they're more amazing than they look. Let's find out. That's fine. This is reservoir territory, so it's very undesirable. I'd rather not build right next to it. But it is good for merger points. And, you know, if it's good for merger points, surely we need it. Didn't even think about how many of these things I'm going to want to build, but here I am just building as many as I can. Kind of want to be done with the map. Oh, dear me. And this map has been cool, but it has just been so tough. So incredibly tough. And like I said, tough in a pretty sadistic manner. I'll get rid of this and have this merge in a jiffy. And that all goes into here. I still think I want more merging going on. which will not come easy, of course, because the merger points here are a little bit of a disaster. I'm going to convince myself that that's good enough. Then I'm going to double back on what I just said and improve it slightly. There we go. That should be good enough. And get services and goods over here. Oh, also, we can cut this thing off and have it connect up here instead. Never be forgotten. Oh, my furniture finally made it to Toga Boy. Incredible. And look at that. The Emperor is so incredibly pleased he's talking about naming you as his heir. Ugh, I hate seeing that devolution there. What's the devolution problem? Yeah, why did some of you devolve and now some of you are evolving? You claim entertainment. How? Maybe the theater walker is being very chaotic. Or are we bouncing back and forth between full coverage here? No, our coverage looks amazing. Although at some point it'll be less amazing, so let's be ready for that. Nasty, nasty entertainment ghettos. I think you could have put your trade dock on that island to the northeast. Island to the northeast. Island to the northeast. You mean this? Well, that's just the north. I have no idea what you mean by island to the northeast. No, go right. Please don't tell me you mean here. Okay. The boats sail from the entry point here. The boats leave here. I'm pretty sure the Romans were able to bring boats across land by putting logs underneath them and rolling them across. But my Romans don't do that. So no. The only place I was able to do trade is along this water. And along this water, there are only two, as far as I've found, two viable points for the dock. One here and one here. And there's no way in hell I'm giving up native trade. Even the Egyptians knew how to build canals. Well, Romans. Famously terrible terraformers, right? Starting to think I could have you get the oil. And that way I can offload this guy's oil concerns and then replace him with a big statue to make these places happier. Oh, wow. This will be our first test of our new wall and warehouse setup. And we haven't had a lot of time for testing it. Wow, actually this came after my units got massacred anyway. Right, all hands on deck, Lynn. It's very important that we do not let them ruin our warehouses. I like my warehouses. But look at them, they bunch up, and that just allows them to tear your walls apart like they're made of paper. It's kind of painful to look at. I think in a situation like this, it's healthy for me to open up so that I can engage them on open ground rather than just let them tear down the walls into my warehouses. I know we fight a little less well this way, but protecting the city is of vital importance when the peace rating requirement is 1. 100! I just want to emphasize how horrible that is on a map where you get relentlessly attacked and have very little breathing room. I know, whinge, whinge, whinge. There's only one thing this governor's good at. You may be right. Okay, that's better. Treat the walls as very ablative armor then. Ah, great, in they come. Now, once you get these things up, immediately put down your prefectures, or else they're going to be catching fire. And that is no good. There is sometimes a question of where exactly do we put them when you have so many options. Well, that is not where we want them. But this is just not quite 2x2 space. It could be made 2x2, couldn't it? I could bring the road in. Like so. Hey, and then I have a 2x2 to work with. Feels good. And of course we don't want these falling down, so here's an engineer. And I don't trust one engineer. There we go. These people will be fairly isolated, so I don't think there's too much to worry about, but even so, let's make sure we're getting that pottery. I feel like we don't get anywhere near enough pottery. Some of the roads were just there to ensure that they had road-to-road access. If you have houses that are 2 tiles away from road, they just despawn. Like, these roads are here to ensure that these exist. And unfortunately, that invasion broke up our immigration. Also, I neglected you, which means all of this wants to catch fire already. Lovely. Prefects, to my aid, please. Oh wow, these ones really want to pop. A little hesitant to put you down there. But look, I've done it already. Now, can I have any of these as 2x2s? No. It's just not possible, is it? Well, no, it's not possible. The angle's just not right because 2x2s care about the northernmost tile. If this was rotated a bit, it wouldn't be a problem. Basically, we're not getting our access here. Our labor access. Not as easily, at least. I think if I want labor access around here, we'll just do it the easy, lazy way and put down 2 houses here. 2 houses, which of course I don't want to burst into flames, so they can have a prefect, another prefect, and an engineer somewhere. There's already an engineer there, so I question the point of putting down another one. So I won't. Gosh, they really want to do me in, don't they? Wait, how do these people get water again? How does he keep forgetting? Can I even water them from here? Thankfully, the answer is yes. But it's almost no. Gosh, that is close. But it's really good. Yeah, that's amazing, because I can put you there, and then the fountain can go here, and that will water all bar one of them. And the final one can be watered by... Oh, this is actually quite good. We can bring the water along here. Would that even work? That's just a little shy of being in range. It's no big deal, mind you. I can shove this thing in damn near anywhere and it's fine. That is so close to being good. For everyone, I mean. That will do, though. Wait, that last one wasn't even necessary because this one does have water access, meaning I can just go whoop. And then everyone can get their water. Alright, groovy. I was thinking about putting the warehouses for goods down here. I'm having second thoughts about it now. Maybe all the marketplaces go down here and the goods are over here. So one of them gets pottery, one of them gets furniture, one of them gets oil. I feel like I should have another one that gets wine. After all, the going for oil is a long way. How do you have poor access to employees? How's that even possible? I guess not having road access kind of gets in the way of that. I just don't like the real estate that having so many warehouses takes up. It's such a massive footprint. But making sure that my patricians have good access to all these goods is very important. Where's the wheat? I've been trying to import wheat forever. Oh. Beginning to see the problem here. Why does the granary accept wheat? Do the marketplaces, have they been eating up my wheat?
This must be the most... That fat lady up front. This must be the most... This city...
I'm off to collect more supplies.
That's odd. If the wheat hasn't been coming here, then where the hell's the wheat been going?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Or have they been going to another warehouse? I'm having a quick check to see if anybody's eating my wheat. That was a mistake by me, of course, allowing the wheat into this granary. But I'm still mystified. Where did the wheat go? This wheat that I've apparently imported already.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I think I need to stop selling weapons. I don't have the time for that. It takes too much time for the well, no, I mean, they should buy it from here, right? So it's not really taking time to sell the weapons. Oh, there we go. There's the wheat coming in. It is slow, though. Very slow. Yeah, the items do look good in the warehouses. I like the look of it. Many things in this world I like. I'm going to put some tent labor down, just in case. Fishing boats can't navigate. Where? Where could fishing boats be trying to navigate from? Maybe they're trying to go from here to these, in which case I can ignore it, but let's hope it's that so that I can ignore it happily. Alright, how's everybody looking over here? Not exploding, which is a good sign. Nice thing about higher populations is that the unemployment feels easier to control. I don't trust these things not to explode as usual, so Prefect and Revengineer. And they have easy access to employees. Just like the Huns have easy access to my city. Quite like getting the mergers like this. Boom, boom, boom. Easy money. Nice, very nice. Might even be too many, but we can still expand a little bit more farming, just not much. As I said before, never bother maximizing for your fountains. Yeah, sometimes you need to squeeze out what little you can out of them, but more often than not, it's one of the last things you need to care about doing. That said, I need you here. You're going to be undesirable, but don't worry, you're not alone. I use the tax income screen because it's the easiest way for me visually to tell where to water. I get a kick out of giving them hilariously impractical places to get their water from, though. That should be all of them. I don't see any small tents here. Very good. Then the marketplaces need to begin existing. Put them in this horribly undesirable location. This is going to be very horribly undesirable, but it should be something that we can't handle. The overall health in the city is very good, so there's no need to give these people a doctor. They are going to need a temple, though. How are the gods feeling? Mercury, Mars, and Venus are displeased. Venus is a really bad one to make unhappy, so let's slam you down here. Mercury is also kind of bad. Can shove both of you down here. That solves a lot of undesirability issues down here. Mars... I mean, I could do Mars here as well. Sure. And then the last batch of them I can do for the the patricians. You know, 2 of them here, 3 of them here, something like that. Right, you have religion. You are going to need a theater and an amphitheater. Of course, I've not given myself enough space, have I? Keep forget. Wait a second. Do I really need that? If I were so daring as to do a Colosseum spam here. How many people does a Colosseum entertain? I think it's 1,500. But if I were to Colosseum spam here, I'd be able to get these guys up to small insulae just using a theater. But that's a lot of Colosseums. It's not a trivial amount of them. I think we'll play it by book instead. We go by the book. 1,500, thank you. Yeah, sorry dude, you've got to go. But don't worry, you get to be a beautiful... I think that's the guy I just evicted. I should keep a closer eye on city sentiment. But, you know, that requires thinking. One nice thing is, though, I don't need to give these people gladiators or actor colonies. As long as they do their rounds, this will work just fine. There's a small chance that they won't do their rounds, in which case I might need an actor colony for you, but it should be fine. Better be fine. Otherwise... you're going to want a library, and is that everything? Apart from desirability, of course. So they're going to want some of that. I find some medium statues will go a long way there. What's the yearly prosperity gain? Seeing that in just about 12 years left? Yeah, let's try not to think about that. At my best, I can get 10 prosperity a year, but the most important thing is to get my prosperity cap up. I need my... my patricians. I've been slacking on that way too much. But I have what I need for patricians, largely. It's not something that warrants a lot of concern yet. How's the pottery? That pottery suffers.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
The trade on this map is such suffering. You need to import a lot so it clogs up your docks. I need to import wine and wheat and marble and pottery. At least the pottery's only going to one
Dockers are
place.
collecting some goods
Wait,
we're
what?
buying from a warehouse.
What?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a
Why is
warehouse.
Corinthus selling me wine and pottery? That's Corinthus. They sell pottery, they do not sell wine.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
What?
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Very strange. Yeah, ouch, the cap of 36. Well, part of the problem is I never went and boosted these guys up. Maybe it's a bug from making them stop selling clay. Seems unlikely, but I suppose not impossible. People are so fickle. A bit of gardens goes a long way for desirability, and so we shall have them. I'm not shy on the money, so I have very little reason not to be slamming these things down. I'll keep this 2x2 in case I need it for something. Off the top of my head, I may want another market. I don't trust my market ladies to fulfill their walker paths. Just don't trust the market ladies in general. And of course I still need a bathhouse, but I'm sure the bathhouse here will work for everything I need. Prosperity ceiling 43. Not great, but it'll have to do. Right, we have fruit. These people are going to subsist on fruit for a while. Marketplaces are not terribly desirable neighbors, at least close range, but that's fine enough for you. I need to make sure that my market ladies actually go around and fulfill these guys' needs. Oh, there we go. You'll get 4. 4 is probably overkill, but that's what you're getting. Other market ladies will go down here in due time. Tents are certainly doing a number on my prosperity, so let's try and take care of that. Rome has raised wages once again. Wages are now as high as they can possibly go. At a glance, wages are destroying my taxes. Oh well, sounds like a job for 25% tax. Most things are a job for 25% tax. This loop has been surprisingly stable. If I could just squeeze out a bit more desirability and get a few more grand insulae rather than large insulae, we might be all right. You're not struggling on furniture, are you? I guess you have a long way to go over to get the furniture, and I sympathize with you. Especially since you have to go all the way over here for your oil, don't you? Ooh, yeah, that's worth considering. Oil is a really long journey to go. Alright, I think we'll have to stick with furniture, oil, pottery as individual things. Sucks for these guys, though. It's difficult to make their lives better. Very difficult, because the desirability boosting here is tough to do. Not saying it can't be done, though. I'm just saying maybe it won't be done. What I could do is sacrifice one of them and replace them with a statue. If I think it's worth the boost. We'll see come prosperity squeezing time. And there may have to be quite a lot of squeezing to get that prosperity. But at least I have various levers at my disposal to make that happen. Whew, how long have we been at this? Over 6 hours? I'm feeling it. This map is so dreadfully difficult. And it's a very different difficulty from, say, Red Wedding, which is a recent very difficult map that we did. I am horrified at the lack of wine here. Oh wait, no, the wine is here. I'm no longer horrified. Okay, this is good then. This is relatively good. Who needs a statue? Temple, rather. Everybody. How's our marble situation? Where the hell is my marble? Ah, they disabled marble again. Why? Like, this is what I mean by the map just being sadistic. What are you accomplishing by periodically turning off my marble? You just mean, oh, you plan to do some expansion, do you? I'm afraid you can't do that. Oh well. Sadistic though it may be, it's something we just have to work with. And it is sadistic. Right, put you down there, let's start working them up. That'll get into large shacks. They've got the water to go to hovel. They're going to want entertainment. Right, that is a problem that I didn't actually think to solve. That is becoming a big problem that I didn't think to solve. I might have to forgo this water source then. Fortunately, I can forgo this water source and switch it over to you. That still no, that doesn't barely reach. Well, I can make it barely reach eventually. Actually, that is fine, because this allows me to water more than I thought. So you there are okay. Right, that's fine. That means I can safely get rid of you and explore Colosseum-related shenanigans. There's because of this little bit of water, there's just not enough space to put it quite the way I want it. Is there a way that I could put it which isn't quite the way I want it? Not really. Let me check my numbers on what entertainment values these guys require. You'd think I'd have all this committed to memory by now, but you'd be absolutely wrong. So a grand villa desires 50 levels of entertainment. You get 10 from a theatre and 15 from an amphitheatre, provided the amphitheatre has 2 shows. That's 25. It's going to be 35 because of global coverage. So yeah, they are going to need a Colosseum, or a Hippodrome, of course, but let's not go crazy. Yet another in the long line of things that I'm having intense difficulty fitting in here. How far are you from these markets? As the crow flies, I think you're actually close enough that the market ladies would steal the grain, so I cannot connect these two. What if I were to completely kibosh these fruit farms and force you to farm harder over here? Labor access might suck a bit. Too bad. It's a good thing I got the money for all this destroying and recreating of stuff. These have got to go though. And that way my that's not a Colosseum. My Colosseum can go anywhere here really. But it looks like it's going to go there. Beautiful. Sheer perfection, my G-virus. There we go. And with that, it's not amazing, but the gladiator school is going to go here so that the gladiators walk down to that Colosseum to give them access to it. Otherwise, though, they can get their theatre and amphitheatre and whatever else here. They should be able to do the loops here without too much of an issue. And in fact, 10, 20... I don't actually need to give proper shows for the amphitheatre, although I probably will anyway. Because let me think, the Colosseum's going to give 15, and 15 is 30. 25, 35, 40, 45. Having thoughts about this one. Whatever, just take your lion house. The lion house can even go over here, just to not waste so much space. That money is dribbling down, by the way. Quite horrifically. And I'm getting DMs from Nix. He's probably sending me another game of Funbag Fantasy. What is he telling me? Okay. With all there have been a lot of people getting hacked on Discord lately, so I do pay attention to DMs just in case I'm getting hacked. I'd hate to have egg on my face. Alright, desirability is going to be a little bit tough here, but that's fine. We can go with some tough love. I should probably not hesitate on using my... hold that thought. I should probably not hesitate on using my Triumphal Arch if it comes down to it. And it may come down to it. Let's be realistic here. Just want to free myself up with a bit more, well, freedom. In this case, the freedom to maximize desirability through the utilization of large statues. Eventually. That seems a bit unfair. Unsporting. This guy suddenly has to fight 6 lions after killing a dude. That guy's probably got a lot to digest at that very moment. I'm screwed if I don't get more marble in, by the way. Absolutely screwed. I need the marble for more temples, and you need certain amounts of religious access for patricians. And that certain amount is quite a lot. Now, what is the number, actually? I forget. Right, now they need school and library, and while we're at it, they are also going to want an academy. An academy is a desirable neighbor, so we'll smack it down over here. It's a very desirable neighbor, actually. 4, 5, 6, 7 desirability at distance 1, 2, 3, 4, if my memory serves, which it might not. Where the hell is the grain? The grain is meant to be piling up in these warehouses, and what is it not doing right now? Piling up in those warehouses.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Instead, they're very slowly selling me wine, which I also need. Oh, well, don't worry about all those goods. The Huns are here to take them away from me. Yeah, no Uras from them, I'm afraid. Oh, look at that. There's the range. And some voices in my head thought that wouldn't reach. Oh, I've never seen so many dead Huns in my life. I can even throw javelins at them from afar. Although they can also shoot me from afar, so it's not all sunshine and puppy dogs for me. The unemployment number doesn't look great. People are pleased, but they pay their taxes. Bathhouse. Necessary. Bathhouse necessary to function. Where's my water? Ooh. Okay, fortunately you slip in there. And even the bathhouse lady won't struggle to get down there, I'm sure. If you thought you heard more enemies approaching, then good ear on you. Yes, there are still enemies at the door, even after dispatching those Huns. Who I think did a diagonal path through here somehow. I feel quite good about my defenses. Especially after how I completely failed at making a good defense in the military campaign when I did that as a weekly one-shot. But here, my defense game is on point. My impressing Caesar game is okay. Give a bunch of my money to the city, give the rest to Caesar. Yeah, I've slashed through half the budget, so whoever thought we have too much money to fail is hopefully learning a thing or two. I need another building here, I don't know what though. Depends on how desirability looks. So I forgot about this, they also need a hospital together with a clinic. Hospital not a desirable neighbour, not by a long shot. So I'm not thrilled to put you there, but you also have untrustworthy walker path. I will put you there regardless, but these people will also need a doctor. Any convenient 1x1 spaces for a doctor? Give me a better view. That seems pretty good for a doctor. And a barber can similarly fit in... That will probably work. I had the hurrahs in my head. Born to be Russian. What's the point in your salary, Jake? What can be done with it? An excellent question. So you are given a rank by Caesar. It can be any of these ranks. If you're playing the career, you gain 1 rank per level that you go through, but the map maker on custom maps can set it to whatever. Obviously, the worst thing is to be citizen, and the best thing is to be Caesar. What it means is this is how much you're expected to pay yourself. So if you are, in our case, a consul, you're expected to pay yourself a consul salary of 60 denarii every month. That comes out of the city treasury. So it's not free money out of nowhere. You're paying yourself out of this. You could go into debt from paying yourself too much money, and I've done that before. And then you just amass that money, and what you do with it, you have 2 choices. One is to give it to the city, which just immediately puts it back into the vault, so you've essentially accomplished nothing. This isn't something you generally want to do unless you have far too much money or you're struggling with debt. The main reason to have a salary is to give gifts to Caesar. You can give him a modest, nice, or a really extravagant gift, and he gets 3, 5, or 10 favor depending on what you give him. But they have a base cost. I think it's 25, 75, and 200. But it also is a percentage of the amount of money you actively have on top of that. So if I have 1,000 denarii, it costs a lot more to give him these fancy gifts. So another thing is that if you pay yourself a lower salary than what you're expected, in this case we're expected to be given consul salary, but we pay ourselves praetor salary, then you will lose only 1 favor per year instead of 2. So paying yourself less money is a way to preserve your imperial favor. It always goes down over time. You need to get it back by giving him gifts or sending him demands. So yeah, pay yourself less money, send him periodic gifts, give any excess to the city, and you'll do fine. If you're playing in the career mode, you can also preserve your personal funds from one mission to another. So if you're struggling with a mission, you can play the previous mission, bank up loads of money, and then take it with you into the next one. So you have a large lump sum. But that's for freaking casuals. I don't recommend doing that. It can really trivialize a mission. The barber appears not to want to go and see our patricians to be, but I need those patricians to be. Rome increases the price of Galateum. Good to know.
This city isn't too bad, really.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Oh, someone has to like it. I am slightly concerned that the gladiator school is not sending gladiators to the Colosseum. It is of vital importance that they do send them to the Colosseum. But instead they're sending all of them to the amphitheater. I have an idea. Since the gladiator can go to the amphitheater or the theater, the amphitheater or the Colosseum, we're going to force the Colosseum with a lion pit here. The words I said probably didn't make the sense that I was trying to make them make. Caesar loves fish. Sod off, Caesar. This will guarantee Colosseum access for these guys, because the lion must... Oh, that's bad. I need to solve this. How do I solve this? I will solve it by not solving it. How does that sound? Does that sound reasonable? Maybe. Problem is, I think you spawn on this tile, which is just not quite close enough to you, but you are just in the wrong place. Gonna do this. And actually, I can do this even, because you will grow the way I want you to. There we go. That way you'll get access to it. And just ignore it, it'll go away. Many problems do, but this one won't. Right, I need that freaking marble or I'm dead. These people need another god access, or else they'll never grow beyond Grand Villa. Or Grand Insulae, rather. Grand Villa is what I'm trying to get them to. It's a little concerning that you're hitting desirability limits already. But that's okay. I'm sure I can solve such problems. There you go. Well, I hope I can. So what else have I got?
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Lots of unemployment. I never did put in a bathhouse for you guys. I'm sure I was planning to, but there you go now. Got to raise that prosperity limit. On top of that, I got to axe my unemployment a little bit. What I could do is start tearing down some of these crappier level housing. Need to ask myself what my ultimate plan is for these things. That's not the only question I have to answer. Remember, these people need lots of market access, which they are going to be struggling to get. And I have not a lot of time to do this. Quick recheck on my numbers here. What do I currently have? Only 16 grand insulae and 13 large insulae. Okay, I'm going to run the numbers here. I only have 13 grand insulae. Sorry, 16. 16 grand insulae, 13 large insulae. Here, let me help you with this. Warning, flashbang. Boom. Those medium insulae will go away, no doubt. I have 27 small insulae. And I have... How many casa? I have 28 small casa, but those are also going to turn into insulae. So it's like 28 in addition to this, so it's going to be like 55 or so. Okay, this still seems possible. Well, this seems more than possible. Slight issue is I have a bunch of hovels, don't I? Yeah, I got 24 large hovels. Now that destroys my prosperity rating, but what if instead of 24 large hovels, they were like, I don't know, 20 casa? And then I have way too much population anyway, so I mean I could slim it down to just 10 casa. Oh, and we're there! Alright. Alright, if I can get these patricians done, there's a reasonable chance that we win this map, but I need that pottery, the marble back. Without marbles, I can't get patricians. That's us beating 7,000 population. Dangerous, though, because we need to make sure that our coverage is perfect, which it is. Perfect theatre and amphitheatre coverage, as it should be. I'm going to put in a couple more theatres just to be sure that we're on the right side of history here. I could start really tearing into these, and I probably should, especially the ones that are small and crappy. Sorry, Nikki, I'm throwing you out.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Yes, you have, Nikki. What a laugh for everyone involved. Poor Nikki. Poor in every sense of the word, Nikki. I think I will give these people the means to become Casa now. Mi casa tu casa. That will improve prosperity cap, but it'll also improve the amount of people that can be housed here, which is not something I want because the food situation here is a little tight. So I will tighten up a little bit as well. I'm going to destroy a few periodic bits of housing here. Not the ones on important labor access points like you, though. And lowering unemployment means that people are happier to pay my extortionate taxes. I'll keep them even happier by throwing a little festival for Mars. Do not accidentally throw a lavish wine festival. Okay, good. That's perfect. These guys will almost certainly get their access to the Colosseum. Yes, good. They're just that little bit closer here. But yeah, here's the problem. They need another god. And I don't have another god for them. To add to the complexities, I don't have another space for another temple, but I think I'll throw it over here. But yes, I am now at the mercy of the map maker re-enabling the import of marble. And that is it's actual bullcrap. Yes, in order to build temples, you must import marble. Also, I'm going to periodically turn off your marble. Thanks. I hate this map maker and they hate me. It's made by Agnostic. Not sure I've ever spoken to this Agnostic fellow, but they certainly make some gorgeous maps. And this isn't the only Agnostic map I have planned either. Education, library. Why is this librarian not doing what I want them to do, which is just simply do this loop? No, I won't, they cry out defiantly. Oh, okay. I'll just build another library then. It's not like I don't have spare unemployment. It's also a desirable building, and it's also good to make sure that everybody's paying their taxes. So I'm going to throw down another tax forum. Why in the world are these people not paying their taxes? Right, that changes now. Double forum here. Double taxation. They claim that they don't get enough entertainment. How is that even possible? They have theatre. What? That is the worst theatre walker I've ever seen. Alright, we're going to do it like this then. There you go. Okay, so the theatre walker only ever walks up here for some bizarre reason. What a disappointment. What if you never get marble anymore? Then I can't win. And to be honest, it just needs to be delayed for another couple of years and I can't win because I need to get my prosperity cap increased and true number increased, and both of those are struggling. The prosperity ceiling right now is 49. That's what I mean by prosperity cap. And it's not going to get any higher unless we... Oh, it's not going to get anywhere close to 95 unless we get patricians. So where the hell is my marble? It's also painful because I don't just need the marble available, I need to actually get it imported, which means getting it in here and over to here. Which is a royal pain in the bits, to the point where I'm going to do this. I'm going to make that the marble place so that I have another place to more quickly get it imported to. Because look how much we suffer on imports. This is meant to be overflowing with pottery. But we can't get clay, and we can only very, very slowly trickle in the pottery, and most of the city eats pottery. It's becoming a real problem. It's not becoming a problem, it has been the problem. I am so hungry, by the way. I can feel my stomach eating itself here. They say other things, by the way. Anyway, get yourself over there. We have more Huns to kill. Is it plus 4 peace per year with no damage? I thought it was 5. You get 2, then 2, then 5. 5. But despite playing this game for 2 million years, I forget all the numbers all the time, so... Don't trust me. Trust your instincts. Get in there, lads. It is salted horse for Roman dinner tonight. Remember, the aversion towards eating horses is a modern convention. Eat them up. Damn, we are good. You can see why so many mappers don't allow me the military academy. If I'm allowed to train my troops properly, I can murder just about anything that comes my way. Just don't bring up my attempts at the military campaign. It's still sore. Yeah, and that's why Mum's good at Iceland, right? Okay, unemployment is still a little higher than I would like it to be, but people are relatively pleased with me. I could do some... Oh my gosh, where is my money? I had money once. This is another reason why I need patricians, and I can't get them without that marble. Oh, this is starting to really hurt. I put down a forum so these people don't avoid their taxes. If this continues, I am just going to die to lack of marble, because if I had my marble already, I would already be making these patricians. These would already be large villas. These guys would be being created and everything would be great. And they'd be paying taxes. As it stands right now, that's not happening. Ah, jeez. That's such a crap way to lose! Give me my marble! Have you played Anno before? Yes. Did you like it? No. There are many things I don't like about Anno, but most of all, it just sucks building an Anno. You grid everything because of the way proximity works, and I really don't like the way that they generate islands in Anno. Everything's just an indistinct blob of mass floating on an endless sea, and it's just not exciting to build on. And it is of vital importance to me when I'm playing a city builder that I want to build there, and wanting to build there is a result of things looking good. I mean, Caesar 3 has pretty rudimentary graphics, but the style is gorgeous. Very good visual clarity to it as well. It's so very well thought out. But as I often say, style is forever. And the other word that doesn't come to mind, fidelity, that's it. Fidelity is temporary. That said, I still think the PlayStation 2 graphics look great. Ooh. It's a good thing I wasn't caught in a state of perennial pissed off gods. But I am just a few marbles short of victory here. And actually, as long as we keep the people pleased enough and the taxes high enough, we're actually able to balance the books. And what I can do is I can even throw festivals to keep people happy enough to pay taxes. It's a little bit of micro, but if you give them a festival every 12 months, then you'll get a boost to city sentiment, which will almost counteract their unhappiness about the tax situation. And with enough Grand Insula, it actually will. Yeah, I want my Dynasty Warriors 3 make. Feel the power of might. Delay. That game was meant to be out in March. I have done a damn good job here, but it's just not enough because I'm not getting my smegging marbles. Well, let us not forget there was a gamble on here. There still is. Do we have any lose lobbyists currently licking their lips going, I hope to God he never finds his marbles? I'm squeezing out all the prosperity that I can. Because the moment I get the marbles, we're going to need to rocket up towards the 95, but the current cap is 50. Ugh.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Trade is agonizingly slow. Ach wel, fit kinnemen die, as I like to say. You know, given the pressures on marble, I could just as easily shove the marble over there. I just don't want them to walk all the way over here. And the grain stockpile is growing a little bit too much. Oh, hold on. I didn't replace these broken down walls. I think they're going to prove important. You can't build a certain distance from enemies. I better reinforce this part of the wall then. Walls are not free. Walls are really rather expensive. I have never gone to check how much more durable walls are than aqueducts, because aqueducts are much cheaper at 8 denarii as opposed to 12 denarii, and cheaper yet are building wells. I forget if wells count towards peace requirement though. There are some buildings that the peace requirement doesn't care if they get destroyed. It includes prefects, towers, walls, tents, engineer posts, but I don't know if it includes wells. They're so terrifyingly fast, are these Huns? I should update the names list at some point. Oh yeah, I recently grabbed the technology to do that. I found my old editor for Caesar 3 text files, so I need to go through the custom names list and punch them in, make sure the game doesn't crash when I have them in. I love playing games with custom name list. I'm very close to making an ill-informed decision to play some X4 in my free time. Maybe I should look and see if there's a way to custom name list that. And no, that will not be done on stream. I once attempted X4 on stream. It was miserable. Not making that mistake again. Oh dear. Okay, they're being a bit more aggressive this time. A lot more aggressive this time. They hate my... Finally! Oh, they're finally back with my marbles. Okay, we have a chance. It's not a very good chance, though. We gotta go for it. I need those marbles yesterday.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Athens do sell the marbles. The problem is they also sell the wheat and the wine, and I'm currently trying to enjoy all of those things. First batch of marble. Where's the rest of it?
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now. The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now. The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse.
Where's the freaking marble? Give me the marble. Why is he sending it over there? Send it here. Okay, I have 2. 2 is good enough. 2 will allow me to build another temple. They're getting kind of indifferent now. Neptune, you're up to bat. Now these should evolve to large. I think grand villas need 3 gods, though. Yes, they do. So we'll have to squeak in another one somewhere, somehow. Probably in the place of one of these farms down the line, but that is down the line. For now, I need these to be better than they are. Oh man, I can't just sit back and see you get owned by AI pilots in X4. Damn. By the way, 9.0 changed a lot. And that was the big reason. I was getting the shill emails about... let's get that wheat in, by the way. I was getting shill emails about X4 9.0. And yeah, I was just thinking, oh man, I enjoyed it. Cheeky little game of X4 in my free time. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy streaming it, though. And I'd recently been playing some Avorion, and boy does Avorion feel good. Right, finally we have patricians, and look at that. Boom, prosperity ceiling 57. That does not feel like a big change, because it's not a big change. We need to make it bigger and changier than ever before. Do I have additional marbles yet? No, in fact I have a grand total of no marbles right now, but be that as it may, we're going to have to up our game here. It's the final countdown, the final 9 years for victory. Alright, alright, alright. Wish I hadn't destroyed those now. Now I need to actually think about what's going on here. Dum da dum dum da dum. You're going to be here. Yeah, I really shouldn't have destroyed them all. Right, let's get back to a planning formation. Why does it think these things cost 1,300? They really don't. Right, that should be fine. We'll control their growth manually. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. It's a little, well, it's a lot risky about how these guys are actually going to get their goods. I don't trust these market ladies as far as I can throw them, but I can throw people pretty far, I would like to imagine. There we go, that's a bit intense, but that'll have to do. You really... we don't trust Barracks either. Put Barracks over there. Okay, so they will get access to the Colosseum, which is one of the bigger things they need to get access to. I need to be very wary of this road. This road is going to need to move in the future. So let's not build things against it. Instead, this needs to be how these people get vast amounts of desirability. So we're going to fill it up with lots of statues. And then all the services they need will be around the back of it. So again, this thing will move back. So have these things one tile further away than you would normally. Okay. Is that really one tile further back? There we go, that whole thing can slot over like a Tetris piece. That may or may not be enough desirability for them. In fact, we have the technology to check the desirability number. Also, they get a +10 for being elevated here. So this is... Ooh, it's not very good at all. Yeah, 37 or 38 or so. The actual number they need is... A large villa requires 58. And is that really including all the other boosts? Oh, ay caramba. This one looks a bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to need more than that. Problem is, it won't really take effect until we do better, but we might be okay here. Yeah, something like that for now, right? And remember, this road will move back. And then round the back here is where all the services go. It's not great labor access. In fact, it's really horrible labor access for everybody walking around here. Yeah, they get little tiny chunks of labor access. Maybe I could improve that slightly. But I also don't want to. Right, be that as it may. They're not getting anywhere without some marble.
The dockers are taking our goods to the dockers.
Damn it, Corinthus. I need Athens.
Successful voyage. The prop, I can't wait to do.
That's
some
more
trading
Corinthus.
here.
I need
Love
Athens.
a good deal.
My freaking marbles, man. It's marble madness, all of this. Right, be that as it may, in that case I don't actually need to build up their services right now. They'll get their services later. I shouldn't have given these people wheat then. It gives the markets opportunity to get wheat stocked in them, I suppose. Are the villas themselves desirable? Yes, but only to the squares around them. So a villa does not make the squares that the villa is on desirable, but it makes neighboring tiles desirable. So this villa right here is making this villa more desirable, and this villa is making this villa more desirable. It's not by much, though. I think even high-level housing is only like a +2 or 3 to desirability, and low-level housing is a negative. And small insulae is the first housing type that does not negatively impact their neighbour's desirability. Yet again, small insulae reigns supreme. I love the small insulae. It's such a good building. I also think it looks good, although I've had people tell me that they prefer the look of the medium insulae. I actually don't like the look of medium insulae. They just look so fat. You know, I can imagine, you know, little kids playing with marbles or whatever up the streets around here and, you know, saying hi to the neighbours. This is just where it starts feeling like congestion. I like how the large insulae look like cereal boxes, and I really like the look of the grand insulae. Oh, could you imagine living there? Awesome. Probably not awesome, though, because you have to share this building with 83 other smelly Romans. Romans weren't famed for bathing all the time. They were famous because they bathed at all. Romans gave us the modern apartment building. I'm not sure it was a net gain. Oh, I hope I didn't see some devolution there. Are you still struggling on barber access? Something is making them re-evolve. I think it was entertainment access. Did you have an entertainer walk by? Yeah, you seem to be struggling on access to... Not theatre. Not amphitheatre, what? I guess one of them lost shows to... it would have been the amphitheatre. I guess it lost shows to... for plays. That is not a problem I'm about to fix right now, because it only means a devolution between large insulae and grand insulae, which I could not care less about. I couldn't care much less about it. I could care a little bit less about it. Unemployment is still a little higher than I want it to be. I need to make a profit or else it negatively impacts my prosperity. Then again, we're pretty close to the cap anyway. Yeah, life can be ugly. I know people love them, which is why I have them. Let's get our water park back. I build excess fountains, even though they don't do anything, just to push down the unemployment rating, allowing me to tax people's togas off more aggressively. People are indifferent towards me. In that case, next month we're going to have a festival. I can't afford to lower my taxes right now, but I can afford a festival every now and then. We're going to have a large one. No, we're going to have 2 small ones. I hope that indifference isn't stopping immigrants coming in. No.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
I don't care. Get in my tenements. Especially get in my villas, because villas... what was that? More fights are on their way. Oh, goody, goody.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Where are my marbles? I need them! Alright, a lovely little festival like that, and people maintain their indifference.
I can't wait to do
Athens.
some trading here.
Oh.
I love a good
Oh, Athens. I need a lot of marbles, actually. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 marbles, because I need 1, 2, 3, 4 temples. Gods are getting a bit iffy on me right now. Wait, nobody's moving into my brand new spanking homes here. Come on, get spanking. I wonder if they're not going there because of the road. Let me do this. There is a chance that they don't consider themselves as having road access there, because the road is on the wrong side. We'll see. As soon as they move in here, I know we're going to be fine. Although it does mean that these things might explode, so let's get rid of them before they do burst into horrible flames. Yeah, kind of pointing out they won't move in, yeah, because the road's on the other side. I need them just to move in for a little bit. The time situation could be really rough for getting them to have enough population in them. Which is all the more reason why I need to max tax right now, because otherwise we are not going to remain fiscally fluid enough to win. So it's bread and games for my people to keep them happy.
I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
We can do better than that, surely.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Oh, that's right. Caesar is not best pleased. And I'm sitting on a lot of money. Give all bar 200, so that's going to be 1360. Give it to the city, and then that way I don't need to pay like 1,000 denarii to give Caesar a golden chariot. Boom. Back up to 100 we go, as we deserve. There we go. Now they're in to win it. I want to get these all tented up. Once everybody's moved in here, we're good to go. And it's quite important to get that done on the double, by the way, game, because otherwise these guys could... Well, you know, whatever. Let's... No, that's not good enough. I gotta wait for all these people to move in. Oh, they have coverage on this side from fires, so I guess it's not too bad. There we go. There we go. Right. Less belly aching, a lot more winning. We get these in. We doubly make sure that nothing is bursting into flames or collapsing on us up here. And surely during this time we waited, we needed to wait anyway, to get our marbles.
I can't wait to... The dockers are taking our goods.
Amazing, we got some marbles.
The dockers
However,
are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
We need more marbles. Who are we doing this for anyway? We're doing Mercury, Mars, and Venus in that order. Mercury and Venus, but I need the extra marble. Oh, we have the extra marble. Well, if that's how you want to do it. Interestingly, if I put you somewhere kind of central, you... I guess it's not that interesting. There's also a chance that this person could walk down and give the few of them access to godliness, but let's not count on it. Just shove you here for now. We'll do Mars later when I have more marbles. Maybe stop the wheat and wine import to get marble for a bit. No, we need wheat. Wine we could do without for a little while. We have tons of wine, and we don't have multiple types of wine. Wait, I want to check on that. Once you get your extra god... Yes, we only have one type of wine. We'll kibosh the wine so that we can get more wheat and more of the other stuff in. Marbles and wheat.
Things seem to be working well here.
Yeah, well, it's no coincidence, bathhouse lady. I've been working my togas off here. To the indifference of my subjects. I do not want to lower taxes. I am making a slight benefit here, though. Okay, I will very, very temporarily lower taxes. Okay. Why are you not being better? Be better, Romans.
Ah, the gods are angry. We're all doomed.
Where's my marble? Okay, we have the marble. Final temple, hopefully. Yeah, you'll actually do all right for desirability here. There's not a problem here, is there? No, because the road gets pulled back, not pushed forward. There we go. I need to get these people up to a more respectable level on the double, so let's get them watered. Dun 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 dun. That's fine. That should stop anything evolving in a weird way, unless you come out too far, which is possible. It's possible you come out too far here and then this gets ruined, but yeah. Lots of things in life get ruined. I have made a critical error here. I forgot that I needed fountains. Seems like a crazy thing to forget, but I have forgotten it. Yeah, I figured the fountains would go where I've gone and placed all of these statues. This one covers 3 of them. I just need these 2 covered then. Oh, and would you look at that? I can do it from here. Huh. Well, I guess I'm a better city designer than I thought. And I already thought I was a pretty good one. These guys are a problem because they're going to eat wheat. Unfortunately, they're just going to continue existing for a while. A lawless area. People are terrified. It's very funny. Right. The school is here. The school will also go here because we don't trust school children to be able to make the laps properly. They will need more education, followed by even more education. I should be careful building too much over there because that is where the bathhouse lady needs to exist due to water access. Then we get our sad academy. They are going to need a theatre, an amphitheatre. Do they need shows in either of those? They're getting 25, 35, 40, 55. No, they don't need shows in either of these. They'll be fine. They need to be taxed until they cry and then taxed even more. And they need 1 more religion. We'll get them that later. Because right now I lack the marble. I'm 1 marble short. Why are they still delivering here for the marbles? Deliver here, you idiots. You stop accepting marble. And you remain accepting marble. Good. Is anywhere else taking marble? You do for some strange reason.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Still good to see some grand villas, though. They pay some grand taxes. This is a good sign. They already want to evolve. Please evolve. Well, yes, please evolve. I don't really care which direction you go in, do I? I don't think I do. That's right, you need access to a doctor, a barber, and a clinician. I'm well aware I did that in the wrong order. Doesn't matter. How does the bathhouse lady let me down every time? We've run the numbers. I'm pretty sure the bathhouse lady does not have a distinctly shorter route than most, but every time she can possibly disappoint me, she does. Worth noting that I want you to evolve in this direction then, don't I? That way the water will continue to flow. In that case, I can put you there and do this. And then blunk. Right, and there's no problem with this, is there? I can do this now. As long as you don't devolve on me. If you devolve, everything goes to hell. So please don't devolve. I want you to evolve in this direction, I reckon. Is that true? It's a little iffy. Let's think about this for 5 seconds, will we? You're going to evolve like that. 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 Alright, I've thought about it for 3 seconds and it's fine. Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Yeah, because you'll grow into there. What are you waiting on? Oil. Alright, these market ladies need to stop letting me down. I know that's very difficult for market ladies to do. Letting me down is all they know to do. Right, and you need to make sure you grow in that direction. The third one is wrong, you think? What's wrong with it growing out to the 3x3 here? Nah, I think it's fine. Hail to the villas, they're here at long last. Hail to the bath lady, she is letting me down as usual. Alright, well we got one of the large villas, excellent.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
så lite skatt.
Att det är slöseri med min tid.
I forgot to jack up my taxes again, but at least people are going to be very happy with me. They love me, in fact. Taxes are up. Whoa, where'd all my workers go? They're very important. That's probably why they've been letting me down on their walker paths. Let's free up some workers, please. Let's free up some more workers, please. Check marble, turn wine back on. There's no reason to turn wine back on right now. We have tons of wine stored. And I still need one more bit of marble. Quite desperately, I might add. So we want you to grow out in that direction, which is fine. You're all poised and ready for it. I want you to grow out in that direction. You're all poised and ready for it. Grow. Enemies are closing. Money is also, you know. If you grow a little bit to that, then it's fine. You won't devolve. You won't devolve. Good, you don't devolve. Gonna put another statue here just to make sure everything is A-okay. That is also looking good. Right, the statue forces you to grow in that direction. Wonderful. And now they just want their oil. Not oil, they want their wine. Now, a slight problem is that the number of occupants is very low in these places. We have to wait a long time for immigration. And we don't really have time, but you don't need population to raise prosperity cap. And my prosperity cap is rapidly rising. Does Jake know Swedish? How could I not know Swedish? Oh, this is exactly what I feared. Why did you devolve? Maybe I can have it like that for now. We'll never know. I think I got rid of one of the ones that I shouldn't have gotten rid of, but well. Now we need to have you grow back up again. Very sad. Asking again, hopefully you've seen it. Did you beat the Huns? The Huns are continuing to come. In fact, we have 2 attacks on their way as we speak. This is a little awkward because I need you to grow here. You should grow into that. Good. What are you waiting on anyway? You want the wine. The markets struggle a lot. They need to get a lot of food and a lot of goods. Well, hopefully they just don't struggle too much. And here they are. Okay, you be very, very good and don't devolve on me. You need to all grow big and strong or else I am screwbarred. Right, bring on the Huns. I did repair these walls, right? Of course I repaired these walls. I wouldn't forget something as vital as keeping the Huns out of my city whilst my very slow heavy infantry make their way over. Be absurd. Oh wait, these aren't the Huns. That's a surprise attack right before the Huns, which are right before the Huns. Glad we know what's going on. Gonna have these guys a bit more spread out. As we saw last time, they were kind of wrapping around my units, causing me a bit of despair last time. Is the wine supply stable? Not stable per se, but I have this warehouse overflowing with wine, which this warehouse periodically gets. There's not a wine consumption problem whatsoever here, not even close to it. Palaces consume double wine, but these aren't palaces. Okay, I just need to hope that this small casa can actually get its bathhouse access eventually. If the bathhouse lady could ever in her life walk the way I want her to and go and brush up against that house, I'd be most appreciative. Hope the schools are actually getting over there, but I don't have time to look at this. I'm under attack. Ugh, but I do need to look at it. It's more important. You know, surviving the attack is one thing, but it's useless if I don't get this done. Okay, we have the marbles at long last. Who is our favorite god? Probably Neptune. You know, I lose all my boats, I instantly die, so we probably like Neptune the most. Did they already have Neptune? No, they had Mars, Venus. So adding Neptune still gives them an extra god. I didn't want to give them the same god they already had, or else it wouldn't help them evolve. Alright, come on. Filthy Blue Pants tribe. Deader than dead. Alright, that was lovely and easy, as it should be. We don't anticipate difficult fights at this point. Oh, this is a good sign. Look at him go. He gets his wine, and then we're... Oh, we're ticky-taboo. I really hope it wasn't a problem with desirability, but I can't imagine why it would be. We can actually check desirability, and on these tiles, it's massive. Look at that, 78 or so. Beautiful. The problem is, they're just a little bit far away from some of the other statues, but here's the thing. We had some gardens. Why am I... Give me an actual garden, for God's sake. Boy, I did not build a lot of gardens on this map, did I? The stability of statues there. Now he's grown and he encompasses this tile now. And 102 desirability is enough for any patrician.
Salutations! This city is...
The city is what now?
This city is a reasonable place.
Greetings! I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
No sign of crime around here.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
Don't you forget it. Right, I believe I can get rid of these for labor access now, because there's plenty of labor access coming from the patricians, and I don't like these guys hurting my prosperity or eating my wheat. There's a technique that I should really try out sometime, and I've not been doing it, and that's where you delete a house, and then you force those people to reposition into another house where you can make better use of them. I'm going to try it right now. So... Let's see, we've got 4, 4, 8, 4, and 8 people here, which is nowhere near enough. So if I delete 4 of these houses, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Might be a bit extreme, but away they go. My unemployment didn't like that, but that's fine. That's what removing these are for. There's this idea that these homeless bums might go over to one of these houses and apparently bring all 50-something workers over with them. I'd like that to happen, but it's not a strategy that I've made good use of before, or made any use of before. Normally they would hobble their way towards the map exit, which is over there, but I'm hoping that they move into one of these houses. Oh my god, they paused marble again! Good thing I already got all the marbles that I think I need. Or else I would be fuming. Imagine, you know, the marbles started up and I thought, okay, we'll just beat back these attacks and stabilize this and I build my patricians, and then I don't. Ugh. Oh, I'd be fuming. Please explain to me, Jake, how does deleting depleted fountains reduce unemployment? Because I'm confused. Whether or not a fountain works, it still always employs 4 people. No matter where it is on the map, it'll employ 4 people. So sometimes I put down useless fountains just to employ people to keep my unemployment low, because low unemployment makes people happier, and happier people don't complain when you tax them 25%. Very common endgame setup is to have unemployment 4% or lower, wages 8 above Rome, and that makes people very happy, and then you tax them the full 25%. And as you can see, given that I whittled down my denarii from 30,000 down to 5,000, we're in dire need of money because we're no longer making bank on our trade receipts. We're making about 1/3 of what we used to. So I need these patricians instead, so I'm really hoping those homeless people hobble their way over there. You can't even access the fountain yet, it's a hell of a commute. But you know what that's not? That's right, it's not my problem. So is this. Caesar wants my wine, Caesar can screw off. There's a lot of things he wants, but instead he's going to get some fancy furniture and whatnot. Yeah, we got the marble, and the marble turned off again. I have enough for 2 spare temples. I'm going to take this opportunity to make sure my temples aren't at risk of bursting into flames or crumbling to dust. Oh, looking all right. We're getting the grand villas, but they're not paying me much taxes because of very few people living there. Jesus, what a massacre. Get the hell out of here. Now, they're doing some damage, but not enough damage. Shoot a horse to death on the way out. I myself almost never use horses as my units. They're really, really quite bad. Actually, I looked at the numbers. They're not terrible, but they don't get the bonuses that heavy infantry do. And the fact that heavy infantry cost weapons is not a big problem. Military music's still playing, making me a little concerned, but I know that the next attack has not arrived yet, so let's not panic. So those people I ordered out of my city a while back. Doesn't look like they've entered any of these places. I'm still very slowly waiting on immigrate. Oh no. Whoa, how? You're right next to this? I mean, I know how, but still, please. Don't burn down on me. Actually, maybe it's fine that they burned down because I don't think I needed those tents. I needed that, though. These fires spread if you don't catch them fast enough. Love it. Okay, and with that, my prosperity ceiling is 89. And we still have some levers to pull to improve that. There are some housing things that I can improve, notably these houses, of course. And, well, given the opportunity, I think we should improve it. A bathhouse lady, in the rare case that the bathhouse lady will actually do the rounds I want her to, will elevate these people to large casa, but that's not good enough for me. I want them to be amphitheater and theater covered. Of course, we have neither of these things for them. Well, here's a theater, here's an amphitheater, and I don't think I care enough to give you an actor's colony, especially when I can't fit one in. You got lucky. But you're not getting gladiators. Don't be Madiator. Slight problem is that they will consume pottery now. And a slight further problem,
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
an addendum of problems, as it were, is that I have no smegging pottery. Why do I never have any freaking pottery? Ah. Well, no, we should be able to import enough pottery to deal with that. It's just that the amount of imports we need is too bloody high.
Good deal.
There is an argument that says ignore the natives and get an extra dock. We might not survive if we do that. I think we need the extra throughput on goods. And the taxes might work out, but look at that. That's losing 6 grand of trade receipts that I'd rather not lose. This guy still does slurp up a lot of oil. I think I need to double dock now. We need to cut off all of this and just have a second dock here. It's gonna hurt in a few ways, but if I don't get this throughput of goods, we could face mass devolution. Alright. Also, people need to not be on this while we're at it. That means you're superfluous. You're superfluous. These houses are or these tents rather are superfluous. I'm going to keep this around. No good reason not to. But have you forgotten my request? I have, as it happens, Caesar. Let's get rid of this and bring on our dock. Donk. Now we have double dock.
Down with the governor! The governor clearly doesn't care about me, so I'm gonna show him how I care about his city. If you want to know what cities look like when they burn, watch carefully. A city's down with... I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
And he's shanked to death. Having people protest like that impacts my peace rating, but peace is not the concern now. Prosperity is, so I don't care about it. Hope this double docks solution doesn't kill me, though. Where does the oil go now? And don't say here. Give me a real answer. That's not a bad answer over there. Because people still need to get the oil to the other locations from somewhere. Hopefully they don't try and go for this. I wonder if the trader, the native trader, will actually go to this place. Or if he won't move because he has no access to the road to Rome. Not something I'd considered before. If he doesn't spawn at all, I'd be as well just deleting this warehouse, or even giving Caesar the oil. I have 69 oil across the city. Crazy. No! How did that happen? How on earth did that happen? Well, that's bad. That is extremely bad. If I had to guess, there is a walker here that's not always hitting these guys. I need to keep a close eye on the walkers that do parade around here.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Oh, that is tragic, so it is. The big devolution is here. Okay, maybe we can rescue some of them and bring them back. The walker changed the route when you pulled back the road? Possibly, but it's a long way away. I don't want to believe that. Alright, good. They're coming back to me at least. Keep on growing. Also, eat your friend. You don't like how undesirable it is. Well, you're not alone in that one, but... Here's what we do with that. I'll give you all the gardens you could ever want. Just go and eat your neighbor, please. Good. Also good. I'm worried about that. We caught it in time for it to not impact prosperity, but it's very concerning that something isn't working here. Could be the market ladies, but there's no reason why the market would run out for you, but not for you or you. Well, there's a slight reason. It could be that the market ladies are only going like this far, running out and then going elsewhere, and then you're getting affected by this market lady, or one of these market ladies. You know, Sudazima has this lovely tool that pauses the game and hones in on a house when it devolves. Then you can find out exactly why. There's no real information to be gleaned by looking at the situation now. Why not build a second bathhouse to the right? No reason. If I don't trust that bathhouse, let's never trust that bathhouse. The school kid. Oh, look at that chaos with the school kids. Are they always... School kids should be the most reliable kids, you know, and they are. School children look very reliable here. The librarian, there's no reason the librarian can't do this all the time. The academy seems fine. What is possible is we faced a tiny, tiny period of lack of workers a wee while ago. It's possible that one of the routes got cut short, and then we didn't get the next route fast enough to prevent devolution. I mean, the most common cause is not having goods, though, but come on, market, market, market. They've only got one place to go. They all have all the goods. Even if they drop out of wheat, which does happen, then they only go down to large villa, not anything worse. Prosperity ceiling is a staggering 93. Well, this is good news for me. Bad news for the win lobby. We just need a little bit more and we're there. And I want to get there. How does this keep happening? I swear I'm clicking garden. Okay, I guess... what's it called? Parkinson's kicking in? Something's kicking. Like a mule. Get those evolutions. Get those ladders up. This one is still remarkably unhappy. Not impossible to make a little happier, mind you. There we go. And then you, yeah, you hate where you live because of all the bleeding docks. Am I going to regret removing the ability for off-road walkers going this way? Probably not. Good. Also good. I'm a little disappointed that didn't raise my prosperity cap up to, well, more. However, we have a few things that we can use. I can unload furniture onto these people to bring them up to medium insulae, and that will get me victory, so let's count on that. Favor is there, peace will be there in a few years. Okay, as long as we don't face more devolution here, or some other unforeseen problem like unemployment collapsing, then I think we have it. Huns, of course. Surprise attack by Huns from all directions. You know, there are ways to lose is what I'm trying to cushion the blow of my inevitable failure by bringing up now. A map that pushes Jake to use medium insulae, finally, as a last-ditch resort, but I don't like medium insulae. I would love medium insulae and large insulae if they would stock 8 furniture and 8 oil, but no, they only stock 4. And that means they need twice the market coverage as they do with pottery. And pottery already demands quite a lot of market coverage. It's really bloody annoying. Market ladies are the most chaotic walkers out there. And besides, I was already using medium insulae. We all love mixed insulae around here. Do I have enough, furniture to be quite happy with giving them more furniture? Why don't I just make these people eat furniture anyway? It's a fairly stable loop, and I'm absolutely certain that would bring my prosperity ceiling up to the top. It's just a level of complication I'd rather not have, but whatever. There's your furniture, and if you don't already have a clinic, you won't evolve without one, so there's your smegging clinic. That's all the prosperity I need. So with this we have almost certainly one. It also gives me a few more people living in the city so that we have a bit more of a sponge of unemployment. It's also more people that will pay tax without any real downside. Provided the food doesn't struggle. Does that food look like it's struggling? Having only 100 fruit here is a bit of a concern, isn't it? That is a concern. There isn't actually enough food for these blighters. Well, that is a solvable problem. Well, it just goes to show. Yeah, I will be knocking some of them down. Last thing I want is them to cause me other problems. I'm just very wary of the unemployment problem. Right, these guys that struggle on the food part, away they go. Whoa, that's painful stuff. I should knock a few more of them down because we're bringing in more people this way, but maybe not until I have some spare unemployment. I can make some spare unemployment here, but let's be reasonable. Now I don't. Also, my roads are still gone. Right. I can spare some people from the entertainment industry because I have too many theatres and amphitheatres. Donk, donk, donk. That'll spare me some. I wish I was moments away from winning, but we actually have to pass a few years to get that prosperity. I think prosperity is going up by about... How much is it going up per year? 8? Maybe 8. That's still a worrying 3 or 4 years, right? 3 years, maybe. You can ditch most of your oil industry. Yeah, that is true. If I need to make up some workers, the oil industry can be ravaged. That is a good point. And that will further increase my prosperity ceiling. These guys are still struggling on food, as I expected them to. I'll get rid of you, and you. Whoops, right, I forgot about the unemployment thing. I can still ditch a couple more of these. You can go, and you can go, and you can go. It all looks rather sad when I trim this away, doesn't it? I don't think I'm going to make an eternal city on this map. Main reason being is that it's way too disjointed and it's a massive pain in the arse to build on. Making something looking good and be functional in this map seems like a tall order. Decadent patricians. At least if they're going to devolve, one, the camera snaps over to them because of the ones that lose their Road to Rome access, and two, as long as it's not right at the end of the year, we have everything they need to build them back up rapidly. I'm asking again, since Jake is locked in, why you feed natives with oil at the start. What are the benefits of trading with natives? Natives will pay you the full price for the good, and as long as your warehouse is very close to where their native meeting hut is, each native meeting hut, I think it's each, I'm not sure if multiple ones do it multiple times, but they will trade with you once per month for up to 3 goods. That's 36 goods guaranteed to be offloaded every year, and they'll buy whatever's closest. So bring on the most convenient, and usually the most expensive good, shove it in a warehouse right next to them, and just keep dumping it. Oh, they have a voracious appetite for Roman goods. So the fact that these guys were buying 36 cartloads of oil every year from more or less the start got me all of the money I needed, and I needed money badly on this map. The starting amount of money wasn't too bad. We had like a 3 grand bailout and a 4.5 grand start. But the map demanded a lot very quickly. Lots of army, lots of defense, lots of people, lots of industry, and with high standards like this, lots of decent housing to actually get that prosperity up. And feeding people is not easy on this map because the fishing opportunities are garbage and there's no wheat. Growing fruits, as you can see, all this farming and I can't feed these people properly. Ooh, that's bad. They're still hungry as well. Why so hungry, though? There you go. push that prosperity ceiling. Warehouses don't collapse or catch fire. They can be destroyed by hostile actions, and they can be burned down by adjacent buildings being on fire. But on their own, they produce no fire risk and no collapse risk. Very convenient, isn't it? Okay, the Huns are doing their last-ditch attacks to tear down my city, to screw with my inevitable victory. However, unless we get backstabbed by the Blue Pants tribe as well, and even if we do, we have the walls at the ready for them, I think we'll be okay. These ballista were amazing. Well, they continue to be amazing. The fact that they covered both sides, my original plan was to build a line of ballista here and another line of ballista here, but they've just done magnificently. I want to keep Toga Boy extremely happy with me. I'm going to wait for him to get cheesed off at the lack of meat, and then I will maybe even give him a double gift since my money situation looks so good. The horseback Huns are shooting me, but because of our Tortoise formation, we're able to laugh at their projectiles. That is a lot of them, though. Jeez Louise. I turned my walls into debris there. Oh, thanks for turning on the freaking marble again. That is one thing I really don't like in this map, the yo-yoing of goods. The pottery situation just really bad as well. Clay goes up in price massively and then just stops. And your throughput for trading is already really crappy. The double dock, I'm not sure if it's solved anything, but at least it's there. Certainly packing up with wheat, which is good because these patricians love their wheat. And they're getting their wheat. That's the more surprising thing. Look at that. These guys are whacked up full of patricians. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's not so good that these guys don't have the occupants for me, but otherwise it's good. No, we're not importing wine, and there's no good reason to. We are overflowing with wine. I see no reason to jeopardize things by cutting into my other imports by importing wine.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I'm actually thinking I shouldn't even bother exporting oil because it's not worth the time for the traders to walk over and take this.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
But as long as we're holding, I don't see the point in worrying about that. It's just, are we holding? I don't know. When I'm not importing as much pottery as I need to, I think we're actually going to cut off our exports. Just because I can't handle the time it takes for the guys to come over. And let's just get rid of this. You still defy me? Yes, Emperor, I do defy you. That means he's really cheesed off, and that means we send him 2 gifts, I suppose. Oh, 2 months to dispatch the wine. He only wants 8 wine. You know what? Take the wine, you grumpy old toad. 1240, 1240. Give the money, give him the gift. There we go. I keep putting the money back into the city funds, and that's fine by me. I want the flexibility. You could send the oil to Caesar. You know what? I have a ton of oil. I just don't want to risk it going away from the warehouses that stock the oil that I need for my people. Yeah, these people need oil. Imagine if it took that oil away. I don't want to imagine that. There's no good reason for there to be... There's no good reason for this warehouse to exist. Whatever, it's not doing any harm. This is the most unpleasantly tense part of the game. Or of a challenging map. It's just, right, I think I have everything I need to win. We just need to hold. Population cap is comfortably above what we need to win, although we are waiting on a lot of people to move in. Slightly amuses me that you don't like where you live. There we go. Yeah, there are some little tweaks here and there I could certainly be doing. And some of these people are absolutely running out of food. That's fine, I'll help them with that. The food situation is so bloody bad. Remember this well, if fruit is the only... If you give your player no wheat, they're going to be struggling on food. And if you also give them god-awful farmland, they're going to be struggling, period. And I am struggling here because these fishing points are pointlessly bad. Oh god, where did my... Oh, that's pretty bad. I need to solve that immediately. Gonna get rid of the people there. Any other jobs I can cut? Yeah, I can cut the arms industry massively. In fact, I can cut it entirely. I don't even need to close these. I just need to turn it off. There we go. That'll save a bunch of workers rapidly. Och jobba. Where's our other ninja tax collector?
Att driva in skatt från dessa hårt arbetande människor får mig nästan att börja gråta. Men bara nästan.
Bara nästa.
This city isn't too bad.
But ja, jag är svensk. 8 years in Sweden. I gotta have something to show for it. I'm just not sure what. What language is that even? It's Brazilian, of course.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá? Não se preocupe.
Relics' recordings are amazing. He just keeps talking, but he just doesn't talk into the microphone. Yeah, this is the problem of doing your patricians so late. They can be very slow to get their numbers up. Hey, those houses I deleted to move people over, it's not impossible that they went to these houses, because these ones filled up faster than I expected. Yeah, the tax collector is Swedish. You can't recognize some good old svensk. Ugh, sometimes I have nightmares. I wake up and I'm still there in Sweden.
The city seems to be in good health.
Good. Definitely seeing the opportunity for some tweaking here. Oh, prosperity went up, I think, from 72 to 81. Wait, that can't be right. 73 to 81 would make sense, though. That means in 2 years' time we win. Population just crashed. Something must be devolving every now and then. Probably people running out of food over here. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Egads, these people can't eat to save their lives. That is actually very negatively impacting the population. I still have enough room for everybody, but everybody's not getting in time. Not a huge deal, mind you, but it is a deal. A deal that can be dealt with, because I could bring over some furniture here and furnish these people. I don't even need to bring it over. I could produce it locally. Doesn't make a lot of sense to do that, but it could be done. Yeah, what the hell. I have more furniture production than I need over there. Bring these guys up to Medium Insulae. I don't see a downside. Wait, I do. No, I don't. They'll stock oil, but they won't use it because they can't evolve due to no barber. Yeah, and that'll give me a few more people here and a bit more boost on my prosperity. Alright, good. Man, there's a lot of devolution due to lack of food over here. This was never stable. Egads, I'm almost sorry for these bastards. These guys also are not doing so hot in the food. The granaries are constantly empty. On the other hand, this place is actually filled up with a bit of food. Well, it's not a huge deal. The huge deal would be losing my prosperity.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
In order to make them say that my city is better than okay, and it's actually incredibly, amazingly, wonderfully perfect, I need to make a lot of changes that I'm not willing to make. I'd need to have more food stored in granaries. They'd need to have better education coverage, health coverage, education coverage. Just lots of things that there's no way in hell they're getting out of me. Alright, Caesar continues to be overjoyed. We have it in the bank to give him whatever he needs. Furniture is on its way back. We overproduce furniture, as well we should. It's disgusting how well it went. You think it went well? This has been a very, very stressful map. Some people don't know what they're looking at. If I do need to pop rush, it's actually quite trivial to get population on this high-raised land, especially when I only need a few hundred. Say a few hundred. That population's going down, not up. I wish those people would actually populate. It's very, very slow to fill those up with people. People love me, though. They're calling me governor. No festivals, though. Prosperity cap remains solidly above target. In fact, if prosperity cap were 100, I think we could make even that. I genuinely thought I wasn't going to make this mission, especially when the marbles turned off and my denarii started to collapse from 30,000 to 5,000. But these colors don't run. What's your problem? You're still waiting on the furniture lady to come around? Well, the furniture lady has come around. Oh my god, what happened there? Okay, every year is a demographic purge right now. We have no new people coming in, but we have everybody retiring. This means I really need to have a lot of people spare. Notably, I don't have that, so we're instead going to have to curb stomp our industries quite heavily, very heavily. There we go. And I might have to lower my defense budget, but let's try not to think about that. Oops, I think could stay, it doesn't use workers. This one, however, does use workers and has to go away. I always believed honest, says Athelwyn. Well, that's where you put your money in. We're not done yet, though. Remember, these villas collapse. My prosperity goes with them and I lose. However, if we make it through this year, we win. Peace is maxed out. Favor is as maximum as it needs to be because I can gift Caesar up to the hilt. The wine continues to hold, and I won't jeopardize that by sending it away to Toga Boy. Do you still have a mission post? No, I deleted both of them to save workers last time. I could delete my barracks as well, but let's keep it around lest we need some reinforcements down the line. Ugh, I don't need to evolve these guys, but I do kind of want to. No, there's no space. I could make space. Here's a large statue, my friend. Showing off my decadent wealth by having reduced industry significantly. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, I defy you, Emperor. Go away. We are continuing to make a profit, and that is vitally important for prosperity. You cannot claim to be prosperous if you have a midden or lose money. I tell you, the point where I really thought I'm not going to make it was when I had to build my patricians. I was looking at this thinking I could, but you know when you think you can do something, but you're like, this is just not what I want to spend my time doing. I was looking at building the patricians thinking it's not going to happen. But when I opened my mind up more towards the appendix route here, suddenly I thought, you know what, we could make this happen. And now we've made it happen. As you can tell by the wasted space up here, there is room to make it happen, but for this map, I did not want to unlock all of my gaming prowess and get all of my gamer juices flowing. It's a beautiful map, but the balance on this one has been horrific. Rome disapproves of the debt strats. Doing this map without debt would be something else. Something that I'm not doing, that's why it's something else.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Yeah, we don't strictly need to tent rush for the final population, but I am going to. Everything is just a little bit too fragile for me to want to increase housing. And I'll probably increase the housing amount. You know, where exactly? This was always somewhere that could have done more. We have the space here for farming. But, you know, when something is working and you could risk blowing it all up by changing it, I did not want to. Alright, August. Just a few more months of these villas not collapsing and we're good to go. Rome has need of the following goods. Wait, what was he after? He wants wine. You know, I think Caesar had something to say about the last batch of wine I sent him.
I'm afraid that Caesar is unable to give you your briefing today.
Tell me more.
Ah, Governor. I suppose congratulations are in order. Though saying so leaves a taste in my mouth, not unlike the cheap wine you deigned to send me.
Okay, well, I'm glad Caesar's always just so thrilled with my performance. Freaking toga wearing big diaper rash lassie. Alright, September. You might want to turn the wine imports back on. There is no good reason that I can think of to do so. We already have spare wine here. There's wine in the marketplaces. And the more important thing is to, for the love of God, have some pottery. If everywhere starts collapsing due to lack of pottery, then we have much bigger problems than the wine-slurping patricians not having 1,000 units of backup wine. Can we put a number to that? 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700. Not done yet. 800, 900, 1,000, 1,300, plus whatever they have in their cellars, plus 800 in the warehouse, plus 700 in this warehouse. I think we're okay on wine. Whereas pottery, not so okay on. There is only 8 units of pottery in the entire bloody city. So we've got half the pottery that we have of the wine. And you want me to turn on wine?
I can't wait to do some trading here. The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
The real thing I should consider is turning off wheat. No, that's not true. Wheat does not compete with pottery. Pottery competes with pottery. Huns compete with pottery. Oh well, last chance to beat me, game. One thing that would destroy me right now, and it would be kind of funny but also incredibly cruel, is if during this attack there is a surprise attack. That's the blue trousers warriors that attack from here. Because my heavy infantry would not have the time to turn back. They would cut through this like butter and then raise my city, and there would be virtually nothing I could do about it. But I'm sure the map maker isn't that horrible. Surely. How are you going to drink wine without pottery? Very carefully. I need these people to die pretty quickly so I can get my final population in and win. To be clear, it is December. The prosperity ceiling is a staggering 100. Kill the Huns, win the map. Not a difficult proposition. That's a lot of Huns. Kind of aggravating how they very quickly go around the back and start shanking my javelineers, but the fact that they have to go around the back is a good sign that my defenses hold up well. Get back home. Prosperity reached, peace reached, culture was always there. Favor is there, it just doesn't look like it, and now immigration will start again. Let's just put an end to this map. I'm done here. Whew. The layout of this map was awesome, but the balance I did not particularly enjoy. Not to say it wasn't balanced, but all the balance seemed pivoted around making things as unpleasant as possible. And believe it or not, every so often I play this game because I want to have a good time. I know that can be difficult to comprehend at times. Caesar's going to bite my balls off for this one, by the way. He hates it when he enters my city and finds nothing but a slum. But he supposes that thanks are in order. Oh, goody. I wonder if I'll be able to get enough here. It's pretty harsh going because of the limited amount of houses that I can put along the line here. But each of these houses can have 5 people in them. And I only need 400. That's still quite a lot of them. Although quite a lot on this side I can turn into mergers to hold more people, and I can make them into large large tents as well. Please get out of my city. Oi! Leave! Why can't you go there? Because of this. Oh, now they're scared. Yeah, you saw me coming for you and you decided it was time to bloody go. Yeah, get back to Hun, wherever that is. Let's see. I want to make sure that nobody actually rises up against me while I'm doing this, so let's just murder tax rate.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
And not all maps can be as great as mine. Such humility, I'm blinded by it. Alright, quick pussyfooting and get in here. Merge wherever possible, please. So, and that's not a lot of places. What's with this agonizingly slow immigration rate? Let's be very careful about this now. Why are they not going to these places? Your immigration is throttled by the patricians. What? I don't understand. I mean, the patricians are certainly throwing a spanner in the works, but what does that mean? Some of them are moving in here, but almost none of them. An immigrant wants to go there, spawns, cannot get there, and despawns. Oh. Well, that sounds like bad news. I have an idea, but it's a little dangerous. If we get rid of these roads for a short period of time and let in a bunch of immigrants, then they should start flowing in, and then we'll bring the roads back. He knows his freaking stuff almost too well. But I gotta be careful, I can't do too much of that. Or else we'll have very obvious problems here. I also need to make sure that these places don't burn to a crisp either. Do I have anything I can still turn off for a few more laborers? Yeah, I can do that, right? Well, this is risky biscuits. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it. Why did I build 2 of these? I need 2 of these. Just don't want them to burn down. Oh, they are coming in, though. I guess they're favoring all of these over the patricians. You know, after playing Discworld, patrician just makes me think of Vetinari. Ooh. Troubling. Very troubling. That is also troubling, because if I get invaded, then immigration stops. Just need a few more people in here and we're good, though. Not a lot, just a few. Get your pasty arses in here. How many was that, anyway? Like 12. That's not like 12, it was 12. They're on high ground, they have inherently enough desirability to evolve. Uh-huh. It's already June, I need to speed this up a touch. And maybe more than just a touch. Get in here, you lousy bums. I think at this point I am once again patrician throttled. We have the technology to fix this. I just don't want to spend a lot of money. Gotta be very careful not to errantly twitch and accidentally delete all this stuff. Where's my next heavy influx of people? What are they waiting on? That doesn't feel like enough people. What's taking them so long? Oh, I am so nervous. I want to be done. The road with your slum is probably throttling it too. Oh yeah, that's true. That is very probably true. Yeah, weird mechanic that we only started thinking about very recently, isn't it? That seems to have done the trick. Nice big flow of them coming in. Let's make sure that we don't accidentally our entire patricians. And I don't want to accidentally my tents either. Yeah, the risk of cliff dwelling. Could write a book about it. I can road throttle immigrant. Oh, yeah, it's super esoteric knowledge. Don't even think about it. It's not worth the thoughts. Okay. Okay, we're there. I'm all but certain that everybody we have on the map is enough to get there. Even though it's August. I say that, and then suddenly the people aren't appearing. Well, now it's September, and I'm suddenly still very worried. Okay, I need to lift the throttle one more time. There's this weird thing that houses are assigning themselves to a road And the walkers need to get to that road to get to the house, and the road must be connected to the road to Rome. So when you have these isolated roads on the hills, then the walkers can't get to it, so they despawn. That will definitely do it. There we go. Whew. I was worried. I was absolutely worried about this map. But now my worries can be assuaged. Alright, just let that population number hit 8,000. And we are done. Okay. Complete. Disgusts me to tent push like this, but well, no buts really. My city has the capacity for the people without the tents, but I want to roll this one up and call it done right now. And right now I absolutely shall. Low unemployment, high taxes. Wait, high taxes? Damn right, there's high taxes. Ignore the 15,000 denarii we've lost this year. It's not important. Not complete until favor with Emperor. Ah, but you see, I have loads of money united, meaning I can send him a gift, and then I have enough money to send him another gift, because the cruel mapmaker put favor to 99. If gifts were disabled, that means that you could lose, because you lose the turn of the year favor before the game calculates victory. But whatever, not a concern. Take your chest of sapphires and get off my back, Caesar. Ah. There we go. Whew, what a map. What a stressful map. But once again, I have proven myself to be Rome's finest governor. Please do not forget that. Yeesh. Take another look at that map. A look at that map. There we go. I was drawn in by how interesting the map layout was on this map. And it was interesting, but I think ultimately it's a painful kind of interesting. And that's not necessarily a layout problem. The problem was food. The fishing points are so spread out and so garbage that it's very difficult to consolidate food in one location. So everything feels very patchwork. And I don't like that. Maybe because my building style tends to be concentrating plebes. I do like to concentrate them. We're able to do a fairly reasonable job here. But that's because the fishing situation here isn't too bad, and the fruit growing area here wasn't all that bad either. But honestly, this isn't that much housing. It looks nice because it's all spread out, but ultimately it's only, let's see, 8 large insulae and 19 grand insulae. That's really not a lot. I should be looking for 32 to 40 in a block like this. But yeah, the attacks, I don't know about the attacks. Because of the narrow nature of the map, it was very obvious where the attacks were coming from, and because we were gracefully given this upper ground that the Huns can't reach, we were able to just shoot them to shreds and then catch them with the army here. I think this is one of those situations where your mileage will vary enormously depending on how you build. I thought this was the best layout, but if you decided to lay out your army differently, you could have an even easier time, or you would have a nightmare of a time with invasions. As it stands, though, they were quite predictable, and it only took us until the third invasion, I think, to have a fully fleshed out, militarily trained army to beat them back. Okay, well, no, I'm satisfied. I was about to say I'm not satisfied with this, but I am satisfied. The stipulation... Well, actually, no, proconsul, what was the situation here?
I'm afraid that Caesar is unable to give you your briefing today. He and co-consul Palma are busy playing a rousing game of Guess That Smell. Instead, I, proconsul for Roma, will be directing you to your backwater of an assignment. There, you will be assailed by endless hordes of barbarians, while armed with nothing but sticks and harsh language. The expectations of Rome will be unreasonable, her demands unrelenting. Your trading partners will get bored and abandon your exports almost immediately, and you will be denied simple niceties such as plaza or statuary. Oh, and no local pottery.
You know, aside from the statuary, that's pretty much word for word what happened here. Our trading partner certainly did get bored and decided to start yo-yoing with our trade quotas, but whatever. Is this audio made with AI? I assume so. I do not know how to do any kind of audio AI production or whatnot, but I assume they took samples of Proconsul and Caesar to make these. I'm pretty impressed with what comes out there, because good luck getting the guy to do the voice for it today. You could try, I suppose, but we have the tools. Anyway, it's been a long and arduous, right, emphasis on that, this was an arduous map. But I came out on top. But you know who else came out on top? The Win Lobby. They believed in me even more so than perhaps I did. So let's choose that prediction outcome. Do we beat today's map? It is still today. It is still this map. So yes, you will crush this one. No off to the galleys with me. Enjoy your 3.25 million channel points. But more than that, please enjoy the congratulations that you're about to receive when I get your details on the screen, which should be approximately... oh, God, where is it? I don't usually have it on this scene, do I? Now, there we go. Look at that, 3 people going all in. Rohan believed in me, Spectre believed in me, Demon believed in me. As such, they get a well-deserved payout. So did Sleepy Kid, some scumlord here by the name of Blue, who decided to steal from charity. If you're wondering why I'm always so about Blue, we had this wonderful moment where people could be charitable with their points. You know, they could throw it in. The idea is that the rich put the points in and then the poor take the points out. But Blue was filthy rich, and he decided to take a massive scoop out of it, because the more points you had, the more you would take from the charity. The idea being that, you know, you're rich, you put in more. Blue just gobbled it right up, and not once have they decided to show any remorse for what they've done. And they just continue to get fatter and fatter off my numerous victories. Anyway, Voxpace is also there to win, as is Rainy and Greyvoid, Rottenbart, and Kindwin knew I was a winner. But who are the bloody lose lobbies? Who are the proconsuls out there who are busy playing Guess That Smell instead of figure out how good Jake is at Caesar 3? Well, Rested Pandy is one of them. They went in for the full hog. 250,000 that they just donate to the Win Lobby. And then there's D-Day and Monkey and a bunch of other people that we shouldn't even mention because they just stink so reprehensibly badly that the Lose Lobby sty is where they belong. As for me, I belong in the kitchen whipping up some dinner because I'm really hungry and tired after this lengthy Caesar run. I will be back tomorrow with a weekly one-shot. We'll be playing Team Fight Manager. Never played it before. It was on the long play candidacy and it got destroyed. But somebody put forward a weekly one-shot for it, and I thought, yeah, I'm still curious to check out the game. So that's how we get in through the back door. In any case, until I am back with that, it is a cheers and cheerio.
No sign of crime around here.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
This city is a reasonable place.
Will that be a shave or a trim, citizen? Life here's all right, isn't it?